Chapter 1 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 1 of The Cloven Foot. The Heir Presumptive. The air was thick with falling snow, and the countryside looked a formless mass of chilly whiteness as the southwestern mail train carried John Treverton on a lonely midnight journey. There were not many people in the train on that bleak night, and Mr. Treverton had a second-class compartment to himself. He had tried to sleep, but had failed ignominiously in the endeavor, waking with a start after 5 minutes' doze, and remaining broad awake for an hour at a time, pondering upon the perplexities of his life, and hating himself for the follies that had made it what it was. It had been a very hard life of late, for the world had gone ill with John Treverton. He'd begun his career with a small fortune and a commission in a crack regiment, and, after wasting his patrimony and selling his commission, he was now a gentleman at large, living as best he might. No one but himself knew how. He was going to a quiet village in Devonshire, a faraway nook under the shadow of Dartmoor, in obedience to a telegram that told him a rich kinsman was dying and summoned him to the deathbed. The day had been when he hoped to inherit this kinsman's property, not because the old man had ever cared for him, but because he, John, was the only relative Jasper Treverton had in the world. But that hope had vanished when the lonely old bachelor adopted an orphan girl to whom he was reported to have attached himself strongly. The ci-devant captain had never seen this young person, and it is not to be supposed that he cherished very kindly feelings towards her. He'd made up his mind that she was a deep and designing creature who would, of course, play her cards in such a manner as to induce old Jasper Treverton to leave her everything. "He never bore me or mine much goodwill," John Treverton said to himself, "but he might have left his money to me for want of anyone else to leave it to, if it hadn't been for this girl." During almost the whole of that dreary night journey he was meditating on this subject, half inclined to be angry with himself for having taken such useless trouble for the sake of a man who was not likely to leave him sixpence. He was not an utterly bad fellow, this John Treverton, though his better and purer feelings had been a good deal blunted by rough contact with the world. He had a frank, winning manner and a handsome face, a face which had won him the love of more than one woman, with little profit to himself. He was a man of no strong principle, and with a self-indulgent nature that had led him into wrong-doing very often during the last 10 years of his life. He had an easy temper, a habit of looking at the pleasanter side of things so long as there was any pleasantness in them, and a chronic avoidance of all serious thought, qualities which do not serve to make up a strong character. But the charm of his manner was none the less because of this latent weakness of character, and he was better liked than many better men. The train stopped at a little rustic station, 40 miles westward of Exeter, about an hour after midnight. A dreary building with an open platform, across which the wind blew and the snow drifted as John Treverton alighted, the one solitary passenger to be deposited at this out-of-the-way place. He knew that the house to which he had to go was some miles from the station, and he applied himself at once to the sleepy station-master to ascertain if there were any possibility of procuring of conveyance at that time of night. "There's a gig waiting for a gentleman from London," the man answered, stifling a yawn. "I suppose you are the party, sir?" "A gig from Treverton Manor?" "Yes, sir." "Thanks, yes. I am the person that is expected." Civil at any rate, John Treverton added to himself, as he walked off to the gig, wrapped to the eyes in his greatcoat and with a railway rug across his shoulder. He found a gig with a rough-looking individual of the gardener species waiting for him in the snow. "Here I am, my man," he cried cheerily. "Have you been waiting long?" "No, sir. Miss Malcolm said as how you'd come by this train." "Miss Malcolm sent you for me, then?"
"Yes, sir."
"And how is Mr. Treverton tonight?"
"Mortal bad, sir. The doctors say as old gentleman hasn't many hours to live. And Miss Malcolm, she says to me, 'Jacob, you're to drive home as fast as the horse can go, for Papa is very anxious to see Mr. John before he dies.' She always calls the old gentleman Papa, you see, sir, he having adopted for her 10 years ago, and brought her up as his own daughter, like, ever since." They had jolted over the uneven stones of a narrow street, the high street of a small settlement which evidently called itself a town, for here, at a point where 2 narrow lanes branched off from the central thoroughfare, there stood a dilapidated old building of the town hall species, and a vaulted marketplace with iron railings and closely locked gates shutting in emptiness. John Treverton perceived dimly through the winter darkness an old stone church, and at least 3 Methodist chapels. Then, all in a moment, the town was gone, and the gig was rattling along a Devonshire lane between high banks and still higher hedges, above which rose a world of hill and moor that melted far off into the midnight sky. "And your master is very fond of this young lady, Miss Malcolm?" John Treverton inquired presently, when the horse, after rattling along for a mile and a half at a tremendous pace, was slowly climbing a hill which seemed to lead nowhere in particular, for one could hardly imagine any definite end or aim in a lane that went undulating like a snake amidst a chaos of hills. "Uncommon, sir. You see, she's about the only thing he's ever cared for."
"Is she as much liked by other people?"
"Well, yes, sir, in a general way. Miss Malcolm is pretty well liked, but there's some as think her proud. Think her a little set up, as you may say, by Mr. Treverton's making so much of her. She's not one to make friends very easy. The young ladies in the village, Squire Carey's daughters and such like, haven't taken to her as much as they might have done. I've heard my wife, as has been parlour-maid at the manor for the last 20 years, say as much many a time. But Miss Malcolm is a pleasant-spoken young lady for all that, to those she likes, and my Susan has had no fault to find with her. You see, all of us has our peculiarities, sir, and it ain't to be supposed as Miss Malcolm would be without hers," the man concluded in an argumentative tone.
"Humph," muttered John Treverton. "A stuck-up young lady, I dare say, and a deep one into the bargain. Did you ever hear who she was, what her position was, and so on, when my cousin Jasper adopted her?" he asked aloud.
"No, sir. Mr. Treverton has kept that uncommon close. He's been away from the manor a 12-month when he brought her home without a word of warning to anyone in the house, and told his old housekeeper as how he'd adopted this little girl, who was an orphan, the daughter of an old friend of his, and that's all he ever said about her from that time to this. Miss Malcolm was about 7 or 8-year-old at that time, as pretty a little girl as you could see, and she's grown up to be a beautiful young woman."
Beautiful? Oh, this artful young person was beautiful, was she? John Treverton determined that her good looks should have no influence upon his opinions. The man was quite willing to talk, but his companion asked no more questions. He felt, indeed, that he'd already asked more than he was warranted in asking, and felt a little ashamed of himself for having done so. The rest of the drive, therefore, passed for the most part in silence. The journey had seemed long to John Treverton, partly because of his own impatience, partly on account of the numerous ups and downs of that everlasting lane. But it was little more than half an hour after leaving the station when they entered a village street where there was not a glimmer of light at this hour, except one solitary lamp shining feebly before the door of the general shop and post office. This was the village of Hazelhurst, near which Hazelhurst Manor House was situated. They drove to the end of this quiet street, and along a high road bordered by tall elms which looked black against the night sky, till they came to a pair of great iron gates. The man handed the reins to his companion, and then dismounted and opened these gates. John Treverton drove slowly into a winding carriage drive that led up to the house, a great red brick mansion with many long, narrow windows, and a massive carved stone shell over the door, which was approached on each side by a flight of broad stone steps. There was light enough from the stars for John Treverton to see all this as he drove slowly up to the hall door. His coming had evidently been awaited anxiously, as the door was opened before he had alighted from the gig, and an old manservant peered out into the night. He opened the door wide when he saw John Treverton. The gardener, or groom, whichever he might happen to be, led the gig slowly away to a gate at the side of the house, opening into a stable yard. John Treverton went into the hall, which looked very bright and cheerful after his dreary drive. A great square hall hung with family portraits and old armour, and with crimson sheepskins and tawny hides of savage beasts lying about on the black and white marble pavement. There was a roomy old fireplace on one side of this hall, with a great fire burning in it, a fire which was welcome as meat and drink to a traveller this cold night. There were ponderous carved oak chairs with dark red velvet cushions, looking more comfortable and better adapted for the repose of the human frame than such chairs are wont to be, and at the end of the hall there was a great antique buffet adorned with curious bowls and bottle-shaped jars in oriental china. John Treverton had time to see these things as he sat before the fire with his long legs stretched out upon the hearth, while the old servant went to announce his arrival to Miss Malcolm. "A pleasant old place," he said to himself, "and to think of my never having seen it before, thanks to my father's folly in having quarrelled with old Jasper Treverton, and never having taken the trouble to heal the breach, as he might have done, I dare say, with some slight exercise of diplomacy. I wonder whether the old fellow is very rich. Such a place as this might be kept up on a couple of thousand a year, but I've a notion that Jasper Treverton has 6 times as much as that." The old butler came downstairs in about 5 minutes to say that Miss Malcolm would be pleased to see Mr. Treverton if he liked. His master had fallen asleep, and was sleeping more peacefully than he had done for some time. John Treverton followed the man up a broad staircase with massive oak banisters. Here, as in the hall, there were family portraits on the walls, and armour and old china in every available corner. At the top of the staircase was a gallery, lighted by a lantern in the roof, and with numerous doors opening out of it. The butler opened one of these doors and ushered John Treverton into a bright-looking, lamp-lit sitting-room with panelled walls. A heavy green damask curtain hung before a door opening into an adjoining room. The mantelpiece was high and exquisitely carved with flowers and cupids, and was ornamented by a row of eggshell cups and saucers and the quaintest of oriental teapots. The room had a comfortable, homelike look, John Treverton thought, a look that struck him all the more, perhaps, because he had no settled home of his own, nor had ever known one since his boyhood. A lady was sitting by the fire, dressed in a dark blue gown, which contrasted wonderfully with the auburn tints of her hair and the transparent pallor of her complexion. As she rose and turned her face towards John Treverton, he saw that she was indeed a very beautiful young woman, and there was something in her beauty which took him a little by surprise, in spite of what he had heard from his companion in the gig. "Thank God you've come in time, Mr. Treverton," she said earnestly, an earnestness which John Treverton was inclined to consider hypocritical. What interest could she have in his arrival? What feeling could there be between them but jealousy? "I suppose she feels so secure about the old man's will that she can afford to be civil," he thought as he seated himself by the fireside, after 2 or 3 polite commonplaces about his journey. "There is no hope of my cousin's recovery, I suppose?" he hazarded presently. "Not the faintest," Laura Malcolm answered, very sadly. "The London physician was here for the last time today. He's been down every week for the last 2 months. He said today that there would be no occasion for him to come any more. He did not think Papa, I've always called your cousin by that name, could live through the night. He's been less restless and troubled since then, and he's now sleeping very quietly. He may linger a little longer than the physician seemed to think likely, but beyond that I have no hope whatever." This was said with a quiet, restrained manner that was more indicative of sorrow than any demonstrative lamentation could have been. There was something almost like despair in the girl's look and tone, a dreary hopelessness, as if there was nothing left for her in life when the friend and protector of her girlhood should be taken from her. John Treverton watched her closely as she sat looking at the fire, with her dark eyes shrouded by their long lashes. Yes, she was very beautiful. That was a fact about which there was no possibility of doubt. Those large hazel eyes alone would have given a charm to the plainest face, and in this face there was no fault to be redeemed. "You seem to be much attracted to my cousin, Miss Malcolm," Mr. Treverton said presently. "I love him dearly," she answered, looking up at him with those deep dark eyes, which had a melancholy expression tonight. "I have had no one else to care for since I was quite a child, and he has been very good to me. I should be something worse than ungrateful if I did not love him as I do. And yet your life must have been a trying one, as the sole companion of an old man of Jasper Treverton's eccentric temper. I speak of him as I have heard him described by my father. You must have found existence with him rather troublesome now and then, I should think." "I very soon learned to understand him, and to bear all the little changes in his humour. I knew that his heart was noble." "Humph," thought John Treverton. "Women can do these things better than men. I couldn't stand being shut up with a crusty old fellow for a week." And after having made this reflection, he thought that no doubt Miss Malcolm was of the usual type of sycophants and interlopers, able to endure anything in the present for the chance of a stupendous advantage in the future, able to wait for the fruition of her hopes with a dull, grovelling patience. "This appearance of grief is all put on, of course," he said to himself. "I'm not going to think any better of her because she has fine eyes." They sat for a little time in silence. Laura Malcolm seemed quite absorbed by her own thoughts, and in no way disturbed by the presence of John Treverton. It was a proud face which he looked at every now and then so thoughtfully, not a lovable face by any means, in spite of its beauty. There was a coldness of expression, a self-contained air about Miss Malcolm, which her new acquaintance was inclined to dislike. He had come to that house prepared to think unfavourably of her, had come there indeed with a settled dislike to her. "I think it is to you I am indebted for the telegram that summoned me here," he said by and by. "Oh, no, not to me directly. It was your cousin's wish that you should be sent for, a wish he only expressed on Monday, though I had asked him many times if he would not like to see you, his only surviving relative. Had I known your address, or where a letter would reach you, I think I should have ventured to ask you to come down without his permission. But I had no knowledge of this. And it was only the day before yesterday that my cousin spoke of me for the first time? Only the day before yesterday. On every previous occasion he gave me a short, impatient answer, telling me not to worry him, and that he had no wish to see anyone. But on Monday he mentioned your name, and told me he wanted particularly to see you. He had no idea where you were to be found, but he thought a telegram addressed to your father's old lawyer would reach you. I sent the message as he directed. The lawyer had some difficulty in hunting me out, but I lost no time after I got your message. I cannot, of course, pretend any attachment to a man whom I never saw in my life, but I am pleased that Jasper Treverton should have thought of me at the last, nevertheless. I am here to testify my respect for him in a perfectly independent character, having not the faintest expectation of inheriting 1 shilling of his wealth." "I don't know why you should not expect to inherit his estate, Mr. Treverton," Laura Malcolm answered quietly. "To whom else should he leave it if not to you?" John Treverton thought this question a piece of gratuitous hypocrisy. "Why, to you, of course," he replied, "his adopted daughter, who have earned his favour by years of patient submission to all his whims and fancies. Surely you must be quite aware of his intentions upon this point, Miss Malcolm, and this affected ignorance of the subject is intended to hoodwink me." "I am sorry you should think so badly of me, Mr. Treverton. I do not know how your cousin has disposed of his money, but I do know that none of it has been left to me."
How do you know that?" "I've been assured of it by his own lips, not once, but many times. When he first adopted me, he made a vow that he would leave me no part of his wealth. He'd been treated with falsehood and ingratitude by those he had loved, and had found out their mercenary feelings about him. This had soured him a great deal, and he was determined, when he took me under his care out of motives of the purest charity, that he would have one person about him who should love him for his own sake, or not pretend to love him at all. He took an oath to this effect on the night he first brought me home to this house, and fully explained the meaning of that oath to me, though I was quite a child at that time. 'I have had toadies and sycophants about me, Laura,' he said, 'until I have come to distrust every smiling face. Your smile shall be true, my dear, for you shall have no motive for falsehood.' On my 18th birthday he placed in trust £6,000 for my benefit, in order that his death should not leave me unprovided for. But he took occasion at the same time to remind me that this gift was all I must ever expect at his hands." John Treverton heard this with a quickened breath, and a new life and eagerness in the expression of his face. The aspect of affairs was quite altered by the fact of this oath sworn long ago by the eccentric old man. He must leave his money to someone. What if he should indeed leave it to him, John Treverton? For some few minutes his heart beat high with a new hope, and then sank again suddenly. Was it not much more likely that Jasper Treverton would find some means of evading the letter of his vow, for the benefit of a beloved adopted daughter, than that he should bequeath his fortune to a kinsman who was a stranger to him? "Don't let me be a fool," John Treverton said to himself. "There's not the faintest chance of any such luck for me, and I dare say this girl knows as much, though she's artful enough to pretend complete ignorance of the old man's designs." The butler came in presently to announce that supper was ready for Mr. Treverton in the dining-room below. He went downstairs in answer to this summons, after begging Miss Malcolm to send for him the moment the invalid awoke. The dining-room was handsomely furnished with massive sideboard and chairs of carved oak, the long narrow windows draped with dark red velvet. There was a fine old Venetian glass over the sideboard, and a smaller circular mirror above the old inlaid bureau that occupied the space between the windows opposite. There were a few good cabinet pictures of the Dutch school on the panelled walls, and a pair of fine blue and white Delft jars on the high carved oak chimney-piece. A wood fire burned cheerily in the wide grate, and the small round table on which the traveller's supper had been laid was wheeled close to the edge of a Turkey hearthrug, and had a very comfortable appearance in the eyes of Mr. John Treverton as he seated himself in one of the capacious oak chairs. In his disturbed state of mind he had little inclination to eat, though the cook had prepared a cosy supper that might have tempted an anchorite. But he did justice to a bottle of excellent claret, and sat for some time, sipping his wine and looking about him thoughtfully, now at the curious old silver tankards and rose-water dishes on the sideboard, now at the kipes and ostades on the dark oak walls. To whom would all these things belong when Jasper Treverton was no more? Throughout the house there were indications of wealth that inspired an almost savage longing in this man's mind. What a changed life his would be if he should inherit only half of his cousin's possessions! He thought, with a weary sigh, of the wretched hand-to-mouth existence that he had led of late years, and then thought of the things that he would do if he came in for any share of the old man's money. He sat meditating thus until the servant came to tell him that Mr. Treverton was awake and had asked to see him. He followed the man back to the study, where he had found Miss Malcolm. The room was empty now, but the curtain was drawn aside from the door of communication, and he passed through this into Jasper Treverton's bedroom. Laura Malcolm was seated at the bedside, but she rose as John entered, and slipped quietly away by another door, leaving him alone with his cousin. "Sit down, John," the old man said in a feeble voice, pointing to the empty chair by the bedside. "It is rather late in the day for us two to meet," he went on, after a brief pause. But perhaps it is better for us to see each other once before I die. I won't speak of your father's quarrel with me. You know all about that, I dare say. We were both in the wrong, very likely, but it has long been too late to undo that. I loved him once, God knows. Yes, there was a day when I loved Richard Treverton dearly. I have heard him say as much, sir, John answered in subdued tones. I regret that he should have quarrelled with you. I regret much more that he should not have sought a reconciliation. Your father was always a proud man, John. Perhaps I liked him all the better for that. Most men in his position would have courted me for the sake of my money. He never did that. It was not in him to do it, sir. He had his faults, I have no doubt, but a sordid nature was not one of them. I know that, answered Jasper Treverton, nor have you ever sought me out, John, or tried to worm yourself into my favour. Yet I suppose you know that you are my sole surviving relative. Yes, sir, I'm quite aware of that. And you have left me in peace, and have been content to take your chance. Well, you will find yourself none the worse off for having respected yourself and not worried me. John Treverton's face flushed, and the beating of his heart quickened again, as it had quickened when Laura Malcolm told him of his kinsman's vow. My death will make you a rich man, returned Jasper, always speaking with a painful effort, and in so low a voice that John was obliged to bend over his pillow in order to hear him. On one condition, a condition which I do not think you will find it difficult to comply with. You are very good, sir, faltered the young man, almost too agitated to speak. Believe me, I had no expectation of this. I dare say not, replied the other. I took a foolish oath some years ago, and bound myself not to leave any fortune to the only creature I really love. To whom else should I leave it, then, but to you, my next of kin? I know nothing against you. I have lived too remote from the world to hear its scandals, and I know not whether you have won good or evil repute among your fellow men. But I do know that you are the son of a man I once loved, and that it will be in your power to carry out my wishes in the spirit, if not in the letter. The rest I trust to Providence. After having said this, the dying man lay back upon the pillows and remained silent for some minutes, resting after the exertion involved in so long a speech. John Treverton waited for him to speak again, waited with tumultuous sense of gladness in his breast, looking round the room now and then. It was a spacious apartment, with handsome antique furniture, and panelled walls hung with old pictures, like those in the dining-room below. Dark green velvet curtains were closely drawn before the three lofty windows, and in the spaces between them there were curious old cabinets of carved ebony, inlaid with silver. John Treverton looked at all these things, which seemed to be his already, after what the dying man had said to him. How different from the home he had left, the shabby genteel London lodging, with its tawdry finery and decrepit chairs and tables. "What do you think of my adopted daughter, John Treverton?" the old man asked presently, turning his dim eyes towards his cousin. The young man hesitated a little before replying. The question had taken him by surprise. His thoughts had been far away from Laura Malcolm. "I think she's very handsome, sir," he said, "and I dare say she's amiable. But I really have had very little opportunity of forming any opinion about the young lady." "No, you have seen nothing of her as yet. You will like her better when you come to know her. I cannot doubt that. Her father and I were warm friends once upon a time. We were at Oxford together, and travelled a good deal in Spain and Italy together, and loved each other well enough, I believe, till circumstances parted us. I need have no shame in owning the cause of our parting now. We loved the same woman, and Stephen Malcolm won her. I thought, whether rightly or wrongly, that I had not been fairly treated in the matter, and Stephen and I parted, never to meet as friends again till Stephen was on his death-bed. The lady jilted him after all, and he did not marry until some years later. When I heard of him next, he was in reduced circumstances. I sought him out, found him in a pitiable condition, and adopted his daughter, an only child, doubly orphaned. I cannot tell you how dear she soon became to me, but I had made an oath I would leave her nothing, and I have not broken that oath, dearly as I love her. But you have made some provision for her future, sir. Yes, I have striven to provide for her future. God grant it may be a happy one. And now call my servant, if you please, John. I have talked a great deal too much as it is. Only one word before I call the man. Let me tell you, sir, that I am grateful, said John Treverton, kneeling down beside the bed, and taking the old man's wasted hand in his. Prove it when I am gone, John, by trying to carry out my wishes. And now, good night. You'd better go to bed. Will you allow me to sit with you for the rest of the night, sir? I have not the least inclination to sleep. No, there would be no use in your sitting up. If I am well enough to see you again in the morning, I will do so. Till then, good-bye. The old man's tone was decisive. John Treverton went out of the room by a door that opened on the gallery. Here he found Jasper Treverton's valet, a grave-looking, grey-haired man, dozing upon a window-seat. He told this man that he was wanted in the sick-room, and then went to the study. Miss Malcolm was still there, sitting in a thoughtful attitude, looking at the fire. "What do you think of him?" she asked, looking up suddenly as John Treverton entered the room. "He does not seem to me so ill as I expected to see him from your account. He has spoken to me with perfect clearness." "I'm very glad of that. He seemed a good deal better after that long sleep. I will ring for Trimmer to show you your room, Mr. Treverton." "Are you not going to bed yourself, Miss Malcolm? It is nearly 3 o'clock." "No, I cannot sleep during this time of suspense. Besides, he may want me at any moment. I shall lie down on that sofa, perhaps, a little before morning." "Have you been keeping watch like this many nights?" "For more than a week. But I am not tired. I think when the mind is so anxious, the body has no capability of feeling fatigue." "You will find the reaction very severe by and by, I fear," Mr. Treverton replied. And Trimmer, the old butler, having appeared by this time with a candle, he wished Miss Malcolm good night. The room to which Trimmer led John Treverton was on the other side of the house, a large room with a comfortable fire blazing on the hearth, and reflecting itself in a border of old Dutch tiles. Late as it was, Mr. Treverton sat by the fire, thinking for a long time before he went to bed. And even when he did lie down under the shadow of the damask curtains that shrouded the gloomy-looking four-post bed, sleep kept aloof from him. His mind was busy with thoughts of triumph and delight, innumerable schemes for the future, selfish ones for the most part, crowded and jostled each other in his brain. It was a feverish night altogether, a night which left him unrefreshed and haggard when the cold wintry light came creeping in between the window curtains, and a great clock in the stable yard struck 8. A countrified-looking young man, a subordinate of the butler's, brought the visitor his shaving water, and, on being questioned, informed him that Mr. Treverton the elder had passed a restless night and was worse that morning. John Treverton dressed quickly and went straight to the study next the invalid's room. He found Laura Malcolm there, looking very wan and pale after her night's watching. She confirmed the young man's statement. Jasper Treverton was much worse. His mind had wandered towards daybreak, and he now seemed to recognize no one. His old friend the vicar had been with him, and had read the prayers for the sick, but the dying man had been able to take no part in them. The end was very near at hand, Laura feared. Mr. Treverton stopped with Miss Malcolm a little while, and then wandered down to the dining-room, where he found an excellent breakfast waiting for him in solitary state. He fancied that the old butler treated him with a peculiar deference, as if aware that he was to be the new master of Treverton Manor. After breakfast he went out into the gardens, which were large and laid out in an old-fashioned style. Straight walks, formal grass plats, and flower beds of geometrical design. John Treverton walked here for some time, smoking his cigar and looking up thoughtfully at the great red brick house with its many windows glittering in the chill January sunshine, and its air of old-world repose. "It will be the beginning of a new life," he said to himself. "I feel myself 10 years younger since my interview with the old man last night. Let me see. I shall be 30 on my next birthday. Young enough to begin life afresh. Old enough to use wealth wisely." This ends Chapter 1 of The Cloven Hoof. Chapter 2 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 2 of The Cloven Foot. Jasper Treverton's Will. Jasper Treverton lingered nearly a week after the coming of his kinsman, a week that seemed interminable to the expectant heir, who could not help wishing the old man would make a speedy end of it. What use was that last remnant of life to him, lying helpless on his bed, restless, weary, and for the greater part of his time delirious? John Treverton saw him for a few minutes, once or twice every day, and looked at him with a sympathizing and appropriate expression of countenance, and did really feel compassionately towards him. But his busy thoughts pressed forward to the time when he should have the handling of that feeble sufferer's wealth, and should be free to begin that new life, bright glimpses whereof shone upon his roving fancy like visions of paradise. After 6 monotonous days, every one of which was exactly like the other for John Treverton, who smoked his solitary cigar in the wintry garden, and ate his solitary meals in the great dining-room, with his mind always filled by that one subject, the inheritance which seemed so nearly within his grasp, the night came upon which Jasper Treverton's feeble hold of life relaxed altogether, and he drifted away to the unknown ocean, with his hand in Laura Malcolm's, and his face turned towards her, with a wan smile upon the faded lips, as he died. After this followed 3 or 4 days of wearisome delay, in which the quiet of the darkened room seemed intolerable to John Treverton, to whom death was an unfamiliar horror. He avoided the house in these days as much as possible, and spent the greater part of his time in long rambles out into the open country, leaving all the arrangements of the funeral to Mr. Clare, the vicar, who'd been Jasper Treverton's closest friend, and to Mr. Sampson, an inhabitant of the village, who'd been the dead man's solicitor. The funeral came at last, a very quiet ceremonial in accordance with Jasper Treverton's expressed desire, and the master of Treverton Manor was laid in the vault where many of his ancestors slept the last long sleep. There was a drizzling rain and a low, lead-colored sky,
beneath which the old churchyard looked unspeakably dismal. But John Treverton's thoughts were far away as he stood by the open grave, while the sublime words of the service fell unheard upon his ear. Tomorrow he would be back in London, most likely, with the consciousness of wealth and power, inaugurating that new life which he thought of so eagerly. He went back to the house, where it was a relief to find the blinds drawn up and the dull grey winter light in the rooms. The will was to be read in the drawing-room, a very handsome room with white and gold panelling, 6 long windows, and a fireplace at each end. Here Mr. Sampson, the lawyer, seated himself at a table to read the will, in the presence of Mr. Clare, the vicar, Laura Malcolm, and the upper servants of the manor house, who took their places in a little group near the door. The will was very simply worded. It commenced with some bequests to the old servants, a small annuity to Andrew Trimmer, the butler, and sums varying from £50 to £200 to the coachmen and women servants. There was a complimentary legacy of 100 guineas to Thomas Sampson, and a bequest of old plate to Theodore Clare, the vicar. After these things had been duly set forth, the testator went on to leave the remainder of his property, real and personal, to his cousin, John Treverton, provided the said John Treverton should marry his dearly beloved adopted daughter, Laura Malcolm, within 1 year of his decease. The estate was to be held in trust during this interval by Theodore Clare and Thomas Sampson, together with all moneys therefrom arising. In the event of this marriage not taking place within the said time, the whole of the estate was to pass into the hands of the said Theodore Clare and the said Thomas Sampson, in trust for the erection of a hospital in the adjacent market town of Beachhampton. Miss Malcolm looked up with a startled expression as the strange bequest was read. John Treverton's face assumed a sudden pallor that was by no means flattering to the lady whose fate was involved in the singular condition which attached to his inheritance. The situation was an awkward one for both. Laura rose directly the reading of the will was finished and left the room without a word. The servants retired immediately after, and John Treverton was left alone with the vicar and the lawyer.
"Allow me to congratulate you, Mr. Treverton," said Thomas Sampson, folding up the will, and coming to the fireplace by which John Treverton was seated. "You will find yourself a very rich man."
"A 12-month hence, Mr. Sampson," the other answered doubtfully, "always provided that Miss Malcolm is willing to accept me for her husband, which she may not be."
"She will scarcely fly in the face of her adopted father's desire, Mr. Treverton."
"I don't know about that. A woman seldom cares for a husband of anyone else's choosing. I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, or to seem ungrateful to my cousin Jasper, from whom I entertained no expectations whatever a week or so ago. But I cannot help thinking he would have done better by dividing his property between Miss Malcolm and myself, leaving us both free." He spoke in a slow, meditative way, and he was pale to the very lips. There was no appearance of triumph or gladness, only an anxious, disappointed expression, which made his handsome face look strangely worn and haggard.
"There are not many men who would think Laura Malcolm an encumbrance to any fortune, Mr. Treverton," said Mr. Clare. "I think you will be happier in the possession of such a wife than in the enjoyment of your cousin's wealth, large as it is."
"In the event of a lady's accepting me as her husband," John Treverton again interposed doubtfully.
"You have an interval of a 12-month in which to win her," replied the vicar, "and things will go hard with you if you fail. I think I can answer for the fact that Miss Malcolm's affections are disengaged. Of course, she, like yourself, is a little startled by the eccentricity of this condition. The position is much more embarrassing for her than for you." John Treverton did not reply to this remark, but there was a very blank look in his face as he stood by the fire listening to the vicar's and the lawyer's praises of his departed kinsman.
"Will Miss Malcolm continue to occupy this house?" he asked presently.
"I scarcely know what her wishes may be," replied Mr. Clare, "but I think it would be well if the house were placed at her disposal. I suppose that we as trustees would have power to make her such an offer, Mr. Sampson, and with Mr. Treverton's concurrence."
"Of course. I concur most heartily in any arrangement that may be agreeable to the young lady," John Treverton said, in rather a mechanical way. "I suppose there's nothing further to detain me here. I can go back to town tomorrow." "Wouldn't you like to go over the estate before you return to London, Mr. Treverton?" asked Thomas Sampson. "It would be just as well for you to see the extent of a property that is pretty sure to be your own. If you don't mind taking things in a plain way, I should be very much pleased by your spending a week or so at my house. There's no one knows the estate better than I do, and I can show you every rood of it." "You're very kind, Mr. Sampson. I shall be glad to accept your hospitality." "That's what I call friendly. When will you come over to us? This evening? We are all to dine together, I believe. Why shouldn't you go home with me after dinner? Your presence here can only embarrass Miss Malcolm." Having accepted the lawyer's invitation, John Treverton did not care how soon his visit took place, so it was agreed that he should walk over to the Laurels with Mr. Sampson that evening after dinner. But before he went, it would be necessary to take some kind of farewell of Laura Malcolm, and the idea of this was now painfully embarrassing to him. It was a thing that must be done, however, and it would be well that it should be done at a seasonable hour. So in the twilight, before dinner, he went up to the study, which he knew was Miss Malcolm's favorite room, and found her there with an open book lying on her lap and a small tea-tray on the table by her side. She looked up at him without any appearance of confusion, but with a very pale, sad face. He seated himself opposite her, and it was some moments before he could find words for the simple announcement he had to make. That calm, beautiful face, turned towards him with a grave, expectant look, embarrassed him more than he could have imagined possible. "I have accepted an invitation from Mr. Sampson to spend a few days with him before I go back to town, and I have come to bid you good-bye, Miss Malcolm," he said at last. "I fancy that at such a time as this it would be pleasanter for you to feel yourself quite alone." "You are very good. I do not suppose I shall stay here many days." "I hope you will stay here altogether. Mr. Sampson and Mr. Clare, the trustees, wish it very much. I do not think that I have much power in the affair, but believe me, it is my earnest desire that you should not be in a hurry to leave your old home." "You are very good. I do not think I could stay here alone in this dear old house, where I have been so happy. I know some respectable people in the village who let lodgings. I think I would rather move to their house as soon as my trunks are packed. I have plenty to live upon, you know, Mr. Treverton. The £6,000 your cousin gave me yields an income of over 200 a year." "You must consult your own wishes, Miss Malcolm. I cannot presume to interfere with your views, anxious as I am for your welfare." This was about as much as he would venture to say at this early stage of affairs. He felt his position indescribably awkward, and he wondered at Laura Malcolm's composure. What ought he to say or do? What could he say that would not seem dictated by the most sordid motive? What disinterested feeling could there ever arise between these two, who were bound together by their common interest in a great estate, who met as strangers to find themselves suddenly dependent upon each other's caprice? "I may call upon you before I leave Hazelhurst, may I not, Miss Malcolm?" he asked presently, with a kind of desperation. "I shall be happy to see you whenever you call." "You are very kind. I'll not intrude on you any longer this evening, for I am sure you must want quiet and perfect rest. I must go down to dinner with Mr. Sampson and the vicar. Rather a dreary kind of entertainment, I fear it will be. Good-bye." He offered her his hand for the first time since they had met.
Hers was very cold, and trembled a little as she gave it to him. He detained it rather longer than he was justified in doing, and looked at her for the first time with something like tender pity in his eyes. Yes, she was very pretty. He would have liked her face better without that expression of coldness and pride, but he could not deny that she was beautiful, and he felt that any young man might be proud to win such a woman for his wife. He did not see his own way to winning her, however, and it seemed to him as if the fortune he had so built upon during all his reveries lately was now removed very far out of his reach. The dinner was not such a dismal feast as he had imagined it would be. People are apt to accustom themselves very easily to an old friend's removal, and the vicar and the lawyer seemed tolerably cheerful about their departed neighbour. They discussed his little eccentricities, his virtues, and his foibles, in an agreeable spirit, and did ample justice to his claret, of which, however, Mr. Clare said he'd never been quite so good a judge as he had believed himself to be. They sat for a couple of hours over their dessert, sipping some Burgundy, of which Jasper Treverton had been especially proud, and John Treverton was the only one of the three who seemed troubled by gloomy thoughts. It was 10 o'clock when Mr. Sampson proposed an adjournment to his own abode. He sent a little note home to his sister before dinner, telling her of Mr. Treverton's intended visit, and had ordered a fly from the inn, in which vehicle he and his guest drove to the Laurels, a trim, bright-looking, modern house, with small rooms which were the very pink of neatness, so neat and new-looking, indeed, that John Treverton fancied they could never have been lived in, and that the furniture must have been sent home from the upholsterer that very day. Thomas Sampson was a young man and a bachelor. He had inherited an excellent business from his father, and had done a good deal to improve it himself, having a considerable capacity for getting on in life and an ardent love of money-making. He had one sister who lived with him. She was tolerably good-looking in a pale, insipid way, with eyes of a cold light blue and straight, silky hair of a nondescript brown. This young lady, whose name was Eliza, welcomed John Treverton with much politeness. There were not many men in the neighbourhood of Hazelhurst who could have borne comparison with that splendid, military-looking stranger, and Miss Sampson, who did not yet know the terms of Jasper Treverton's will, supposed that this handsome young man was now master of the manor and all its dependencies. For his sake she had bestowed considerable pains on the adornment of the spare bedroom, which she had embellished with more fanciful pincushions and ring-stands and Bohemian glass scent bottles than are consistent with the masculine idea of comfort. For his gratification also she had ordered a reckless expenditure of coals in the keeping up of a blazing fire in the same smartly furnished chamber, which looked unspeakably small and mean to the eyes of John Treverton after the spacious rooms at the manor house. "I know of a room that will look meaner still," he said to himself, "for this, at least, is clean and neat." He went to bed and slept better than he had done for many nights. But his dreams were full of Laura Malcolm. He dreamt that they were being married, and that as she stood beside him at the altar, her face changed in some strange, ghastly way into another face, a face he knew only too well. This ends Chapter 2 of The Cloven Foot. Chapter 3 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 3 of The Cloven Foot. A Mysterious Visitor. The next day was fine, and Mr. Sampson and his visitor set out in a dog-cart directly after breakfast on a tour of inspection. They got over a good deal of ground between an 8 o'clock breakfast and a 6 o'clock dinner, and John Treverton had the pleasure of surveying many of the broad acres that were in all probability to be his own. But the farms which lay within a drive of Hazelhurst did not constitute a third of Jasper Treverton's possessions. Mr. Sampson told his companion that the estates were worth about 11,000 a year altogether, besides which there was an income of about 3,000 more accruing from money in the funds. The old man had begun life with only 6,000 a year, but some of his land bordered closely on the town of Beachhampton, and had developed from agricultural land into building land in a manner that had increased its value sevenfold. He had lived quietly, and had added to his estate year after year by fresh purchases and investments until it reached its present amount. To hear of such wealth was like some dream of fairyland to John Treverton. Mr. Sampson spoke of it as if, to all intents and purposes, it were already in the other's possession. His sound legal mind could not conceive the possibility of any sentimental objection on the part of either the gentleman or the lady to the carrying out of a condition which was to secure the possession of that noble estate to both. Of course, in due time Mr. Treverton would make Miss Malcolm a formal offer, and she would accept him. Idiocy so abject on the part of either the gentleman or the lady as a refusal to comply with so easy a condition was scarcely within the limits of human folly. Looking at the matter from this point of view, Mr. Sampson was surprised to perceive a certain air of gloom and despondency about his companion, which seemed quite unnatural to a man in his position. John Treverton's eye kindled with a gleam of triumph as he gazed across the broad, bare fields which the lawyer showed him. But in the next minute his face grew sombre again, and he listened to the description of the property with an absent air that was inexplicable to Thomas Sampson. The solicitor ventured to say as much by and by, when they were driving homeward through the winter dusk. "Well, you see, my dear Sampson, there's many a slip between the cup and the lip," John Treverton answered, with that light, airy tone which most people found particularly agreeable. "I must confess that the manner in which this estate has been left is rather a disappointment to me. My cousin Jasper told me that his death would make me a rich man. Instead of this, I find myself with a blank year of waiting before me, and with my chances of coming into possession of his fortune entirely dependent upon the whims and caprices of a young lady." "You don't suppose for a moment that Miss Malcolm will refuse you?" John Treverton was so long before he answered this question that the lawyer presently repeated it in a louder tone, fancying that it had not been heard upon the first occasion. "Do I think she'll refuse me?" repeated Mr. Treverton, in rather an absent tone. "Well, I don't know about that. Women are apt to have romantic notions on the money question. She has enough to live upon, you see. She told me as much last night, and she may prefer to marry someone else. The very terms of this will are calculated to set a high-spirited girl against me. But she would know that in refusing you, she would deprive you of the estate and frustrate the wishes of her friend and benefactor. She'd scarcely be so ungrateful as to do that. Depend upon it, she'll consider it her duty to accept you. Not a very unpleasant duty either, to marry a man with 14,000 a year. Upon my word, Mr. Treverton, you seem to have a very poor opinion of yourself when you imagine the possibility of Laura Malcolm refusing you." John Treverton made no reply to this remark, and was silent during the rest of the drive. His spirits improved, or seemed to improve a little at dinner, however, and he did his best to make himself agreeable to his host and hostess. Miss Sampson thought him the most agreeable man she had ever met, especially when he consented to sit down to chess with her after dinner, and from utter listlessness and absence of mind allowed her to win 3 games running. "What do you think of Miss Malcolm, Mr. Treverton?" she asked by and by, as she was pouring out the tea. "You mustn't ask Mr. Treverton any questions on that subject, Eliza," said her brother with a laugh. "Why not?" "For a reason which I am not at liberty to discuss." "Oh, indeed," said Miss Sampson, with a sudden tightening of her thin lips. "I had no idea, at least I thought, that Laura Malcolm was almost a stranger to Mr. Treverton." "And you're quite right in your supposition, Miss Sampson," answered John Treverton,
nor is there any reason why the subject should be tabooed. I think Miss Malcolm very handsome, and that her manner is remarkable for grace and dignity, and that is all I am able to think about her at present, for we are, as you say, almost strangers to each other. As far as I could judge, she seemed to me to be warmly attached to my cousin Jasper." Eliza Sampson shook her head rather contemptuously.
"She had reason to be fond of him," she said. "Of course, you are aware that she was completely destitute when he brought her home, and her family were, I believe, a very disreputable set."
"I fancy you must be mistaken, Miss Sampson," John Treverton answered, with some warmth. "My cousin Jasper told me that Stephen Malcolm had been his friend and fellow student at the university. He may have died poor, but I heard nothing which implied that he had fallen into disreputable courses."
"Oh, really," said Miss Sampson. "Of course you know best, and no doubt whatever your cousin told you was correct. But to tell the truth, Miss Malcolm has never been a favorite of mine. There's a reserve about her that I've never been able to get over. I know the gentlemen admire her very much, but I don't think she'll ever have many female friends. And what is of so much consequence to a young woman as a female friend?" concluded the lady sententiously.
"Oh, the gentlemen admire her very much, do they?" repeated John Treverton. "I suppose, then, she has had several opportunities of marrying already."
"I don't know about that, but I know of one man who is over head and ears in love with her."
"Would it be any breach of confidence on your part to say who the gentleman is?"
"Oh, dear, no. I found out the secret for myself, I assure you. Miss Malcolm has never condescended to tell me anything about her affairs. It is Edward Clare, the vicar's son. I've seen them a good deal together. He used to be always making some excuse for dropping in at the manor house to talk to Mr. Treverton about old books and papers for the Archaeological Society and so on, and anybody could see that it was for Miss Malcolm's sake he spent so much of his time there."
"Do you think she cared about him?"
"Goodness knows. There's no getting at what she thinks about anyone. I did once ask her the question, but she turned it off in her cold, haughty way, saying that she liked Mr. Clare as a friend, and all that kind of thing."
Thomas Sampson had looked rather uneasy during this conversation. "You mustn't listen to my sister's foolish gossip, Treverton," he said. "It's hard enough to keep women from talking scandal anywhere, but in such a place as this they seem to have nothing else to do." John Treverton had taken his part in this conversation with a keener interest than he was prepared to acknowledge himself capable of feeling upon the subject of Laura Malcolm. What was she to him, that he should feel such a jealous anger against this unknown Edward Clare? Were not all his most deeply rooted feelings in her disfavor? Was she not rendered unspeakably obnoxious to him by the terms of his kinsman's will? "There's something about that man's mind, Eliza," said Mr. Sampson, as he stood upon the hearth-rug, warming himself in a thoughtful manner before the fire for a few minutes, after his guest had gone to bed. "Mark my words, Eliza, there's something on John Treverton's mind."
"What makes you think so, Tom?"
"Because he's not a bit elated about the property that he has come into, or will come into in a year's time. And it isn't in human nature for a man to come into 14,000 a year, which he never expected to inherit, and take it as coolly as this man takes it."
"What do you mean by a year's time, Tom? Hasn't he got the estate now?"
"No, Eliza, that's the rub." And Mr. Sampson went on to explain to his sister the terms of Jasper Treverton's will, duly warning her that she was not to communicate her knowledge of the subject to anyone on pain of his lasting displeasure. Thomas Sampson was too busy next day to devote himself to his guest, so John Treverton went for a long ramble, with a map of the Treverton Manor estate in his pocket. He skirted many a broad field of arable and pasture land, and stood at the gates of farmhouse gardens, looking at the snug homesteads, the great barns and haystacks, the lazy cattle standing knee-deep in the litter of a straw-yard, and wondering whether he should ever be master of these things. He walked a long way, and came home with a slow step and a thoughtful air in the twilight. About a mile from Hazelhurst he emerged from a narrow lane onto a common, across which there was a path leading to the village. As he came out of this lane he saw the figure of a lady in mourning a little way before him. Something in the carriage of the head struck him as familiar. He hurried after the lady, and found himself walking beside Laura Malcolm. "You are out rather late, Miss Malcolm," he said, not knowing very well what to say. "It gets dark so quickly at this time of the year. I have been to see some people at Thorley, about 1.5 miles from here." "You do a great deal of visiting among the poor, I suppose?" "Yes, I have been always accustomed to spend 2 or 3 days a week amongst them. They've come to know me very well, and to understand me, and, much as people are apt to complain of the poor, I have found them both grateful and affectionate." John Treverton looked at her thoughtfully. She had a bright colour in her cheeks this evening, a rosy tint which lighted up her dark eyes with a brilliancy he'd never seen in them before. He walked by her side all the way back to Hazelhurst, talking first about the villagers she had been visiting, and afterwards about her adopted father, whose loss she seemed to feel deeply. Her manner this evening appeared perfectly frank and natural, and when John Treverton parted from her at the gates of the manor house, it was with the conviction that she was no less charming than she was beautiful. And yet he gave a short, impatient sigh as he turned away from the great iron gates to walk to the laurels, and it was only by an effort that he kept up an appearance of cheerfulness through the long evening, in the society of the 2 Sampsons and a bluff, red-cheeked gentleman farmer who'd been invited to dinner, and to take a hand in a friendly rubber afterwards. John Treverton spent the following day in the dog-cart with Mr. Sampson, inspecting more farms, and getting a clearer idea of the extent and nature of the Treverton property that lay within a drive of Hazelhurst. He told his host that he would be compelled to go back to town by an early train on the next morning. After dinner that evening Mr. Sampson had occasion to retire to his office for an hour's work upon some important piece of business. So John Treverton, not very highly appreciating the privilege of a prolonged tete-a-tete with the fair Eliza, put on his hat and went out of doors to smoke a cigar in the village street. Some fancy, he scarcely knew what, led him towards the manor house, perhaps because the lane outside the high garden wall at the side of the house was a quiet place for the smoking of a meditative cigar. In this solitary lane he paced for some time, coming round to the iron gates 2 or 3 times to look across the park-like grounds at the front of the house, whose closely shuttered windows showed no ray of light. "I wonder if I could be a happy man," he asked himself, "as the master of that house, with a beautiful wife and an ample fortune. There was a time when I fancied I could only exist in the stir and bustle of a London life, but perhaps, after all, I should not make a bad country gentleman if I were happy." On going back to the lane after one of these meditative pauses before the iron gates, John Treverton was surprised to find that he was no longer alone there. A tall man, wrapped in a loose greatcoat, and with the lower part of his face hidden in the folds of a woolen scarf, was walking slowly to and fro before a narrow little wooden door in the garden wall. In that uncertain light, and with so much of his face hidden by the brim of his hat and the folds of his scarf, it was impossible to tell what this man was like. But John Treverton looked at him with a very suspicious feeling as he passed him near the garden door and walked on to the end of the lane. When he turned back, he was surprised to see that the door was open and that the man was standing on the threshold, talking to someone within. He went quickly back in order to see, if possible, who this someone was, and as he came closer to the garden door he heard a voice that he knew very well indeed, the voice of Laura Malcolm. "There is no fear of our being interrupted," she said. "I would rather talk to you in the garden." The man seemed to hesitate a little, muttered something about the servants, and then went into the garden, the door of which was immediately shut. John Treverton was almost petrified by this circumstance. Who could this man be whom Miss Malcolm admitted to her presence in this stealthy manner? Who could he be except some secret lover, some suitor she knew to be unworthy of her, and whose visit she was fain to receive in this ignoble fashion? The revelation was unspeakably shocking to John Treverton, but he could in no other manner account for the incident which he had just witnessed. He lit another cigar, determined to wait in the lane till the man came out again. He walked up and down for about 20 minutes, at the end of which time the garden door was reopened, and the stranger emerged and walked hastily away, John following him at a respectable distance. He went to an inn not far from the manor house, where there was a gig waiting for him, with a man nodding sleepily over the reins. He jumped lightly into the vehicle, took the reins from the man's hands, and drove away at a smart pace, very much to the discomfiture of Mr. Treverton, who had not been able to see his face, and who had no means of tracing him any further. He did indeed go into the little inn and call for soda water and brandy, in order to have an excuse for asking who the gentleman was who had just driven away. But the innkeeper knew nothing more than that the gig had stopped before his door half an hour or so, and that the horse had had a mouthful of hay.
"The man stopped with the horse and gig, came in for a glass of brandy to take out to the gentleman," he said, "but I didn't see the gentleman's face."
John Treverton went back to the Laurels after this, very ill at ease. He determined to see Miss Malcolm next morning before he left Hazelhurst, in order, if possible, to find out something about this mysterious reception of the unknown individual in the loose coat. He made his plans, therefore, for going to London by an afternoon train, and at 1 o'clock presented himself at the manor house. Miss Malcolm was at home, and he was ushered once more into the study where he had first seen her. He told her of his intended departure, an announcement which was not calculated to surprise her very much, as he had told her the same thing when they met on the common. They talked a little of indifferent subjects, she with perfect ease of manner, he with evident embarrassment, and then, after rather an awkward pause, he began, "Oh, by the way, Miss Malcolm, there is a circumstance which I think it is my duty to mention to you. It is perhaps of less importance than I am inclined to attach to it, but in a lonely country house like this one cannot be too careful. I was out walking rather late last night, smoking my solitary cigar, and I happened to pass through the lane at the side of these grounds." He paused a moment. Laura Malcolm gave a perceptible start, and he fancied that she was paler than she'd been before he began to speak of this affair. But her eyes met his with a steady, inquiring look, and never once faltered in their gaze as he went on. "I saw a tall man, very much muffled up in an overcoat and neckerchief, with his face quite hidden, in fact, walking up and down before the little door in the wall, and 5 minutes afterwards I was surprised by seeing the door opened and the man admitted to the garden. The secret kind of way in which the thing was done was calculated to alarm anyone interested in the inmates of this house. I concluded, of course, that it was one of the servants who admitted some follower of her own in this clandestine manner." He could not meet Laura Malcolm's eyes quite steadily as he said this, but the calm scrutiny of hers never changed. It was John Treverton who faltered and looked down. "Some follower of her own," Miss Malcolm repeated. "You know, then, that the person who let the stranger into the garden was a woman?" "Yes," he answered, not a little startled by her self-possession. "I heard a woman's voice. I took the trouble to follow the man when he came out again, and I discovered that he was a stranger to this place, a fact which, of course, makes the affair so much the more suspicious. I know that robberies are generally managed by collusion with some servant, and I know that the property in this house is of a kind to attract the attention of professional burglars. I considered it, therefore, my duty to inform you of what I had seen." "You are very good, but I can fortunately set your mind quite at rest with regard to the plate and other valuables in this house. The man you saw last night is not a burglar, and it was I who admitted him to the garden." "Indeed?" "Yes, he is a relation of mine, who wished to see me without making his appearance here the subject of gossip among the Hazelhurst people. He wrote to me, telling me that he was about to travel through this part of the country, and asking me to give him a private interview. It suited his humour best to come to this place after dark, and to leave it unobserved, as he thought. I trust you will not think me intrusive for having spoken of this subject, Miss Malcolm. Not at all. It was natural you should be interested in the welfare of the house. And in yours. I hope that you will believe that was nearer my thoughts than any sordid fears as to the safety of the old plate and pictures. Now that I am leaving Hazelhurst, Miss Malcolm, may I venture to ask your plans for the future? They are scarcely worth the name of plans. I intend moving from this house to the lodgings I spoke of the other day. That is all. Don't you think you will find living alone very dull? Would it not be better for you to go into a school, or some place where you could have society? I have thought of that, but I don't fancy I should quite like the monotonous routine of a school. I am prepared to find my life a little dull, but I am very fond of this place, and am not without friends here. I can quite imagine that. You ought to have many friends in Hazelhurst. But I have not many friends. I have not the knack of forming friendships. There are only 2 or 3 people in the world whose regard I feel sure of, or who seem to understand me. I hope your heart is not quite inaccessible to new claims. There is a subject which I dare not speak of just yet, which it might be cruel to urge upon you at a time when I know your mind is full of grief for the dead. But when the fitting time does come, I trust I may not find my case quite hopeless. He spoke with a hesitation which seemed strange in so experienced a man of the world. Laura Malcolm looked up at him with the same steady gaze with which her eyes had met his when he spoke of the incident of the previous night. When the fitting time comes, you will find me ready to act in obedience to the wishes of my benefactor, she answered quietly. I do not consider that the terms of his will are calculated to secure happiness for either of us, but I loved him too dearly, I respect his memory too sincerely to place myself in opposition to his plans. Why should not our happiness be secured by that will, Laura? John Treverton asked, with sudden tenderness. Is there no hope that I may ever win your love? She shook her head sadly. Love very seldom grows out of a position such as ours, Mr. Treverton. We may prove a happy exception to the general rule. But I said I would not talk of the subject today. I only wish you to believe that I am not altogether mercenary, that I would rather forego this fortune than force a hateful alliance upon you. Miss Malcolm made no reply to the speech, and after a few minutes' talk about indifferent subjects, John Treverton wished her good-bye. She would accept me, he said to himself as he left the house. Her words seemed to imply as much. The rest remains with me. The ice has been broken, at any rate. But who can that man be, and why did he visit her in such a secret, ignominious manner? If we were differently circumstanced, if I loved her, I should insist upon a fuller explanation. He went back to the Laurels to bid his friends the Sampsons good-bye. The lawyer was ready to drive him over to the station, and made him promise to run down to Hazelhurst again as soon as he was able, and to make the Laurels his headquarters on that and all other occasions. You'll have plenty of love-making to do between this and the end of the year, Mr. Sampson said, facetiously. He was in very good spirits, having that morning made an advance of money to Mr. Treverton on extremely profitable terms, and he felt a personal interest in that gentleman's courtship and marriage. John Treverton went back to town in almost as thoughtful a mood as that in which he had made the journey to Hazelhurst. Plan his course as he might, there was a dangerous coast ahead of him, which he doubted his ability to navigate. Very far away gleamed the lights of the harbor, but between that harbor and the frail bark that carried his fortunes, how many shoals and rocks there were whose perils he must encounter before he could lie safe at anchor. This ends Chapter 3 of The Cloven Foot. Chapter 4 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 4 of The Cloven Foot, Chicot. About this time there appeared among the multifarious placard which adorned the dead walls and hoardings and railway arches and waste spaces of London one mystical dissyllable which was to be seen everywhere. Chicot, in gigantic yellow capitals on a black ground. The dullest eye must needs see it, the slowest mind must needs be stirred with vague wonder. Chicot, what does it mean? Was it a name or a thing, a common or a proper noun, something to eat or something to wear, a quack medicine for humanity or an ointment to cure the cracked heels of horses? Was it a new vehicle, a patent cab designed to supersede the world-renowned hansom, or a new machine for cutting up turnips and mangold wurzel? Was it the name of a new periodical? Chicot. There was something taking in the sound. 2 short, crisp syllables tripping lightly off the tongue. Chicot. The street Arab shouted the word as a savage cry, neither knowing nor caring what it meant. But before those 6-sheet posters had lost their pristine freshness, most of the fast young men about London, the medical students and article clerks, the dapper gentlemen at the War Office, the homelier youths from Somerset House, the shining-hatted city swells who came westward as the sun sloped to his rest, knew all about Chicot. Chicot was Mademoiselle Chicot, première danseuse at the Royal Prince Frederick Theatre and Music Hall, and she was, according to the highest authorities on the Stock Exchange and in the War Office, quite the handsomest woman in London. Her dancing was distinguished for its audacity rather than for high art. She was no follower of the Taglioni school of saltation. The grace, the refinement, the chaste beauties of that bygone age were unknown to her. She would have mocked herself of you if you had talked to her about the poetry of motion. But for flying bounds across the stage, for wild pirouettings on tiptoe, for the free use of the loveliest arms in creation, for a bold backward curve of a full white throat more perfect than ever sculptor gave his marble bacchanal, Chicot was unrivaled. She was thoroughly French, of that there was no doubt. She was no scion of the English houses of Brown, Jones, or Robinson, born and bred in a London back slum, and christened plain Sarah or Mary, to be sophisticated later into Celestine or Mariette. Zaire Chicot was a weed grown on Gallic soil. All that there was of the most Parisian, Chicot called herself, but her accent and many of her turns of phrase belied her, and to the enlightened ear of her compatriots betrayed her provincial origin. The loyal and pious province of Brittany claimed the honor of Chicot's birth. Her innocent childhood had been spent among the fig-trees and saintly shrines of Auray. Not till her 19th year had she seen the long, dazzling boulevards stretching into unfathomable distance before her eyes, the multitudinous lamps, the fairy-like kiosks, all infinitely grander and more beautiful than the square of Du Guesclin at Dinant, illuminated with 10,000 lampions on a festival night. Here in Paris, life seemed an endless festival. Paris is a mighty schoolmaster, a grand enlightener of the provincial intellect. Paris taught Chicot that she was beautiful. Paris taught Chicot that it was pleasanter to whirl and bound among serried ranks of other Chicots in the fairy spectacle of a sleeping beauty, or the hart with the golden collar, clad in scantiest drapery, but sparkling with golden spangles, with her hair flowing wild as a Maenad's, and satin boots at 2 Napoleons the pair, than to toil among laundresses on the quay. Chicot had come to Paris to get her living, and she got it very pleasantly for herself as a member of the corps de ballet. a cipher in the sum total of those splendid fairy spectacles, but a cipher whose superb eyes and luxuriant hair, whose statuesque figure and youthful freshness did not fail to attract the notice of individuals. She was soon known as the belle of the ballet, and speedily made herself obnoxious to the principal dancers, who resented her superior charms as an insolence, and took every occasion to snub her. But while her own sex was unkind, the sterner sex showed itself gentle to la belle Chicot. The ballet master taught her steps which he taught to none other of the sisterhood under his tuition. He made opportunities for giving her a solo dance now and then. He pushed her to the front, and at his advice she migrated from a large house where she was nobody to a smaller house in the students' quarter, a popular little theatre on the left bank of the Seine, amidst a labyrinth of narrow streets and tall houses, between the School of Medicine and the Sorbonne, where she soon became everybody. "C'était le plus gentil de mes rats," cried the ballet master regretfully, when la Chicot had been tempted away. "Cette petite ira loin," said the manager, vexed with himself for having let his handsomest coryphée slip through his fingers. "Elle a du chien." At the students' theatre it was that la Chicot met with her fate, or, in other words, it was here that her husband first saw her. He was an Englishman, leading a rather wild life in the students' quarter of Paris, living from hand to mouth, very poor, very clever, very badly qualified to get his own living. He was gifted with those versatile talents which rarely come to a focus or achieve any important result. He painted, he etched, he sang, he played on 3 or 4 instruments with taste and fancy, but little technical skill. He wrote for the comic papers, but the comic papers generally rejected or neglected his contributions. If he had invented a lucifer match, or originated an improvement in the sewing machine, he might have carved his way to fortune. But these drawing-room accomplishments of his hardly served to keep him from starving. Not a very eligible suitor, one would imagine, for a young lady from the provinces who wished to make a great figure in life. But he was handsome, well-bred, with that unmistakable air of gentle birth which neither poverty nor bohemianism can destroy, and in the opinion of la Chicot, the most fascinating man she had ever seen. In a word, he admired the lovely ballet dancer, and the ballet dancer adored him. It was an infatuation on both sides, his first great passion and hers. Both were strong in their faith in their own talents and the future. Both believed that they had only to live in order to become rich and famous. La Chicot was not of a calculating temper. She was fond of money, but only of money to spend in the immediate present, money for fine dresses, good dinners, wine that foamed and sparkled, and plenty of promenading in hired carriages in the Bois de Boulogne. Money for the future, for sickness, for old age, for the innumerable necessities of life, she never thought of. Without ever having read Horace, or perhaps ever having heard of his existence, she was profoundly Horatian in her philosophy. To snatch the pleasure of the day and let tomorrow take care of itself was the beginning and end of her wisdom. She loved the young Englishman, and she married him, knowing that he had not a Napoleon beyond the coin that was to pay for their wedding dinner, utterly reckless as to the consequences of their marriage, and as ignorant and unreasoning in her happiness as a child. To have a handsome man, a gentleman by birth and education, for her lover and slave, to have the one man who had ensnared her fancy tied to her apron string forever, this was la Chicot's notion of happiness. She was a strong-minded young woman, who to this point had made her way in life unaided by relatives or friends, uncared for, uncounseled, untaught, a mere straw upon the tide of life, but not without a fixed idea of her own as to where she wanted to drift. She desired no guardianship from a husband. She did not expect him to work for her or support her. She was quite resigned to the idea that she was to be the breadwinner. This child of the people set a curious value upon the name gentleman. The fact that her husband belonged to a superior race made up, in her mind, for a great many shortcomings. That he should be variable, reckless, a creature of fits and starts, beginning a picture with zeal in the morning, to throw it aside with disgust in the evening, seemed only natural. That was race. Could you put a hunter to the same kind of work which the patient pack-horse performs without a symptom of revolt? Chicot hugged the notion of her husband's superiority to that drudging herd from which she had sprung. His very vices were, in her mind, virtues. They were married, and as Chicot was a person of some importance in her own small world, while the young Englishman had done nothing to distinguish himself, the husband came somehow to be known by the name of the wife, and was spoken of everywhere as Monsieur Chicot. It was an odd kind of life which these two led in their meagrely furnished rooms, on the third floor of a dingy house in a dingy street of a student's quarter. An odd, improvident, dissipated life, in which night was turned into day, and money spent like water, and nothing desired or obtained out of existence except pleasure, the gross sensual pleasures of dining and drinking, the wilder pleasure of play and moonlight drives in the Bois, the Sabbath delights of free and easy rambles in rural neighborhoods beside the silvery Seine on the long summer days, when a luxurious idler could rise at noon without feeling the effort too hard a trial, winding up always with a dinner at some rustic house of entertainment, where there was a vine-curtained arbor that one could dine in, and where one could see the dinner being cooked in a kitchen with a wide window opening on yard and garden, and hear the balls clicking in the low-ceiled billiard-room. There were winter Sundays when it seemed scarcely worth one's while to get up at all, till the scanty measure of daylight had run out, and the gas was aflame on the boulevards, and it was time to think of where one should dine. So the Chicots spent the first 2 years of their married life, and it may be supposed that an existence of this kind quite absorbed Madame Chicot's salary, and that there was no surplus to be put by for a rainy day. Had Chicot inhabited a world in which rain and foul weather were unknown, she could not have troubled herself less about the possibilities of the future. She earned her money gaily and spent it royally, domineered over her husband on the strength of her superb beauty, basked in the sunshine of temporary prosperity, drank more champagne than was good for her constitution or her womanhood, grew a shade coarser every year, never opened a book or cultivated her mind in the smallest degree, scorned all the refinements of life, looked upon picturesque scenes and rustic landscapes as a fitting background for the riot and drunkenness of a Bohemian picnic, and as good for nothing else, never crossed the threshold of a church or held out her hand in an act of charity, lived for herself and her own pleasure, and had no more conscience than the butterflies, and less sense of duty than the birds. If Jacques Chicot had any compunction about the manner in which he and his wife were living, and the way they spent their money, he did not give any expression to his qualms of conscience. It may be that he was restrained by a false sense of delicacy, and that he considered his wife had a right to do what she liked with her own. His own earnings were small and intermittent: a watercolor sketch sold to the dealers, a dramatic criticism accepted by the director of a popular journal. Money that came so irregularly went as it came. "Jack comes to have sold a picture," cried the wife. "That great impostor of mine has taken it into his head to work. Let us go and dine at the Red Mill. Jack shall make the cost." And then it was but to whistle for a couple of light open carriages, which, in this city of pleasure, stand in every street, tempting the idler to excursionize, to call together the half-dozen chosen friends of the moment, and away to the favorite restaurant to order a private room and a little dinner, bien soigné, and one's particular brand of champagne, and then hey for a drive in the merry greenwood, while the marmitons are perspiring over their casseroles, and anon back to a noisy feast, eaten in the open air, perhaps, under the afternoon sunshine. For Chicot has to be at her theatre before 7, since at 8 old Bohemian Paris will be waiting, eager and open-mouthed, to see the dancer with wild eyes and floating hair come bounding onto the stage. Chicot was growing more and more like a Thracian Maenad as time went on. Her dancing was more audacious, her gestures more electrical. There was a kind of inspiration in those wild movements, but it was the inspiration of a bacchante, not the calm grace of dryad or sea nymph. You could fancy her whirling around Pentheus, mixed with the savage throng of her sister Maenads, thirsting for vengeance and murder, a creature to be beheld from afar with wondering admiration, but a being to be shunned by all lovers of peaceful lives and tranquil paths. Those who knew her best used to speak pretty freely about her in the second year of her wedded life, and her third season at the Théâtre des Étudiants.
Chicot begins to drink like a fish, said Antoine of the orchestra to Gilbert, who played the comic fathers. I wonder whether she beats her husband when she has had too much champagne.
They lead but a cat-and-dog sort of life, I believe, answered the comedian. One day all sunshine, the next stormy weather. Reyna, the painter, who has a room on the same story, tells me that it sometimes hails cups and saucers and empty champagne bottles when the weather is stormy in the Chicot domicile. But those two are desperately fond of each other all the same.
I should not appreciate such fondness, said the fiddler. When I marry, it will not be for beauty. I would not have as handsome a wife as Chicot if I could have her for the asking. A woman of that stamp is created to be the torment of a husband's life. I find that this Jack is not the fellow he used to be before he married. C'est un garçon bémollissé par le mariage.
When the Chicot had been man and wife for about 3 years, a long apprenticeship of bliss or woe, the lady's power of attracting an audience to the little theatre in the students' quarter began visibly to wane. The parterre grew thin, the students yawned or talked to each other in loud whispers while the dancer was executing her most brilliant steps. Even her beauty had ceased to charm. The habitués of the theatre knew that beauty by heart.
C'est cliché comme une tartine de journal, said one. C'est connu comme le dôme des Invalides, said another. C'est la fatigue. On commence à se désillusionner sur Chicot.
Chicot saw the decline of her star, and that lively temper of hers, which had been growing more and more impulsive during the last 3 years, took reverse of fortune in no good spirit. She used to come home from the theatre in diabolical humour, after having danced to empty benches and a languid audience, and Jacques Chicot had to pay the cost. She would quarrel with him about a straw, a nothing, on these occasions. She abused the students who stayed away from the theatre in roundest and strongest phraseology. She was still more angry with those who came and did not applaud. She upbraided Jack for his helplessness. Was there ever such a husband? He could not advance her interests in the smallest degree. Had she married anyone else, one of those little gentlemen who wrote for the papers, for instance, she would have been engaged at one of the boulevard theatres before now. She would be the rage among the best people in Paris. She would be earning thousands. But her husband had no influence with managers or newspapers, not enough to get a puff paragraph inserted in the lowest of the little journals. It was desolating. This upbraiding was not without its effect upon Jacques Chicot. He was a good-tempered fellow by nature, prone to take life easily. In all their quarrels it was his wife who took the leading part. When the cups and saucers and empty bottles went flying, she was the Jove who hurled those thunderbolts. Jack was too brave to strike a woman, too proud to lower himself to the level of his wife's degradation. He suffered and was silent. He'd found out his mistake long ago. The delusion had been brief, the repentance was long. He knew that he'd bound himself to a low-born, low-bred fury. He knew that his only chance of escaping suicide was to shut his eyes to his surroundings and to take what pleasure he could out of a disreputable existence. His wife's reproaches stung him into activity. He wrote 6 letters to old friends in London, men more or less connected with the press or the theatres, asking them to get Chicot an engagement. In these letters he wrote of her only as a clever woman in whose career he was interested. He shrank curiously from acknowledging her as his wife. He took care to enclose cuttings from the Parisian journals in which the dancer's beauty and chic, talent and originality were lauded. The result of his trouble on his part was a visit from Mr. Smolendo, the enterprising proprietor of the Prince Frederick Theatre, who'd come to Paris in search of novelty, and the engagement of Mademoiselle Chicot for that place of entertainment. Mr. Smolendo had been going in strongly for ballet of late. His scenery, his machinery, his limelight and dresses were among the best to be seen in London. Everybody went to the Prince Frederick. It had begun its career as a music hall, and had only lately been licensed as a theatre. There was a flavor of bohemianism about the house, but it only gave a zest to the entertainment. All the most notorious Parisian successes in the way of spectacular drama, all the fairy extravaganzas and demon ballets and comic operettas were reproduced by Mr. Smolendo at the Prince Frederick. He knew where to find the prettiest actresses, the best dancers, the freshest voices. His chorus and his ballet were the most perfect in London. In a word, Mr. Smolendo had discovered the secret of dramatic success. He had found out that perfection always pays. La Chicot's beauty was startling and incontestable. There could not be two opinions about that. Her dancing was eccentric and clever. Mr. Smolendo had seen much better dancing from more carefully trained dancers, but what La Chicot wanted in training, she made up for with dash and audacity.
She won't last many seasons. She's like one of those high-stepping horses that knock themselves to pieces in a year or two, Mr. Smolendo said to himself. But she'll take the town by storm, and she'll draw better for her first 3 seasons than any star I've had since I began management.
La Chicot was delighted at being engaged by a London manager who offered her a better salary than she was getting at the Students' Theatre. She did not like the idea of London, which she imagined a city given over to fog and lung disease, but she was very glad to leave the scene where she felt that her laurels were fast withering. She gave her husband no thanks for his intervention, and went on railing at him for not having got her an engagement on the boulevard.
"It is to bury myself to go to your dismal London," she exclaimed, "but anything is better than to dance to an assembly of idiots and crétins."
"London is not half a bad place," answered Jacques Chicot, with his listless air, as of a man long wearied of life and needing a stimulant as strong as aquafortis to rouse him to animation. "It is a big crowd in which one may lose one's identity. Nobody knows one. One knows nobody. A man's sense of shame gets comfortably deadened in London. He can walk the streets without feeling that fingers are being pointed at him. It is all the same to the herd whether he has just come out of a penitentiary or a palace. Nobody cares." The Chicots crossed the Channel and took lodgings in a street in the neighbourhood of Leicester Square, near which, as everyone knows, the Prince Frederick is situated. It was a dingy street, offering scanty attractions to the stranger, but it was a street from which the days of Garrick and Woofington had been favoured by actors and actresses, and Mr. Smolendo recommended the Chicots to seek a lodging there. He gave them the names of 3 or 4 householders who let lodgings to the profession, and among these Madame Chicot made her choice. The apartments which pleased her best were 2 fair-sized rooms on a first floor, furnished with a tawdry pretentiousness which would have been odious to a refined eye, and which was particularly offensive to Jack's artistic taste. The cheap velvet on the chairs, the gaudy tapestry curtains, the tarnished ormolu clock and candelabra delighted La Chicot. It was almost Parisian, she told her husband. The drawing-room and bedroom communicated with folding doors. There was a little third room, a mere hole, with a window looking northward, which would do for Jack to paint in. That convenience reconciled Jack to the shabby finery of the sitting-room, the doubtful purity of the bedroom, the woebegone air of the street, with its half-dozen dingy shops sprinkled among the private houses, like an eruption.
"How it is ugly, your London!" exclaimed La Chicot. "Is it that all the city resembles this by example?"
"No," answered Jack, with his cynical air. "There are brighter-looking streets, where the respectable people live." "What do you call respectable people?" "The people who pay income tax on 2,000 or 3,000 a year." Jack inquired as to the other lodgers. It was as well to find out what kind of neighbors they were to have. "I am not particular," said Jack, in French, to his wife, "but I should not like to find myself living cheek by jowl with a burglar." "Or a spy," suggested Zaire. "We have no spies in London. That is a profession which has never found a footing on this side of the Channel." The landlady was a lean-looking widow with a false front of gingery curls, and a cap that quivered all over with artificial flowers on corkscrew wires. Her long nose was tinted at the extremity, and her eyes had a luminous yet glassy look, suggestive of ardent spirits.
"I've only one lady in the parlours," she explained, "and a very clever lady she is too, and quite the lady, Mrs. Rawber, who plies leading business at the Shakespeare. You must have heard of her. She's a great woman."
Mr. Chicot apologized for his ignorance. He'd been living so long in Paris that he knew nothing of Mrs. Rawber.
"Ah," sighed the landlady, "you don't know how much you've lost. A Lady Macbeth is as fine as Mrs. Siddons."
"Did you ever see Mrs. Siddons?"
"No, but I've heard my mother talk about her. She couldn't have been much greater in the part than Mrs. Rawber. You should go and see her some night. She'll make your flesh creep."
"And a respectable old party, I suppose," suggested Jack Chicot.
"As regular as clockwork. Church every Sunday morning and evening. No hot suppers. Crust of bread and cheese and glass of ale left ready on a table against she comes home. Lets herself in with her key. No sitting up for her. Chop an imperial pint of Guinness at 2 o'clock when there ain't no rehearsal. Something plain and simple that can be kept hot on the oven top when the rehearsal's late. She's a model lodger, no perquisites, but pay as regular as the Saturday comes round, and always the lady."
"Ah," said Jack, "that's satisfactory. How about upstairs? I suppose you've another pattern of commonplace respectability on your second floor?" The landlady gave a faint cough, as if she were troubled with a sudden catching of the breath, and her eyes wandered absently to the window, where she seemed to ask counsel from the grey October sky.
"Who are your upstairs lodgers?" asked Jack Chicot, repeating his inquiry with a shade of impatience. "Lodgers? No, sir. There's only one gentleman on my second floor. I have never laid myself out for families. Children are such mischievous young monkeys, and always tramping up and down stairs, or endangering their lives leaning out a window, or leaving the street door open. And the damage they do the furniture! Well, nobody can understand that except them as has passed them through the ordeal. No, sir, for the last 6 years I haven't had a child across my threshold."
"I wasn't inquiring about children," said Mr. Chicot. "I was asking about your upstairs lodger."
"He's a single gentleman, sir."
"Young?"
"No, sir. Middle-aged."
"An actor?"
"No, sir. It's nothing to do with the theatres."
"What is he?"
"Well, sir, he is a gentleman. Everyone can see that, but a gentleman as has run through his property. I should gather from his wife that he must have had a great deal of property, and that he's run through most of it. He's not quite so regular in his payments as I could wish, but he does pay, and he's very little trouble, for he's often away for a week at a time, the rent running on all the same, of course."
"That would hardly matter to him if he doesn't pay it," said Chicot.
"Oh, but he does pay, sir. He's dilatory, but I get my money. A poor widow like me couldn't afford to lose by the best of lodgers."
"What is the gentleman's name?"
"Mr. Desrolles."
"That sounds like a foreign name."
"It may, sir, but the gentleman's English. I haven't in a general way laid myself out for foreigners," said the landlady, with a glance at La Chicot, "though this is rather a foreign neighbourhood." The lodgings were taken,
and Jacques Chicot and his wife began a new phase of existence in London. The life lacked much that had made their life in Paris tolerable: the careless gaiety, the brighter skies, the bohemian pleasures of the French city. And Jacques Chicot felt as if a dense black curtain had been drawn across his youth and all its delusions, leaving him outside in a cold, commonplace world, a worn-out, disappointed man, old before his time. He missed the gay, happy-go-lucky comrades who'd helped him to forget his troubles. He missed the drives in the leafy wood, the excursions to suburban dining-houses, the riotous suppers after midnight, all the merry dissipations of his Parisian life. London pleasures were dull and heavy. London suppers meant no more than eating and drinking too many oysters and too much wine. Mr. Smolendo's expectations were fully realized. La Chicot made a hit at the Prince Frederick. Those flaming posters under every railway arch and on every hoarding in London were not in vain. The theatre was crowded nightly, and La Chicot was applauded to the echo. She breathed anew the intoxicating breath of success, and she grew daily more insolent and more reckless, spent more money, drank more champagne, and was more eager for pleasure, flattery, and fine dress. The husband looked on with a gloomy face. They were no longer the adoring young couple who had walked away arm in arm from the Mairie, smiling and happy, to share their wedding dinner with the chosen companions of the moment. The wife was now only affectionate by fits and starts. The husband had a settled air of despondency which nothing but wine could banish, and which, like the 7 other spirits, returned with greater power after a temporary banishment. The wife loved the husband just well enough to be desperately jealous of his least civility to another woman. The husband had long ceased to be jealous, except of his own honor. Among the frequenters of the Prince Frederick, there was one who at this time was to be seen there almost nightly. He was a man of about 25, tall, broad-shouldered, with strongly marked features and the eye of a hawk, a man whose clothes were well worn and whose whole appearance was slovenly, yet who looked like a gentleman, evidently uncared for, possibly destitute, but however low he might have sunk, a gentleman still. He was a medical student and one of the hardest workers at St. Thomas's, a man who had chosen his profession because he loved it, and whose love increased with his labor. Those who knew most about him said that he was a man destined to make a mark upon the age in which he lived. But he was not a man to achieve rapid success, to distinguish himself by a happy accident. He went slowly to work, sounded the bottom of every well, took up every subject as resolutely as if it were the one subject he had chosen for his especial study, flung himself into every scientific question with the feverish ardor of a lover, yet worked with the steadiness and self-denial of a Greek athlete. For all the vulgar pleasures of life, for wine or play, for horse racing or riot of any kind, this young surgeon cared not a jot. He was so little a haunter of theatres that those of his fellow students who recognized him night after night at the Prince Frederick were surprised at his frequent presence in such a place. "What has come to Gerard?" cried Joe Latimer, of Guy's, to Harry Brown, of St. Thomas's. "I thought he despised ballet dancing. Yet this is the 3rd time I've seen him looking on at this rot, with his attention as fixed as if he were watching Paget using the knife." "Can't you see what it all means?" exclaimed Brown. "Gerard is in love." "In love?" "Yes, over head and ears in love with La Chicot. Never saw such a well-marked case. All the symptoms beautifully developed. Sits in the front row of the pit and gazes the whole time she's on the stage. Never takes his eyes off her. Raves about her to our fellows. The loveliest woman that has ever lived since the unknown young person who served as a model for the Venus that was dug up in a cave in the island of Milo. Fancy having known that young woman and put your arm round her waist. Somebody did, I dare say. Yes, George Gerard is gone. Annihilated. It's too pathetic." "And Mademoiselle Chicot is a married woman, I hear," said Latimer. "Very much married. The husband is always in attendance upon her, waits for her at the stage door every night, or stands at the wing while she dances. Chicot is a most correct person, though she hardly looks it. Ah, here comes Gerard. Well, old fellow, has the disease reached its crisis?" "What disease?" asked Gerard curtly.
"The fever called love."
"Do you suppose I'm in love with the new dancer because I drop in here pretty often to look at her?"
"I don't see any other motive for your presence here. You're not a play-going man."
"I come to see Chicot simply because she is quite the most beautiful woman in face and form that I ever remember seeing. I come as a painter might to look at the perfection of human loveliness, or as an anatomist to contemplate the completeness of God's work, a creature turned out of a divine workshop without a flaw."
"Did you ever hear such a fellow?" cried Latimer. "He comes to look at a ballet dancer, and talks about it as if it were a kind of religion."
"The worship of the beautiful is the religion of art," answered Gerard gravely. "I respect Chicot as much as I admire her. I have not an unworthy thought about her." Latimer touched his forehead lightly with 2 fingers, and looked at his friend Brown. "Gone," said Latimer.
"Very far gone," replied Brown.
"Come and try the Dutch oysters, Gerard, and let us make a night of it," said Latimer persuasively. "Thanks, no, I must go home to my den and read." And so they parted, the idlers to their pleasure, the plodding student, the man who loved work for its own sake, to his books. This ends Chapter 4 of The Cloven Foot.
Chapter 5 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 5 of The Cloven Foot. A Disappointed Lover. Laura Malcolm remained at the manor house. Mr. Clare, the vicar, had persuaded her to relinquish her idea of going into lodgings in the village. It would be a pity to abandon the good old house, he argued. A house left to the care of servants must always suffer some decay, and this house was full of art treasures, objects of interest and of price which hitherto had been in Laura's charge. Why should she not stay in the home of her girlhood till it was decided whether she was to rule there as mistress or to abandon it forever? "Your remaining here will not compromise your freedom of choice," said Mr. Clare kindly. "If you find before the end of the year that you cannot make up your mind to accept John Treverton as a husband—" "He may not ask me," interjected Laura, with a curious smile. "Oh, yes, he will. He will come to you in good time to offer you his heart and hand, you may be sure, my dear. It cannot be a difficult thing for any young man to fall in love with such a girl as you, and it seems to me that this John Treverton is very worthy of any woman's regard. I see no reason why your marriage should not be a love match on both sides, in spite of my old friend's eccentric will." "I'm afraid that can never be," answered Laura, with a sigh. "Mr. Treverton will never be able to think of me as he might of any other woman. I must always seem to him an obstacle to his freedom and his happiness. He's constrained to assume an affection for me, or to surrender a splendid fortune. If he is mercenary, he will not hesitate. He will take the fortune and me, and I shall despise him for his readiness to accept a wife chosen for him by another. No, dear Mr. Clare, there's no possibility of happiness for John Treverton and me." "My dear child, if you are convinced that you cannot be happy in this marriage, you are free on your part to refuse him," said the vicar. Laura's pale cheek crimsoned. "That would be to doom him to poverty, and to frustrate his cousin's wish," she answered falteringly. "I should hate myself if I could be so selfish as to do that." "Then, my dear girl, you must resign yourself to the alternative, and if John Treverton and you are not as passionately in love as the young people who defy their parents and run away to Gretna Green to be married, or did when I was a young man, you may at least enjoy a sober kind of happiness, and get on as well together as the princes and princesses whose marriages are arranged by cabinet councils and foreign powers."
"Do you know anything about Mr. Treverton?" asked Laura thoughtfully. "Very little. He's an only son, an only child, I believe. His father and mother died while he was a boy, and he became a ward in Chancery. He had a nice little property when he came of age, and ran through it nicely, after the manner of idle young men without friends to advise and guide them. He began his career in the army, but sold out after he had spent his money. I have no idea what he's been doing since. Living by his wits, I'm afraid." So it was settled that Laura was to remain at the manor house, with so many of the old servants as would suffice to keep things in good order, the servants to be paid and fed at the expense of the estate, Laura to maintain herself out of her own modest income. She was a young lady of particularly independent temper, and upon this point she was resolute. "The money is nobody's money at present," she said. "I will not touch a penny of it." Sad as were the associations of the house, dreary as was the blank left in the familiar rooms by the absence of one revered figure, dismal as was the silence which that voice could never break again, Laura was better pleased to stay in her old home than she would have been to leave it. Even the mute, lifeless things among which she had lived so long had some part of her love, some hold upon her heart. She would have felt herself a waif and stray in a stranger's house. Here she felt always at home. If the rooms were haunted by the shadow of the dead, the ghost was a friendly one, and looked upon her with loving eyes. She had never thwarted, or neglected, or wronged her adopted father. There was no remorse mingled with her grief. She thought of him with deepest sadness, but without pain. The vicar was anxious that Miss Malcolm should have a companion. There were plenty of homeless young women, women of spotless reputation and genteel connections, who would no doubt have been delighted to be her unsalaried companion for the sake of a pleasant home. But Laura declared she wanted no companion. "You must think me very empty-minded if you suppose I cannot endure my life without a young woman of the same age to sit opposite me and answer to all my idle fancies like an echo, or to walk out with me and help me admire the landscape, or to advise me what I should order for dinner," she said. "No, dear Mr. Clare, I want no companion, except Celia now and then. You will let her come and see me very often, won't you?" "As often as you like, or as often as she can be spared from her parish work," answered the vicar. "Ah, you are all such hard workers at the vicarage," exclaimed Laura. "Some of us work hard enough, I believe," answered Mr. Clare with a sigh. "I wish my son could make up his mind to work a little harder." "That will come in good time." "I hope so, but I'm almost tired of waiting for that good time." "He is clever and artistic," said Laura. "His cleverness allowed him to leave the university without a degree, and his artistic faculties will never help him to a living," answered the vicar bitterly. This only son of the vicar's was a thorn in his side. Edward Clare was everybody's favourite and nobody's enemy but his own. That was what the village said of him. He was good-looking, clever, agreeable, but he had no ballast. He was a feather to be blown by every puff of wind. He had never been able to discover the work which he had been sent into the world to do, but he had speedily found out the work for which he was not adapted. At the university he discovered that the curriculum of an English classical education was not fitted to the peculiar cast of his mind. How much better he could have done at Heidelberg or Bonn! But when he made this discovery he had wasted 3 years at Oxford, and had cost his father something very close to £1,000. The vicar wanted his only son to go into the church, and Edward had been educated with that view, but after failing to get his degree, Edward found out that he had a conscientious repugnance to the church. His opinions were too broad. "A man who admires Ernest Renan as warmly as I do has no right to be a parson," said Edward, with an agreeable frankness. So poor Mr. Clare had to submit to the disappointment of his most cherished hopes, because his son admired Renan. After having made up his mind upon this point, Edward stayed at home, read a good deal in a desultory way, wrote a little, sketched a little in fine weather, fished, shot, and dawdled away life in the pleasantest manner, finding his days never so sweet as when they were spent at the manor house. Jasper Treverton had warmly esteemed the vicar, and he had liked the son for the father's sake. Edward had always been welcome at the manor house while the old man lived, and as Edward's sister was Laura Malcolm's chosen friend, it was natural that the Oxonian should be very often in Laura's society. But now his visits to the good old house where he had felt himself so completely at home, the library in which he had read, the garden in whose formal walks he had delighted to smoke, were suddenly restricted. Miss Malcolm had given him to understand, through his sister, that she considered herself no longer at liberty to receive him. Her friendship for him was in no wise lessened, but it would not do for him to drop in at all hours, or to spend half his afternoons in the library, as in the days that were gone. "I don't see why there should be such restrictions among old friends," said Edward, with an injured air. "Laura and I are like sister and brother." "Very likely, Ned, but then you see everybody knows you and Laura are not brother and sister, and I think there are a good many people in Hazelhurst who think that you feel something a good deal stronger than brotherly regard for her. If she and I were drowning, I know which of you would try to save." "You can swim," growled Edward, remembering Talleyrand's famous answer. "Well, I suppose I must submit to fate. Miss Malcolm no doubt considers herself engaged to the mysterious heir, who does not seem in any hurry to begin his courtship. If old Treverton had bequeathed such a chance to me, I should have seized upon my opportunity without an instant's hesitation." "I admire the delicacy which prompts Mr. Treverton to keep in the background, just at first," said Celia. "How do you know that it is delicacy which restrains him?" exclaimed Edward. "How do you know that it's not some entanglement, some degrading connection, perhaps, or at any rate a previous engagement of some kind which ties his hands and hinders his advancement with Laura? No man, unless so constrained, would be besotted enough to neglect such an opportunity or to hazard his chances of success. If he offends Laura, she's just the kind of girl to refuse him, fortune and all." "I don't think she would do that, except upon very serious grounds," said Celia. "Laura has a strong sense of duty, and she believes it her duty to her adopted father to assist in carrying out his wishes. I believe she would sacrifice her own inclination to that duty." "That's going far," said Edward discontentedly. "I begin to think that she has fallen in love with this fellow, meteoric as was his appearance here." "He stayed nearly a fortnight," remarked Celia, "and Laura saw him several times. I don't mean to say that she's in love with him. She has too much common sense to fall in love in that rapid way. But I am sure she does not dislike him." "Oh, when love begins, common sense ends. I dare say she is in love with him. Hasn't she told you as much now, Celia? Girls like to talk about such things." "What do you know about girls?" "Oh, nothing. I've got a sister who's one of the breed, a model always at hand to draw from. Come now, Celia, be sisterly for once in your life. What has Laura told you about John Treverton?" "Nothing. She's particularly reserved upon the subject. I know that it is a painful one for her, and I rarely approach it." "Well, he is a lucky dog. I never hated a fellow so much. I have an instinctive idea that he is a scoundrel." "Are not instinctive ideas convictions that jump with your own inclinations?" speculated Celia, philosophically. "I'm heartily sorry for you, Ned dear, for I know you are fond of Laura, and it does seem hard to have her willed away from you like this. But seriously now, would you be pleased to marry her with no better portion than her own little income?" 6,000 in consols, said Edward meditatively. "That would not go very far with a young man and woman of refined tastes. We might love each other ever so dearly, and be ever so happy together. But I'm afraid we should starve, Celia, and that our children's only inheritance would be their legal claim on their own parish. I thought that wicked old man would leave her handsomely provided for." "You had no right to think that, knowing that he had pledged himself to leave her nothing." "Oh, there would always have been a way of evading that. I call his will absolutely shameful, to force a high-spirited girl to take a husband of his choosing, a fellow whom he had never seen when he'd made the stipulation." "He took care to see young Mr. Treverton before he died. I dare say, if he had not been favourably impressed, he would have altered his will at the last moment." This conversation took place nearly 4 months after Jasper Treverton's death. The hedgerows were growing green. The birds had eaten the last of the crocuses. The violets were all in bloom in the shrubbery borders. The grass grew fast enough to require weekly shearing, and the manor-house garden was a pleasant place to walk in, full of budding trees and opening blossoms, and the songs of birds, telling each other rapturously that spring had come in earnest, and that winter days and a stony-hearted, frost-bound earth were things of the past. Edward Clare believed himself the most ill-used of young men. He was good-looking, nay, according to the general judgment of his particular circle, remarkably handsome. He was cleverer and more accomplished than most young men of his age and standing. If he had done nothing as yet to distinguish himself, it was not for lack of talent, he told himself complacently. It was only because he'd never yet put his shoulder to the wheel. He did not consider that duty strongly called upon every man to do his uttermost part in the labor of moving that mighty wheel. A clever young man, like himself, might stand on one side and watch other fellows toiling at the job, knowing that he could do it ever so much better if he only cared to try. 4 years ago, when he first went to Oxford, he had made up his mind that he was to be Laura Malcolm's husband. Of course, Jasper Treverton would leave her a handsome fortune, most likely his entire estate. There must be a dozen ways of evading that ridiculous oath. The old man might make over his property to Laura by deed of gift. He might leave it to trustees for her use and benefit. In some manner or other she would be his heiress. Edward felt very sure of that, seeing as he did Jasper's deep love of his adopted daughter. So when he found himself falling in love with Laura's sweet face and winning ways, the young Oxonian made no struggle against Cupid, the mighty conqueror. To fall in love with Laura was the high road to fortune, infinitely better than church or bar. But he was in no hurry to declare himself. He was not an impulsive young man, slow and cautious rather. To make Laura an offer and be rejected would mean banishment from her society. He thought she liked him, but he wanted to be very sure as to the strength of her feelings before he declared himself her lover. His position as her friend was too advantageous to be lightly hazarded. This ends Chapter 5 of The Cloven Foot.
Chapter 6 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 6 of The Cloven Foot. Chicot has her own way. Slowly, reluctantly, winter crawled away to his hidden lair and made room for a chilly, uncomfortable spring. It had been the longest, dullest winter that Jacques Chicot had ever lived through. He did not wonder that the continental idea associated London fog and suicide in a natural sequence. Never had he felt himself so inclined to self-destruction as in the foggy December afternoons, the bleak January twilights, when he paced the dull grey streets under the dull grey sky, smoking his solitary cigar, and thinking what a dismal ruin he had made of himself and his life. He who had entered upon the bustling scene of manhood 10 years ago with such bright hopes, such an honourable ambition, such an arrogant confidence in the future as the bringer of all good things. Now, where was he? What was he? The husband of Chicot, a being in himself so worthless, so aimless and obscure that no one ever took the trouble to inquire his real name. His wife's name, the name made notorious by a ballet dancer, the goddess of medical students and lawyers' clerks, was good enough for him. In himself and by himself he was nothing. He was only the husband of La Chicot, a woman who drank like a fish and swore like a trooper. It was a sorry pass for a man to have come to, in whom the sense of shame was not utterly dead. Perhaps it was something to be remembered in Jacques Chicot's favor that at this time of his life, when despair had fastened its claw upon his aching heart, when love and liking had given place to a mute and secret abhorrence, he was not cruel or harsh to his wife. He never said hard or bitter things to her. So long as he had any lingering belief in her capability of amendment, he remonstrated with her on the folly of her ways, always temperately, often with much kindness. And when he saw that reform was hopeless, he held his peace and did not upbraid her. She had never done him that kind of wrong which honor forbids a husband to forgive. So far she had been true to him, and loved him in her maudlin way, flying at him like a fury when she was betwixt sobriety and intoxication, calling him her angel, or her cat, or her cabbage, with imbecile tenderness when she was comfortably tipsy. He who had quarrelled with her a good deal before he began to hate her, could now endure her utmost violence and keep calm. He dared not give the reins to passion. It might carry him, he knew not whither. He felt like a man standing on the edge of a black gulf, blindfolded, yet knowing that the pit was there. One false step might be fatal. He had been luckier in this gloomy London than in his much-regretted Paris, so far as the exercise of his own small talents went. He had obtained a regular engagement as draftsman on one of the comic journals, and his caricatures, penciled on a wood block while his heart ached with misery and his head burned with fever, amused the idle youth of London with reminiscences of Cham and Gavarni. By the use of his pencil he contrived to earn something like £2 a week, more than enough for his own wants, so La Chicot could spend every sixpence of her salary on herself, an arrangement which suited her temper admirably. She had a bottle of wine in her dressing-room every night, and finished it before she went on for her great pas. So long as she abstained from brandy, this meant sobriety. She was a woman of limited ideas, and as in San Francisco champagne is wine par excellence, no meaner liquor being deemed worthy of a noble name, so with La Chicot champagne was the only wine worth drinking. When she felt that its sustaining power was insufficient, she fortified it with brandy, and then La Chicot was a creature to be shunned. Winter lingered late that year. Though the green banks of every country lane and every hollow of the leafless woodland were starred with primroses and spangled with dog violets, wintry winds were still racking the forest trees and whistling shrill among the London chimney-pots. March had come in like a lion, and continued to roar and bluster in leonine fashion to the very verge of April. A dry, dusty, bitter March, dealing largely in death and shipwreck. A villainous March, better calculated to inspire thoughts of suicide than even the fogs and creeping mists of November. But even this miserable March came to an end at last. The London season had begun. La Chicot was attracting not only medical students and lawyers' clerks, the Stock Exchange and the War Office, but the fine flower of the aristocracy, the topmost strawberries in the basket, the Brobdingnagian guardsmen, whose gloves were numbered 9½ at the little hosiers in Piccadilly, the dainty foplings who wore a lady 6 3/4 with 4 buttons, and who were beings of so frail and effeminate a type that a whisper through the telephone might blow them to the utmost ends of the earth. These opposite species, the athletics and the aesthetics, the hammer-throwers, bicycle-riders, boating men, hunting men, and pugilists,
and the china collectors, art lunatics, and tame cats section of society met and mingled in the stalls at the Prince Frederick, and resembled each other in nothing except their appreciation of La Chicot. Mr. Smolendo produced a new ballet early in April, a ballet which was as ridiculous and generally imbecile in plot and purpose as most of its kind, but which, for scenery, dresses, and effects, was supposed to surpass anything that had ever been accomplished at his theatre. Everything in this ballet tended to the glorification of La Chicot. She was the central figure, the cynosure. Every crest was lowered to give prominence to hers. Principal dancers were her handmaidens. 100 ballet girls prostrated themselves before her throne. 150 auxiliaries, specially engaged for this great spectacle, licked the dust beneath her feet. The final tableau, which was to cost Mr. Smolendo more money than he could calculate, was an apotheosis of La Chicot, a beautiful, bold, half-tipsy peasant going to heaven on a telescopic arrangement of iron. It was a wonderful sight. The athletics called it no end of jolly. The aesthetics described it as unspeakably touching. This final tableau was supposed to represent the coral caves of the Indian Ocean. La Chicot was a mermaid who lured mariners to their doom beneath the wave. She lived in a jeweled cavern, a hall sparkling and shining with sapphires and emeralds and lapis lazuli, all flooded with rainbow light, where she and her sister mermaidens, golden, glittering, and scaly, danced perpetually. Then came the end, and she floated upward through an ocean of blue gauze in a moving frame of rosiest coral. The ironwork upon which she mounted was a somewhat complicated piece of machinery, a telescope in 3 parts, requiring nice adjustment on the part of the stage carpenter. It was perfectly safe if properly worked, but a hitch, the slightest carelessness in the working, would be perilous and might be fatal. "I don't like that business by any means," said Jacques Chicot, when he saw his wife ascending to the sky borders, in the dust and gloom of rehearsal, clad in her practising petticoats, and with a lace-bordered handkerchief tied under her chin, like a coquettish nightcap. "It looks dangerous. Can't you dispense with it, Smolendo?" "Impossible. It's the greatest feature of the scene. Perfectly safe, I assure you. Roberts is the best carpenter in London." Mr. Smolendo's people were always the best. He had a knack of getting first-rate talent in every line, from his prima donna to his gas-man. "He seems clever, but rather a queer-tempered man, I hear." "Talent is always queer-tempered," answered Smolendo lightly. "Amiability is the redeeming virtue of fools." Mr. Chicot was not convinced. He took his wife aside presently in a grove of dingy wings and side pieces, and entreated her to refuse that ascent in the coral bower. "Pas si bête," she answered curtly. "I know what suits me. I shall look lovely in that coral frame, with my hair down. You needn't be frightened, my friend. Pas de danger. Or if I should be killed, come, I don't think that would break your heart. It's a long time since you've left off caring for me as much as that." She snapped her fingers under his nose, with one of those little audacious movements of hers which were infinitely fascinating to strangers. Jacques Chicot shuddered visibly. Yes, it was horribly true. Her death would be his release from bondage. Her death? Would he know himself, believe in his own identity if she were gone, and he was free to walk the world again, his own master, with hopes and ambitions of his own, bearing his own name, not ashamed to look mankind in the face, no longer known as the husband of La Chicot? He persuaded her earnestly to have nothing to do with the ironwork that had been made to bear her to the theatrical skies. Why should she run such a risk? Any ballet girl would do as well, he argued. Yes, and the ballet girl would show off her good looks and get all the applause. I am not such a fool as to give her the chance. Don't waste your breath in talking about it, Jacques. I mean to do it. Of course, he said bitterly. When did you ever renounce a caprice to please me?
perhaps never. I am a creature of caprices. It was a caprice that made me marry you, a caprice that made you marry me. And now we are both honestly tired. That's a pity, isn't it?"
"I try to do my duty to you, my dear," he answered gravely, with a sigh. Chicot had her own way, naturally, being one of those women who, once having taken their bent, are no more to be diverted than a mountain torrent which the rains have swollen. The new ballet was a success. The final tableau was a triumph for Chicot. She looked lovely in an attitude more perfect than anything was ever done in marble. Her round white arms lifted above her head, flinging back the loose branches of coral, her black hair covering her like a mantle. That long, rich hair was one of her chief beauties, something to be remembered where all was beautiful. The machinery worked splendidly. Jack was at the wings the first night, anxious and watchful. A fragment of conversation, which he heard just behind him while the coral bower was rising, did not tend to reassure him.
"It's all very well tonight," said one of the scene-shifters to his mate. "They're both sober, but when she's drunk, and he's drunk, God help her."
Jack went to Mr. Smolendo directly the curtain was down.
"Well," cried the manager, radiant, "a screaming success! There's money in it. I shall run this 300 nights.
"I don't like that assent of my wife's. I hear that the man who works the machinery is a drunkard."
"My dear fellow, these men all drink," answered Smolendo cheerfully. "But Roberts is a treasure. He's always sober in business."
Again Jack tried the effect of remonstrance with his wife, just as vainly as before.
"If you weren't a fool, you would make Smolendo give me an extra £5 a week on account of the danger, instead of worrying me about it," she said.
"I'm not going to make the safety of your life a question of money," he answered. And after this there was no more said between them on the subject of the coral bower, but that speech of the scene-shifters haunted Jacques Chicot. "When she is drunk." The memory of that speech was bitter. Though his wife's habits had long been patent to him, it was not the less galling to think that everyone, the lowest servant in the theatre even, knew her vices. Towards the end of April, Chicot and his wife had a serious quarrel. It arose out of a packet which had been left at the stage door for the dancer, a packet containing a gold bracelet in a morocco case, bearing the name of one of the most fashionable and expensive jewelers at the West End. There was nothing to show whence the offering came, but on a narrow strip of paper, nestling under the massive gold band, there was scrawled in a mean little, foreign-looking hand, "Homage to Genius." Chicot carried the gift home in triumph and exhibited it to her husband, clasped upon her round white arm, a solid belt of gold, flat, wide, and thick, like a fetter, severely simple, an ornament for the arm of a Greek dancing girl. "You will send it back, of course," said Jack, frowning at the thing.
"But, my friend, where should I send it?"
"To the jeweler. He must know his customer."
"I am not so stupid. There can be no harm in accepting an anonymous gift. I shall keep it, of course."
"I did not think you had fallen so low." Upon this Chicot retorted insolently, and there were very hard words spoken on both sides. The lady kept the bracelet, and the gentleman went next day to the jeweler who had supplied it, and tried to discover the name of the purchaser. The jeweler was studiously polite, but he had no memory. Jacques Chicot minutely described the bracelet, but the jeweler assured him that he sold a dozen such in a week. "I think you must be mistaken," said Chicot. "This is a bracelet of very uncommon form. I never saw one like it." And then he repeated his description. The jeweler shook his head with a gentle smile.
"The style is new," he said, "but I assure you we've sold several exactly corresponding to your description. It would be quite impossible to recall."
"I see," said Chicot. "You would not like to disoblige a good customer. I dare say you know what the bracelet was meant for. Such shops as yours could hardly thrive unless they were indulgent to the vices of their patrons." And after launching that shaft, Mr. Chicot left the shop. He returned to his lodgings to pack a small portmanteau, and then went off to take his own pleasure. What need had such a wife as his of a husband's care? She would not accept his advice, or be ruled by him. She had chosen her road in life, and would follow it to the fatal end. Of what avail was his weak arm to bar the path? To this daughter of the people, with her deadened conscience and indomitable will, that interposing arm was no more than a straw in her way. "Henceforth I have done with her," he said to himself. "The law could desire no stronger divorce between us than this which she has made. And if she does me wrong, the law shall part us. I will have no mercy." While he was packing his portmanteau, an idea flashed into his mind. It was a horrible notion, and his cheek paled at the first aspect of it, but he took it to his heart nevertheless. He was going away for an indefinite time, perhaps. He would set a watch upon his wife. Her audacity, her insolence, had aroused the darkest suspicions. A woman who thus openly defied him must be capable of anything. "Whom can I trust?" he asked himself, pausing in his preparations, on his knees before the open portmanteau. The landlady? Mrs. Evatt? No, she's sly enough, but she has too long a tongue. A glass of grog would loosen that tongue of hers at any time, and she would betray me to my wife. It must be a man. Derolles! Yes, the very man. He has all the qualities of a trade. Chicot locked his portmanteau, strapped it, and carried it out to the landing. Then he ran up to the second floor and knocked at the door of the front room. "Come in," said a languid voice, and Jacques Chicot went in. The room smelt of brandy and stale cigars. It was shabbier and tawdrier than the sitting-room on the first floor, a sordid copy of that sordid original. There was the same attempt at finery, tarnished amolu, gaudy chintz curtains and chair covers, where roses and lilies were almost effaced by dirt. The cheap tapestry carpet was threadbare, a desert of arid canvas, where here and there an oasis of faded color, which hinted at the former richness of the soil. The windows were clouded with London grime and London smoke, and lent an additional gloom to the chilly sky and the dingy street upon which they looked. The cracked and bulging ceiling was brown with the smoke of ages. Dirt was the pervading impression which the room left upon the stranger's mind. On a rickety old sofa lay the present proprietor of the apartment, dozing gently at noontide, with the Daily Telegraph slipping from his loosened grasp. The remains of a bachelor breakfast, a half-empty eggshell, a fragment of toast, and a cracked coffee-cup, indicated that he had but lately taken his morning meal. He lifted himself lazily from the crumpled pillow, and confronted his visitor with a prolonged and audible yawn. "Dear boy," he exclaimed, "what an untimely hour! What has happened that you are astir so early?" He was not a common-looking man. He was tall, broad, and deep of chest, with lean, muscular arms, an aquiline nose, large and somewhat prominent eyes, bloodshot and tarnished by long years of evil experience, thin iron-gray hair, worn unduly long to conceal its scantiness, a complexion of a dull leaden hue, stained with patches of bistre, the complexion of a man to whom fresh air was an unusual luxury, thin lips, a high, narrow forehead. He wore a threadbare frock-coat, closely buttoned, a frayed black satin stock, grey trousers, tightly strapped over well-worn boots that had begun their career as dress boots. Despite the shabbiness of his attire, the man looked every inch a gentleman. That he was a gentleman who had fallen about as low as gentle breeding can fall outside the Old Bailey, there was no doubt. Vice had set its mark upon him so deeply that the brand of crime itself could scarcely have done more to separate him from respectability. A man must have been very young indeed, and utterly unlearned in the experience of life, who would have trusted Mr. Desrolles in any virtuous enterprise. But Jack Chicot showed himself by no means wanting in penetration when he pitched upon Mr. Desrolles as a likely instrument for doing dirty work. He was the material of which the French mouchard is made. "I've been worried, Desrolles," answered Jack, dropping wearily into a chair. "My dear fellow, the normal condition of life is worry," replied Desrolles languidly. "The wisest of Jews knew all about it. Man was born to trouble as the sparks fly upward. The most that philosophy can suggest is to take trouble easily, as I do. All the juggernaut cars of life have gone over me, but I am not crushed." The tone was at once friendly and familiar. Jack Chicot and the second-floor lodger had become acquainted very soon after the Chicot's advent in Cibber Street. They met each other on the stairs, first smiled, then nodded, then loitered to discuss and generally to anathematize the weather, then went a little further and talked about the events of the day, the shocking murder recorded in the morning paper, the fire down Millwall way, the chances of war or disturbances in the political atmosphere. By and by Jack Chicot asked Desrolles into his room, and they played a hand or two at écarté, first-rate players both, for 3-penny points. Soon the écarté became an institution, and they played 2 or 3 times a week, while La Chicot was standing on the tips of her satin-shod toes and enchanting the gilded youth of the capital. Jack found his acquaintance a man of infinite resources and wide experience. He had begun life in a good social position, had, according to his own account, distinguished himself as a soldier under such men as Goff and Ardinge, and had descended slowly, step by step, to be the thing he was. That gradual descent had carried him through scenes so strange and varied that his experiences of all that is oddest and worst in life would have made a book as big as Les Miserables. And the creature knew how to talk. He never told the same story twice. Jack sometimes fancied this must be because he invented his stories upon the spot and forgot them immediately afterwards. The man was no pretender to virtues which he did not possess, but rather advertised his vices. The only redeeming qualities he affected were a recklessness in money matters, which he appeared to consider generosity, and a rough-and-ready notion of honor, such as is supposed to obtain among thieves. Jack tolerated, despised, and allowed himself to be amused by the man. If he had been a king, he would have liked such a fellow to lounge beside his throne, dressed in motley, flinging Rabelaisian witticisms in the smug faces of the courtiers. "What's the particular trouble today, Jack?" asked Desrolles, selecting a meerschaum from the litter on the mantelpiece and lazily filling the blackened bowl. "Financial, I conclude." "No, I am anxious about my wife." "The natural penalty for marrying the handsomest woman in Paris. What's the mischief you're afraid of?" "She has received a present from an anonymous admirer, and because it is anonymous, she imagines she is justified in receiving it." "Where's the harm?" "You ought to see it. The anonymous gift is the thin edge of the wedge. The giver will see my wife dancing with his bracelet on her arm, and will believe her as venal as the girl who sold Rome for the same kind of gewgaw. He will follow up his first offering with a second, and then will come letters, anonymous at first, perhaps, like the bracelet. But when by insidious flattery he has smoothed the way to dishonor, he will declare himself, and then, unless your wife is a better woman than you believe her, there will be danger." "Is that what you mean?" asked Desrolles calmly, slowly puffing at his meerschaum. "No," said Chicot, reddening indignantly. He had not fallen low enough to hear his wife maligned, though he hated her. "No, If my wife were a woman to be led away by temptation of that kind, she and I would have parted long ago. But I don't want to leave her exposed to the pursuit of a scoundrel. She and I have quarreled about this trumpery bracelet, and I'm going to leave her for a few days, till we are both in a better temper. I don't want to leave her unprotected, with some silky rascal lying in wait for her between her lodgings and the theatre. I want someone, a man I can trust, to keep an eye upon her while you're away," said Desrolles.
"My dear fellow, consider it done. Madame Chicot and I are excellent friends. I admire her, and I think she likes me. I will be her slave and her guardian in your absence, a father with more than a father's devotion."
"She must not know," exclaimed Jack.
"Of course not.
Women are children of a larger growth, and must be treated as such. The pills we give them must be coated with sugar, the powders concealed in raspberry jam. I will make myself so agreeable to Madame Chicot that she will be delighted to accept my escort to and from the theatre, but I will keep her anonymous admirer at a distance as thoroughly as the fiercest dragon that ever kept watch over beauty."
"1,000 thanks, Desrolles. You won't find me ungrateful.
Goodbye. Are you going across the channel?"
Mr. Chicot did not say where he was going, and Desrolles was too discreet to push the question. He was a man who boasted sometimes, when drink had made him maudlin, that, whatever had become of his morals, he had never lost his manners. Jack Chicot left a brief penciled note for his wife. "Dear Zaire, since we get on so badly together, a few days' separation will be good for both of us. I am off to the country for a breath of fresh air. I sicken in the odor of gas and stale brandy. Take care of yourself for your own sake, if not for mine. Yours, J.C." This ends Chapter 6 of The Cloven Hoof. La Chicot has her own way. Chapter 7, Part 1 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 1 of A Little While Such Lips as Thine to Kiss. It was midwinter when Jasper Treverton died. Spring had come in all her glory, her balmy airs and sultry noontides stolen from summer, her variety and wealth of wood and meadow blossoms, her snowy orchard bloom tinted with carnation, her sweetness and freshness of beauty, a season to be welcomed and enjoyed like no other season in the changing year, a little glimpse of paradise on earth between the destroying gales of March and the fatal thunderstorms of July. Spring had filled all the lanes and glades around Hazelhurst with perfume and color when John Treverton reappeared in the village as unexpectedly as if he had dropped from the skies. Eliza Sampson was destroying the aphids on a favorite rose tree, handling them daintily with the tips of her gloved fingers as if she loved them, when Mr. Treverton appeared at the little iron gate, carrying his own portmanteau. He, the heir of all the ages, and of what signified much more in Miss Sampson's estimation, an estate worth 14,000 a year. "Oh," she cried, "Mr. Treverton, how could you? We would have sent the boy to the station." "How could I do what?" he asked, laughing at her horrified look. "Carry your own portmanteau. Tom will be so vexed." "Tom need know nothing about it if it will vex him. The portmanteau is light enough, and I have only brought it from the George, where the bus dropped me. You see, I have taken your brother at his word, Miss Sampson, and have come to quarter myself upon you for a few days." "Tom will be delighted," said Eliza. She was meditating how the supper she had arranged for Tom and herself could be made to do for the heir of Hazelhurst Manor. It was one of those dinners in which the economical housekeeper delights, a dinner that clears up every scrap in the larder,
and leaves not so much as a knuckle-bone for the predatory follower, male or female, the cook's hungry niece, or the housemaid's young man. A little soup, squeezed as by hydraulic pressure out of cleanly picked bones and odd remnants of gristle. A dish of hashed mutton, a very small hash, fenced round with a machicolated parapet of toasted bread. A beefsteak pudding with a kidney in it, boiled in a basin the size of a breakfast cup. This latter savoury mess was intended to gratify Tom, who was prejudiced against hashed mutton, and always pretended that it disagreed with him. For entrée sucrée there were a dish of stewed rhubarb and a mould of boiled rice. Wholesome, simple, and inexpensive. It was a little dinner which did honour to Miss Sampson's head and heart, but she felt that it was not good enough for the future lord of Hazelhurst, a gentleman out of whom her brother hoped to make plenty of money by and by. "I'll go and see about your room while you have a chat with Tom in the office," she said, tripping lightly away, and leaving John Treverton on the lawn in front of the drawing-room windows, a closely shorn piece of grass about 50 feet by 25. "Pray don't give yourself any trouble," he called after her. "I'm used to roughing it." Eliza was in the kitchen before he had finished his sentence. She was deep in consultation with the cook, who would have resented the unannounced arrival of any ordinary guest, but who felt that Mr. Treverton was a person for whom people must be expected to put themselves out. He had given liberal vails, too, after his last visit, and that was much in his favour. "We must have some fish, Mary," said Eliza, "and poultry. It's dreadfully dear at this time of year, and Trimson does impose so, but we must have it." Trimson was the only fishmonger and poulterer of Hazelhurst, a trader whose stock sometimes consisted of 1.5 pounds of salmon and a single fowl, long-necked and skinny, hanging in solitary glory above the slate slab, where the salmon steak lay frizzling in the afternoon sun, which shone full upon Trimson's shop.
"Well, miss, if I was you, I'd have a pair of soles and a duck to follow, with the beefsteak pudding for a bottom dish," suggested cook. "But, lawks, what's the good of talking? We must have what we can get." "But I saw 2 ducks in Trimson's window this morning when I went up street." "Put on your bonnet, Mary, and run and see what you can do," said Eliza. And then, while Mary ran off, without stopping to put on her bonnet, Miss Sampson and the housemaid went upstairs together and took out lavender-scented linen and decorated the spare room with all those pin trays, china candlesticks, and pomatum pots which went into retirement when there was no company. "Of course he's come to make her an offer," mused Eliza, as she lingered to give a finishing touch to the room, after the housemaid had gone downstairs. "He's waited a proper time after the old gentleman's death, and now he's come down to ask her to marry him, and I dare say they'll be married before the summer is over. It will be rather awkward for her to throw off such deep mourning all at once, but that's her own fault for going into crape, just as if Mr. Treverton had really been her father. I put it down to pride." Miss Sampson had a knack of finding motives for all the acts of her acquaintance, and those motives were rarely of the best. John Treverton's chat with Mr. Sampson did not last more than 10 minutes, friendly and even affectionate as was the lawyer's reception. "I see you're busy," said Treverton. "I'll go and have a stroll in the village." "No, upon my honour, I was just going to strike work. I'll come with you if you like." "On no account. I know you haven't half finished. Dinner at 6 as usual, I suppose. I'll be back in time for a talk before we sit down." And before Mr. Sampson could remonstrate, John Treverton was gone. He wanted to see what Hazelhurst Manor was like in the clear spring light, framed in greenery, brightened with all the flowers that bloom in early May, musical with thrush and blackbird, noisy with the return of the swallows. Never had he so longed to look upon anything as he longed today to see the home of his ancestors, the home which might be his. He walked quickly along the village street. Such a quaint little street, with never one house like another.
Here a building bulging forward, with bow windows below and projecting dormers above. There a house retiring modestly behind a patch of garden. Further on, an inn set at right angles with the highway, its chief door approached by a flight of stone steps that time had worn crooked. Such a variety of chimneys, such complexities in the way of roofs and gables, but everywhere cleanliness and spring flowers and a purer air than John Treverton had breathed for a long time. Even this queer little village street, with its dozen shops and its half-dozen public houses, was very fair and pleasant in his town-weary eyes. When he left the street, he entered a noble high road, bordered on each side by a row of fine old elms, which made the turnpike road an avenue worthy to be the approach to a king's palace. The manor house lay off this road, guarded by tall gates of florid iron tracery, manufactured in the Low Countries 200 years ago. He stopped at the gates to contemplate the scene, looking at it dreamily as at something unreal, a picture that was fair but evanescent, and might vanish as he gazed. Between the gates and the house the ground undulated gently. It was all smooth sward, too small for a park, too irregular for a lawn. A winding carriage road, shadowed with fine old trees, skirted the green expanse, and groups of shrubs here and there adorned it, rhododendrons, laurels, bay, deodoras, cypresses, all the variety of ornamental conifers. Two great cedars made islets of shadow in the sunny grass, and a copper beech, a giant of his kind, was just showing its dark brown buds. Beyond stood the manor house, tall and broad and red, with white stone dressings to door and windows, and a noble cornice, a house of Charles II's reign, a real Sir Christopher Wren house, massive and grand in its stern simplicity. John Treverton roused himself from his waking dream and rang the bell. A woman came out of the lodge, looked at him, dropped a low curtsy, opened the gate, and admitted him without a word, as if he were master there. In her mind he was master, though the trustees paid her wages. It was an understood thing in the household that Mr. Treverton was going to marry Miss Malcolm and reign at Hazelhurst Manor. He walked slowly across the smooth, well-kept grass. Everything was changed and improved by the altered season. House and grounds seemed new to him. He remembered the flower garden on the left of the house, the cheerless garden without a flower, where he'd walked in the bleak winter mornings, smoking his solitary cigar. He remembered the walled fruit garden beyond, to which he had seen that strange guest admitted under cover of darkness. The thought of that night scene in the winter disturbed him even today, despite the apparent frankness of Laura's explanation.
"I suppose there is a mystery in every life," he said with a sigh. "And, after all, what can it matter to me?" He had heard nothing of the change in Miss Malcolm's plans, and supposed the house abandoned to the care of servants. He was surprised to see the drawing-room windows open, flowers on the tables, and a look of domesticity everywhere. He went past the house and into the flower garden, a garden of the Dutch school, prim and formal, with long straight walks, box borders, junipers clipped into obelisks, a dense yew hedge 8 feet high, with arches cut in it to give admittance to the adjoining orchard. The beds and borders were a blaze of red and yellow tulips, which shone out against the verdure of the close-shorn bowling green and the tawny hue of the gravel, and made a feast of vivid color, like the painted windows of a cathedral. John Treverton, who had not seen such a garden for years, was almost dazzled by its homely beauty. He walked slowly to the end of the long path, looking about him in dreamy contentment. The sweet, soft air, the sunshine, just at that quiet hour of the afternoon when the light begins to be golden, the whistling of the blackbirds in the shrubbery, the freshness and beauty of all things, steeped his soul in a new delight. His life of late had been spent in cities, fenced from the beauty of earth by the wilderness of walls, the glory of heaven screened by smoke, the air thick and foul with the breath of men. This placid garden scene was as new to him as if he had come straight from the bottom of a mine. Presently he stopped, as if struck with a new thought, looked straight before him, and muttered between clenched teeth, "I shall be a fool if I let it slip from my hand." It meant Hazelhurst Manor, and the lands and fortune thereto belonging. He was standing within a few yards of the yew-tree hedge, and just at this moment the green arch opposite him became the frame of a living picture, and that a lovely one. Laura Malcolm stood there, bareheaded, dressed in black, with a basket of flowers upon her arm. Laura, whom he had no idea of meeting in this place. The western sky was behind her, and she stood, a tall, slim figure in straight black drapery, against the golden background, like a saint in an early Italian picture, an edge of light upon her chestnut hair making almost an aureole, her face in shadow. For a few moments she paused, evidently startled at the apparition of a stranger, then recognized the intruder, and came forward and offered him her hand frankly, as if he'd been quite a commonplace acquaintance. "Pray forgive me for coming in unannounced," he said. "I had no idea I should find you here. Yet it is natural that you should come sometimes to look at the old gardens." "I am living here," answered Laura. "Didn't you know?" "No, indeed. No one informed me of the change in your plans." "I am so fond of a dear old house and garden, and the place is so full of associations for me, that I was easily induced to stay when Mr. Clare told me that it would be better for the house. I am a kind of housekeeper in charge of everything." "I hope you will stay here all your life," said Treverton quickly, and then he colored crimson, as if he'd said something awful. The same crimson flush mounted almost as quickly to Laura's pale cheeks and brow. Both stood looking at the ground, embarrassed as a schoolboy and girl, while the blackbirds whistled triumphantly in the shrubbery, and a thrush in the orchard went into ecstasies of melody. Laura was the first to recover. "Have you been staying long at Hazelhurst?" she asked quietly. "I only came an hour ago. My first visit was to the manor, though I expected to find it an empty house." Another picture now appeared in the green frame. A young lady with a neat little figure, a retroussé nose, and an agreeably vivacious countenance. "Come here, Celia," cried Laura, "and let me introduce Mr. Treverton. You've heard your father talk about him. Mr. Treverton, Miss Clare." Miss Clare bowed and smiled, and murmured something indefinite. Poor Edward, she was thinking all the while. This Mr. Treverton is awfully good-looking. Awfully was Miss Clare's chief laudatory adjective. Her superlative form of praise was quite too awfully, and when enthusiasm carried her beyond herself, she called things nice. Quite too awfully nice was her maximum of rapture. As she rarely left Hazelhurst Vicarage, and knew in all about 20 people, it is something to her credit she had made herself mistress of the current metropolitan slang. "I suppose you're staying at the Sampsons," she said. "Mr. Sampson's always talking of you. My friend Treverton, he calls you. But I suppose you won't mind that. It's rather trying." "I think I can survive even that," answered John, who felt grateful to this young person for having come to his rescue at a moment when he felt himself curiously embarrassed. "Mr. Sampson has been very kind to me." "If you can only manage to endure him, he's an awfully good-natured little fellow," said Miss Clare, with her undergraduate air. She modelled her manners and opinions upon those of her brother, and was in most things a feminine copy of the Oxonian. "But how do you contrive to get on with his sister? She's quite too dreadful." "I confess that she is a lady whose society does not afford me unqualified delight," said John, "but I believe she means kindly." "Can a person with white eyelashes mean kindly?" inquired Celia, with a philosophical air.
Has not Providence created them like that as a warning, just as venomous snakes have flat heads?" "That is treating the matter rather too seriously," said John. "I don't admire white eyelashes, but I am not so prejudiced as to consider them an indication of character." "Ah," replied Celia, with a significant air. "You will know better by and by." She was only 20, but she talked to John Treverton with as assured a tone as if she'd been ages older than he in wisdom and experience of life. "How pretty the gardens are at this season," said Treverton, looking round admiringly and addressing his remark to Laura. "Ah, you've only seen them in winter," she answered. "Perhaps you would like to walk round the orchard and shrubberies?" "I should, very much." "And after that we will go indoors and have some tea," said Celia. "You are fond of tea, of course, Mr. Treverton?" "I confess that weakness." "I'm glad to hear it. I hate a man who's not fond of tea. There's that brother of mine appreciates nothing but strong coffee without milk. I'm afraid he'll come to a bad end." "I am glad you think tea-drinking a virtue," said John, laughing. And then they all three went under the yew-tree arch into the loveliest of orchards, an orchard of 7 or 8 acres, an orchard that had been growing a century and a half. Pears, plums, cherries, apples, here and there a walnut tree towering above the rest, here and there a grey old medlar, a pool in a corner overshadowed by 2 rugged old quinces, grass so soft and deep and mossy, primroses, daffodils, pale purple crocuses, the whole bounded by a sloping bank on which the ferns were just unfolding their snaky grey coils and revealing young leaves of tenderest green under a straggling hedge of hawthorn, honeysuckle, and eglantine. Here among the old gnarled trunks and on the hillocky grass, Mr. Treverton and the 2 young ladies walked for about half an hour, enjoying the beauty and freshness of the place in this sweetest period of the balmy spring day. Celia talked much, and John Treverton talked a little, but Miss Malcolm was for the most part silent. And yet John did not think her dull or stupid. It was enough for him to look at that delicate yet firmly modelled profile, the thoughtful brow, grave lips, and calm dark eyes, to know that neither intellect nor goodness were wanting in her whom his kinsman had designed for his wife. Poor old man, he thought. He meant to secure my happiness without jeopardizing hers. If he could have known. If he could have known. They returned to the garden by a different arch. They visited the hothouses, where the rose-hued azaleas and camellias made pyramids of vivid color. They glanced at the kitchen garden, with its asparagus beds and narrow box-edged borders, its all-pervading odor of sweet herbs and wallflowers. "I am positively expiring for want of a cup of tea," cried Celia. "Didn't you hear the church clock strike 5, Laura?" John remembered the 6 o'clock dinner at the Laurels. "I really think I must deny myself that cup of tea," he said. "The Sampsons dine at 6. "What of that?" exclaimed Celia, who never would let a man out of her clutches till stern necessity snatched him from her. "It's not above 10 minutes' walk from here to the Laurels." "What an excellent walker you must be, Miss Clare. Well, I'll hazard everything for that cup of tea." They went into a pretty room, opening out of the garden, a room with 2 long windows wreathed round with passion flower and starry white clematis, the Clematis montana, which flowers in spring. It was not large enough for a library, so it was called the book room, and was lined from floor to ceiling with books, a great many of which had been collected by Laura. It was quite a lady's collection. There were all the modern poets from Scott and Byron downwards, a good many French and German books, Macaulay, De Quincey, Lamartine, Victor Hugo, a good deal of history and belles lettres, but no politics, no science, no travels. The room was the essence of snugness, flowers on mantelpiece and tables, basket work, easy chairs, cushions adorned with crewel work, delightful little tables, after Chippendale, and on one of the tables a scarlet Japanese tea-tray with the quaintest of old silver teapots, and cups and saucers in willow-pattern Nankin ware. Laura poured out the tea, while Celia began to devour hot buttered cake, the very look of which suggested dyspepsia. But to some weak minds earth has no more overpowering temptation on a warm spring afternoon than hot buttered cake and strong tea with plenty of cream in it. John Treverton sat in one of the low basket armchairs, such chairs as they make in Buckinghamshire and Oxfordshire, and drank tea as if it were the elixir of life. He had a strange feeling as he sat in that chair by the open window, looking across the beds of tulips, above which the bees were humming noisily. A feeling as if his life were only just beginning, as if he were a child in his cradle, dimly conscious of the dawning of existence. No burdens on mind or conscience, no tie or encumbrance, no engagement of honor or faith, a dead blank behind him, and before him life, happiness, the glory and freshness of earth, love, home, all things which fate reserved to the man born to good luck. This dream or fancy of his was so pleasant that he let it stay with him while he drank 3 cups of tea, and while Celia rattled on about Hazelhurst and its inhabitants, giving him what she called a social map of the country, which might be useful for his guidance during the week he proposed to spend there. He only roused himself when the church clock chimed the 3/4, and then he pulled himself out of the basket chair with a jerk, put down his cup and saucer, and wished Laura good-bye. This ends Chapter 7, Part 1. A little while such lips as thine to kiss. Chapter 7, Part 2 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 2. A little while such lips as thine to kiss. "I shall have to do the distance in 10 minutes, Miss Clare," he said, as he shook hands with that vivacious young lady. "I'm afraid I ought to have said 10 minutes for a bicycle," replied Celia, "but the Sampsons won't mind waiting dinner for you, and I don't suppose the delay will hurt their dinner." "It will be nearer for you through the orchard," said Laura. So John Treverton went through the orchard, at the end of which there was a gate that opened into a lane leading to the high road. It was the same lane that skirted the walled fruit garden, with a little door that John had seen mysteriously opened that winter night. The sight of the little wooden door made him curiously thoughtful. "I'll never believe there was anything approaching guilt in that mystery," he said to himself. "No, I've looked into those lovely eyes of hers, and I believe her incapable of an unworthy thought. Some poor relation, I dare say, a scamp whom she would have been ashamed of before the servants, so she received him secretly, doubtless to help him with money." "What an extraordinary girl you are, Laura," said Celia, draining the teapot. "Why did you never tell me that John Treverton was so perfectly lovely?" "My dear Celia, how am I to know what constitutes your idea of perfect loveliness in a young man? I've heard you praise so many, all distinctly different. I told you that Mr. Treverton was gentlemanlike and good-looking." "Good-looking!" cried Celia. "He is absolutely perfect. To see him sitting in that chair, drinking tea and looking dreamily out of the garden with those exquisite eyes of his. Oh, he is quite too awfully nice. Do you know the color of his eyes?" "I have not the slightest idea." "They are a greeny gray, a color that changes every minute, a tint between blue and brown. I never saw it before. And his complexion, just that olive paleness which is so positively delightful. His nose is slightly irregular in line, not straight enough to be Grecian and not curved enough to be aquiline. But his mouth is awfully nice, so firm and resolute looking, yet lapsing now and then into dreamy thought. Did you see him lapse into dreamy thought, Laura?" Miss Malcolm blushed indignantly, vexed, no doubt, at such foolishness. "Really, Celia, you are too ridiculous. I can't think how you can indulge in such absurd raptures about a strange man." "Why not about a strange man?" asked Celia with her philosophical air. "Why should the perfection of a strange man be a forbidden subject? One may rave about a landscape, one may be as enthusiastic as one likes about the stars, or the moon, the sea, or a sunset, or even the last popular novel. Why must not one admire a man? I'm not going to put a padlock upon my lips to flatter such an absurd prejudice. As for you, Laura, it is all very well to sit there stitching at that faded blackberry leaf. You're putting too much brown in it, I'm sure, and looking the image of all that is demure. To my mind, you are more to be envied than any girl I ever heard of, except the sleeping beauty in the wood." "Why should I be envied?" "Because you are to have a splendid fortune, and John Treverton for your husband." "Celia, I shall be so grateful to you if you will be quite silent on that subject, supposing you can be silent about anything." "I can't," said Celia frankly. "It is by no means certain that I shall marry Mr. Treverton." "Would you be so utterly idiotic as to refuse him?" "I would not accept him unless I could believe that he really liked me, better than any other woman he'd ever seen." "And of course he will. Of course he does," cried Celia. "You know, as a matter of personal inclination, I would much rather you should marry poor Edward, who adores the ground you walk upon, and, of course, adores you much more than the ground. But there is a limpness about Ted's character which makes me fear that he will never get on in the world. He's a clever young man, and he thinks that he has nothing to do but go on being clever and write verses for the magazines, which even I, as his sister, must confess are the weakest dilution of Swinburne, and that Fame will come and take him by the hand and lead him up the steps of her temple, while Fortune will meet him in the portico with a big bag of gold. No, Laura, dearly as I love Ted, I should be sorry to see you sacrifice a splendid fortune and refuse such a man as John Treverton." "There will be time enough to debate the question when Mr. Treverton asks me to marry him," said Laura gravely. "Oh, that will come upon you all in a moment," retorted Celia, "when you won't have me to help you. You'd better make up your mind beforehand." "I should despise Mr. Treverton if he were to make me an offer before he knew a great deal more of me than he does now. But I forbid you to talk any more of this, Celia. And now we had better go and walk in the orchard for half an hour, or you will never be able to digest all the cake you have eaten." "What a pity digestion should be so difficult, when eating is so easy," said Celia. And then she went dancing along the garden paths with the airy lightness of a nymph who had never known the meaning of indigestion. Once more John Treverton drove round his late kinsman's estate, and this second time in the sweet spring weather, the farms and homesteads, the meadows where the buttercups were beginning to show golden among the grass, the broad sweeps of arable land where the young corn was growing tall, seemed to him 100-fold more fair than they had seemed in the winter. He felt a keener longing to be the master of all these things. It seemed to him as if no life could be so sweet as the life he might lead at Hazelhurst Manor, with Laura Malcolm for his wife. The life he might lead if... What was that if which barred the way to perfect bliss? There was more than one obstacle, he told himself gloomily, as he paced the Elm Avenue on the London road, one evening at sunset, after he'd been at Hazelhurst more than a week, during which week he had seen Laura very often. There was, among many questions, the doubt as to Laura's liking for him. She might consider herself constrained to accept him, were he to offer himself, in deference to the wish of her adopted father. But could he ever feel sure that she really cared for him, that he was the one man upon earth whom she would choose for her husband? A flattering whisper which crept into the ear of his mind, like a caressing breath of summer wind gently fanning his cheek, told him that he was already something nearer and dearer to this sweet girl than the ruck of mankind, that her lovely hazel eyes took a new light and colour at his coming, that their beauty was shadowed with sadness in the moment of parting from him, that there were tender, broken tones of voice, fleeting blushes, half smiles, sudden droopings of darkly fringed eyelids, and many other more subtle signs that told of something more than common friendship. Believing this, what had he to do but snatch the prize? Alas! Between him and the light and glory of life stood a dark, forbidding figure, a veiled face, and arms sternly extended to stop the way. "It is not to be thought of," he said to himself. "I honor her too much. Yes, I love her too well. The estate must go, and she and I must go on our several ways in the wilderness of life, to meet by chance, perhaps, half a century hence, when we have grown old and hardly remember each other." It was to be his last evening at Hazelhurst, and he was going to the manor house to bid Laura and her friend good-bye. A very simple act of politeness, assuredly, yet he hung back from the performance of it, and walked slowly up and down under the elm trees, smoking a meditative cigar and chewing the cud of fancies which were mostly bitter. At last, just when the topmost edge of a sinking sun dropped below the dark line of distant woods, John Treverton made up his mind there was no more time to be lost if he meant to call at the manor house that evening. He quickened his pace, anxious to find Laura in the garden, where she spent most of her life in this balmy spring weather. He felt himself more at ease with her in the garden than when he was brought face to face with her within four walls. Out of doors there was always something to distract attention, to give a sudden turn to the conversation if it became embarrassing to either of them. Here, too, it was easier to escape Celia's searching eye, which was so often upon them indoors, when she had very little to occupy her attention. He went in at the lodge gate, as usual, unquestioned. All the old servants agreed in regarding him as the future owner of the estate. They wondered that he asserted himself so little, and went in and out as if he were nobody. The way to the old Dutch garden was by this time very familiar to him. He'd been there at almost every hour of the day, from golden noon to grey evening. As he went round by the house, he heard voices, a man's voice among them, and the sound of that masculine voice was not welcome to his ear. Celia's shrill little laugh rang out merrily. The Skye terrier yapped in sympathy. They were evidently enjoying themselves very much in the Dutch garden, and John Treverton felt as if their enjoyment were an affront to him. He turned the angle of the house, and saw the group seated on a little lawn in front of the book-room windows, Laura and Celia in rustic chairs, a young man on the grass at their feet, the dog dancing round him. John Treverton guessed at once that the young man was the Edward, or Ted, about whom he had heard Celia Clare so often discourse, the Edward Clare who, according to Miss Sampson, was in love with Laura Malcolm. Laura half rose to shake hands with her guest. Her face, at least, was grave. She had not been laughing at the nonsense which provoked Celia's mirth. John Treverton was glad of that. "Mr. Clare, Mr. Treverton." Edward Clare looked up and nodded. A rather supercilious nod, John thought, but he did not expect much friendliness from the vicar's son. He gave the young man a grave bow, and remained standing by Laura's chair. "I hope you will forgive my late visit, Miss Malcolm," he said. "I have come to wish you good-bye." She glanced up at him with a startled look, and he fancied, yes, he dared to fancy, that she was sorry. "You have not stopped long at Hazelhurst," she said, after a palpable pause. "As if any one would who was not absolutely obliged," cried Celia. "I can't imagine how Mr. Treverton has existed through an entire week." "I assure you that I have not found my existence a burden," said John, addressing himself to Celia. "I shall leave Hazelhurst with deep regret." He could not for worlds in his present mood have said as much to Laura. "Then you must be one of two things," said Celia. "What things?" "You must be either a poet or intensely in love." There is my brother here. He never seems tired of roaming about Hazelhurst. But then he is a poet, and writes verses about March violets, and the first leaf buds on the willows, and the reappearance of the mayfly, or the return of the swallow. And he smokes no end, and he reads novels to an extent that is absolutely demoralizing. It's dreadful to see a man dependent upon Moody for getting through his life," exclaimed Celia, making a face that expressed extreme contempt. "I am not a poet, Miss Clare," said John Treverton quietly, "yet I confess to having been very happy at Hazelhurst." He stole a glance at Laura to see if the shot told. She was looking down, her sweet, grave face pure and pale as ivory in the clear evening light. "It's very civil of you towards the parish to say as much," said Edward, with a veiled sneer. "And it is kind of you to shrink from wounding our feelings as aborigines, but I'm sure you must have been ineffably bored. There's positively nothing to do at Hazelhurst." "I suppose that's why the place suits you, Ted," observed Miss Clare innocently. The conversation had an uncomfortable tone which was quite out of harmony with the soft evening sky and shadowy garden, where the flowers were losing their color as the light declined. John Treverton looked curiously at the man he knew to be his rival. He saw a man of about 26, of the middle height, slim almost to fragility, yet with a compactness of form which indicated activity and possibly strength. Gray eyes inclining to blue, long lashes, delicately penciled eyebrows, a fair complexion, low narrow brow and regular features, a pale brown moustache, more silky than abundant, made up a face that was very handsome in the estimation of some people, but which assuredly erred on the side of effeminacy. It was a face that would have suited the velvet and brocade of one of the French Henry's minions, or the lovelocks and jewel-broidered doublet of one of James Stuart's silken favourites. It would have been difficult to imagine the owner of that face doing any good or great work in the world, or leaving any mark upon his time, save some petty episode of vanity, profligacy, and selfishness in the memoirs of a modern Saint-Simon. "Anything new in the evening papers?" asked Mr. Clare, with a stifled yawn. The languid inquiry followed upon a silence that had lasted rather too long to be pleasant. "Samson has not got his globe when I left him," answered John Treverton, "but in the present stagnation of everything at home and abroad, I confess to feeling very little interest in the evening papers." "I should like to have heard if that unlucky dancer is dead," said Celia. John Treverton, who'd been standing beside Laura's chair like a man lost in a waking dream, turned suddenly at this remark. "What dancer?" he asked. "La Chicot. Of course you've seen her dance. You happy Londoners see everything under the sun that's worth seeing. She's something wonderful, is she not? And now I suppose I shall never see her." "She's a very handsome woman and a very fine dancer in her particular style," answered Treverton. "But what did you mean just now when you talked about her death? She is as much alive as you and I are. At least I know that her name was on all the walls, and she was dancing nightly when I left London." "That was a week ago," said Celia. "Surely you saw the account of the accident in this morning's Times? There was nearly a column about it." "I did not look at the Times. Mr. Sampson and I started early this morning for a long round." "What was this accident?" "Oh, quite too dreadful!" exclaimed Celia. "It made my blood run cold to read the description. It seems that the poor thing had to go up into the flies, or the skies, or something, hooked onto some movable irons, a kind of telescopic arrangement, you know." Yes, I know," said Treverton. "Well, of course, that would be awfully jolly as long as it was safely done, for she must look lovely floating upwards with the limelight shining on her. But it seems the man who had the management of the iron machine got tipsy and did not know what he was doing. So the irons were not properly braced together, and just as she was near the top, the thing gave way, and she came down headlong." "And was killed?" asked John Treverton breathlessly. "No, She was not killed on the spot, but her leg was broken, a compound fracture, I think they call it, and she was hurt about the head, and the paper said she was altogether in a very precarious state. Now, I have noticed that when a newspaper says that a person is in a precarious state, the next thing one hears of that person is that he or she is dead, so that I shouldn't at all wonder if Chicot's death were in the evening papers."
"What a loss to society," sneered Edward Clare.
"I think you are the most ridiculous girl in the world, Celia, to interest yourself in people who are as far off your groove as if they were the inhabitants of the moon."
"Homo sum,"
said Celia, proud of a smattering of Latin, the crumbs that had fallen from her brother's table, "and all the varieties of mankind are interesting to me. I should like to have been a dancer myself, if I'd not been a clergyman's daughter. It must be an awfully jolly life."
"Delightful," exclaimed Edward, "especially when it ends abruptly through the carelessness of a drunken scene-shifter."
"I must say good night and good-bye," said John Treverton to Laura. "I have my portmanteau to pack ready for an early start tomorrow morning. Indeed, I am inclined to go by the mail tonight. It would save me half a day."
"The mail leaves at 10:15. You'll have to look sharp if you travel by that," said Edward.
"I'll try it at any rate."
"Good night, Mr. Treverton," said Laura, giving him her hand.
The lively Celia was not going to let him depart with so cold a farewell. He was a man, and as such, eminently interesting to her.
"We'll all walk to the gate with you," she said. "It will be better for us than sitting yawning here, watching the bats skimming across the flower beds."
They all went, and it happened somehow, to John Treverton's tremulous delight, that Laura and he were side by side, a little behind the other two.
"I am sorry you are obliged to leave so soon," said Laura,
anxious to say something vaguely civil.
"I should go away more happy than I can tell you if I thought my going could make you sorry."
"Oh, I did not mean in such a particular sense," she said, with a little laugh. "I'm sorry for your own sake that you have to leave the country just when it is so lovely, and to go back to smoky London. If you knew how I hate that world of smoke and all foul things, you would pity me with the uttermost compassion your kind heart can feel," he answered, very much in earnest. "I am going from all I love to all I detest, and I know not how long it may be before I can return. But if I should be able to come quickly, will you promise me a kindly welcome, Laura? Will you promise to be as glad of my return as I'm sorry to go tonight?"
"I cannot make any such bargain," she said gently, "for I cannot measure your sadness tonight. You are altogether a mysterious person. I've not even begun to understand you. But I hope you may come back soon, when our roses are in bloom and our nightingales are singing. And if their welcome is not enough for you, I will promise to add mine."
There was a tender playfulness in her tone which was unspeakably sweet to him. They were quite alone, in a part of the carriage drive where the trees grew thickest, the shadow of chestnut leaves folding them round, the low breath of the evening wind whispering in their ears. It was an hour for tender avowals, for unworldly thoughts. John Treverton took Laura's hand and held it unreproved. "Tell me that you do not hate the memory of my cousin Jasper because of that absurd will," he said.
"Could I hate the memory of one who was so good to me, the only father I ever knew?"
"Say then that you do not hate me because of my cousin's will."
"It would be very unchristian-like to hate you for an act of which you are innocent."
"No doubt, but I can imagine a woman hating a man under such circumstances. You take away your hand. Yes, I feel convinced that you detest me."
"I took away my hand because I thought you had forgotten to let it go," said Laura, determined not to be too serious. "Will it really make you more satisfied with yourself if I tell you that I heartily forgive my adopted father for his will?"
"Infinitely. And that, in spite of our ridiculous position towards each other, I do not quite hate you." Laura, you are making me the happiest of men. But I am saying very little. If you knew how much it is to me, a world of hope, a world of delight, an incentive to high thoughts and worthy deeds, a regeneration of body and soul. You're talking wildly. I'm wild with gladness. Laura, my love, my darling, stop, she said suddenly, turning to him with earnest eyes, very pale in the dim light, now completely serious. Is it me or your cousin's estate you love? If it is the fortune you think of, let there be no stage play of love-making between us. I am willing to obey your cousin, as I would have obeyed him living, honoring him and submitting to him as a father. But let us be true and loyal to each other. Let us face life honestly and earnestly, and accept it for what it is worth. Let us be faithful friends and companions, but not sham lovers. Laura, I love you for yourself and yourself only. As I live, that is the truth. Come to me tomorrow, penniless, and tell me that Jasper Treverton's will was a forgery. Come to me and say, I am a pauper like yourself, John, but I am yours, and see how fond and glad a welcome I will give you. My dearest, I love you truly, passionately. It is your lovely face, your tender voice, yourself I want. He put his arm round her and drew her, not unwilling, to his breast, and kissed her with the first lover's kiss that had ever crimsoned her cheek. I like to believe you, she said softly, resting contentedly in his arms. This was their parting. This ends Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 8 of The Cloven Hoof by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Days That Are Over, Dreams That Are Done. There was excitement and agitation in Cibber Street, Leicester Square, that essentially dramatic, musical, and terpsichorean nook in the great forest of London. Chicot had narrowly escaped death. It had been all but death at the moment of the accident. It might be absolute death at any hour of the night and day that followed the catastrophe. At least, this is what the inhabitants of Cibber Street told each other, and they were one and all as graphic and as full of detail as if they had just left Chicot's bedside.
"She's never stirred since they laid her in her bed," said the shoemaker's wife at the dingy shop for ladies' boots, 2 doors from the Chicot domicile. "She lies there like a piece of waxwork, poor thing, and every 5 minutes they takes and wets her lips with a feather dipped in brandy, and sometimes she says, 'More, more,' very weak and pitiful."
"That looks as if she was sensible at any rate," answered a good woman's gossip, a letter of lodgings at the end of the street.
"I don't believe it's sense, Mrs. Bitters. I believe it's only an inward craving. She feels that low in her inside that the brandy's a relief to her."
"Have they set her leg yet?"
"Lord love you, Mrs. Bitters, it's a compound fracture, and the swelling ain't begun to go down. They've got a professional nurse from one of the hospitals, and she's never left off applying cooling lotion night or day to keep down the inflammation. The doctor hasn't left the house since it happened."
"Is it Mr. Mivart?"
"Law, no, it's quite a stranger, a young man that's just been walking the hospital, but they say he's very clever. He was at the Prince Frederick when it happened, and see it all, and helped to bring her home, and if she was a duchess, he couldn't be more careful over her."
"Where's the husband?" asked Mrs. Bitters.
"Away in the country. No one knows where, if she hasn't sense to tell 'em, poor lamb. But from what Mrs. Everett tells me, they was never the happiest of couples."
"Ah," sighed Mrs. Bitters, with an air of widest worldly experience. "Dancers and such didn't ought to marry. What do they want with husbands, courted and run after as they are? Out every night, too, like tomcats. How can they make a home happy?"
"I can't say as I ever thought Mr. Chicot had a happy look," assented the shoemaker's wife. "He's got a way of walking with his eyes on the ground and his hands in his pockets, as if he didn't take no interest in life."
Thus, and in various other manners, was the evil fate of La Chicot discussed in Cibber Street and the surrounding neighbourhood. Everybody was interested in her welfare. If she'd been some patient domestic drudge, a devoted wife and mother, the interest would have been mild in comparison, the whole thing tame and commonplace. But La Chicot, whose name was on the walls in capitals 3 feet high, whose bold bright face smiled on the foot passenger at every turn in the road, La Chicot was a personage, and whether she was to draw the lot of life or death from fate's mysterious urn was a public question. It had been as the scene-shifter had shrewdly prophesied. She'd been drunk, and the stage carpenter had been drunk, and the result had been calamity. There'd been a perennial supply of champagne in La Chicot's dressing-room during the last week, thanks to the liberality of an anonymous admirer who'd sent a 3 dozen case of Rederer pints, fascinating little gold-tipped bottles that looked as innocent as flowers or butterflies. La Chicot had an idea that a pint of champagne could hurt nobody. Of a quart she opined, as the famous glutton did of a goose, that it was too much for one, and not enough for two. She naturally suspected that the anonymous champagne came from the unknown giver of the bracelet, but she was not going to leave the case unopened on that account. It was very pleasant to have an admirer who gave so freely and asked nothing. Poor fellow, it would be time enough to snub him when he became obtrusive. In the meanwhile she accepted his bounty as unquestioningly as she received the gifts of all bounteous nature, the sun that warmed her, the west wind that fanned her cheek, the wallflowers and primroses at the street corners that told her spring was abroad in the land. Yet she was a woman, and therefore naturally curious about her nameless admirer. Her splendid eyes roamed among the faces of the audience, especially among the gilded youth in the stalls, until they alighted on a countenance which La Chicot believed likely to be the one she sought. It was a face that watched her with a grave attention she'd seen in no other countenance, though all were attentive. A sallow face of a Jewish type, black eyes, and almost death-like pallor, a firmly molded mouth, the lips too thick for beauty, black hair, smooth and sleek. "That is the man," La Chicot said to herself, "and he looks inordinately rich." She stole a glance at him often after this, and she always saw the same expression in the pallid Israelitish face, an intensity she'd never seen in any other countenance. "C'est un homme à parvenir," she told herself. "Si ça était guerrier, il aurait vaincu un monde, comme Napoléon." The face fascinated her somehow, or at all events it made her think of the man. She drank his champagne with greater gusto after this, and on the night after her discovery, the weather being unusually sultry for the season, she drank 2 bottles in the course of her toilet. When she went down to the wings, glittering with silvery tinsel, clad in a cloud of snowy gauze, she could hardly stand. But dancing was a second nature with her, and she managed to get through her solos without disgrace. There was a certain wildness, an extra audacity, a shade too much of that peculiar quality which the English call go, and the French call chic. But the audience at the Prince Frederick liked extremes, and applauded her to the echo. "By Jove, she's a wonderful woman!" exclaimed Mr. Smolendo, watching her from the prompter's entrance. "She's a safe draw for the next 3 seasons." 10 minutes afterwards came the ascent through the coral caves. The ironwork creaked, groaned, trembled, and then gave way. There was a shrill scream from the dancer, a cry of horror from the men at the wings, and La Chicot was lying in the middle of the stage, a confused heap of tumbled gauze and silver, silent and unconscious, while the green curtain came down with a run. It was late on the night after the accident when Chicot came home. He found his wife lying in a dull stupor, as the gossips had described her, life sustained by the frequent administration of brandy. The woman was as near death as she could be without being ready for her grave. A stranger was sitting by her bedside when Jack went into the room, a young man with a gravity of face and manner which was older than his years. The nurse was on the other side of the bed, applying a cooling lotion to Chicot's burning forehead. The leg had been successfully set that afternoon by one of the cleverest surgeons in London, and was suspended in a cradle under the light coverlet. Jack went to the bedside and bent over the motionless figure, and looked at the dull white face. "My poor Zaire, this is bad," he murmured, and then he turned to the stranger, who had risen and stood beside him. "You are a doctor, I suppose?" "I am the watchdog, if you like. Mr. Smolendo would not trust my inexperience with so delicate an operation as setting the broken leg. It was a terrible fracture, and required the highest art. He sent for Sir John Pelham, and everything has been done well and successfully. But he allowed me to remain as surgeon in charge. Your wife's state is perilous in the extreme. I fear the brain is injured. I was in the theatre when the accident happened. I am deeply interested in this case. I have lately passed my examination creditably, and am a qualified practitioner. I shall be glad if you will allow me to attend your wife, under Pelham, of course. It is not a question of remuneration," the young man added hurriedly. "I am actuated only by my professional interest in Madame Chicot's recovery. I have no objection to my wife's profiting by your generous care, provided always that Sir John Pelham approves your treatment," answered Chicot, in a calmer tone than George Gerard expected from a man who had just come home after a week's absence to find his wife in peril of death. "Do you think she will recover?" This question was asked deliberately, with intense earnestness. Gerard saw that the eyes which looked at him were watching for the answering look in his own eyes, waiting as for the sentence of doom. That look set the surgeon wondering as to the relations between husband and wife. A minute ago he had wondered at Chicot's coldness, a tranquillity that seemed almost indifference. Now the man was all intensity. What did the change mean? "Am I to tell you the truth?" asked Gerard. "By all means. Remember, I can give you only my opinion. It is an obscure case. The injury to the brain is not easily to be estimated. I will take your opinion for what it is worth. For God's sake, be candid." "Then, in my opinion, the chances are against her recovery." Chicot drew a long breath, a strange, shivering sigh, which the surgeon, clever as he was, knew not how to interpret. "Poor thing," said the husband, after a brief silence, looking down at the dull, blank face. "And 3 years ago she and I came out of the Mairie very happy and loving each other dearly. C'est dommage que cela passe si vite." These last words were spoken too low for Gerard to hear. They were a brief lament over a love that was dead. "Tell me about the accident," said Chicot, sitting down in the chair Gerard had vacated. "You were in the theatre, you say. You saw it all." "I did, and it was I who picked your wife up. I was behind the scenes soon enough for that. The panic-stricken wretches about were afraid to touch her." Gerard told everything faithfully. Chicot listened with an unchanging face. He knew the worst that could be told him. The details could make little difference. "I said just now that in my opinion the chances were against your wife's recovery," said Gerard, full of earnestness. "But I did not say the case was hopeless. If I thought it were, I should not be so anxious to undertake the care of your wife. I ask you to let me watch her because I entertain the hope, a faint hope at present, I grant, of curing her." Chicot gave a little start, and looked curiously at the speaker. "You must be tremendously in love with your profession to be so anxious about another man's wife," he said. "I am in love with my profession. I have no other mistress. I desire no other." "Well, you may do all you can to snatch her from the jaws of death," said Chicot. "Let her have her chance, poor soul. That is only fair. Poor butterfly, last night the star of a crowded theatre, the delight of every eye. Tonight, to lie thus, a mere log, living and yet dead. It is hard." He walked softly up and down the room, deep in thought. "Do you know, I implored her to refuse that assent," he said. "I had a foreboding that harm would come of it." "You should have forbidden it," said the surgeon, with his fingers on the patient's wrist. "Forbidden? You don't know my wife." "If I had a wife, she should obey me." "Ah, that's a common delusion of bachelors. Wait till you have a wife, and you will tell a different story." "She will do for tonight," said Gerard, taking up his hat, yet lingering for one long scrutiny of the white, expressionless face on the pillow. "Mrs. Mason knows all she has to do. I will be here at 6 tomorrow morning." "At 6? You are an early riser." "I am a hard worker. One is impossible without the other. Good night, Mr. Chicot. I congratulate you upon your power to take a great trouble quietly. There is no better proof of strong nerve." Jack fancied there was a hidden sneer in this parting compliment, but it made very little impression upon him. The perplexity of his life was big enough to exclude every other thought. "You had better go to bed, Mrs. Mason," he said to the nurse. "I shall sit up with my wife." "I beg your pardon, sir. I could not feel that I was doing my duty if I indulged myself with a night's rest while the case is so critical. By and by I shall be thankful to get an hour's sleep." "Do you think Madame Chicot will ever be better?" The nurse looked down at her white apron, sighed gently, and as gently shook her head. "We always like to look at the bright side of things, sir," she answered. "But is there any bright side to this case?" "That rests with Providence, sir. It is a very bad case." "Well," said Jacques Chicot, "we must be patient." He seated himself in the chair by the bedside and remained there all night, never sleeping, hardly changing his attitude, sunk to the bottom of some deep gulf of thought. Day came at last, and soon after daybreak came George Gerard, who found no change either for better or worse in his patient, and ordered no change in the treatment. "Sir John Pelham is to be here at 11, he said. "I shall come at 11 to meet him." The great surgeon came, made his inspection, and said that all was going on well.
"We shall make her leg sound again," he said. "I have no fear about that. I wish we were as certain about the brain."
"Do you think the brain is seriously hurt?" asked Chicot.
"We can hardly tell. The iron struck her head as she fell. There is no fracture of the skull, but there is mischief of some kind. Rather serious mischief, I fear. No doubt a good deal would depend on care and nursing. You are lucky to have secured Mrs. Mason. I can highly recommend her."
"Frankly, do you think my wife will recover?" asked Chicot, questioning Sir John Pelham today as earnestly as he had questioned George Gerard last night.
"My dear sir, I hope for the best, but it is a bad case."
"That must mean that it is hopeless," thought Chicot, but he only bowed his head gently and followed the surgeon to the door, where he tried to slip a fee into his hand.
"No, no, my dear sir. Mr. Smolender will arrange that little matter," said the surgeon, rejecting the money, "and very properly, too, since your wife was injured in his service."
"I would rather have paid her debts myself," answered Chicot, "though heaven knows how long I could have done it. We are never very much beforehand with the world. Oh, by the way, how about that young man upstairs, Mr. Gerard? Do you approve his treatment of the case?"
"Very much so. A remarkably clever young man. A man who ought to make rapid way in his profession."
Sir John Pelham gave a compassionate sigh at the end of his speech, remembering how many young men he had known deserving of success, and how few of them had succeeded, and thinking what a clever and altogether commendable young man he must himself have been to be one of the few. After this, Jacques Chicot allowed Mr. Gerard to prescribe for his wife with perfect confidence in the young man's ability. Sir John Pelham came once a week and gave his opinion, and sometimes made some slight change in the treatment. It was a lingering, wearying illness, hard work for the nurse, trying work for the watcher. The husband had taken upon himself the office of night nurse. He watched and ministered to the invalid every night, while Mrs. Mason enjoyed 4 or 5 hours' sleep. Mr. Smolendo had suggested that they should have 2 nurses. He was willing to pay for anything that could ameliorate the sufferer's condition, though Chicot's accident had almost ruined his season. It had not been easy to get a novelty strong enough to replace her. "No," said Jacques Chicot, "I don't want to take more of your money than I can help, and I may as well do something for my wife. I'm useless enough at best." So Jack went on drawing for the comic periodicals, and worked at night beside his wife's bed. Her mind had never awakened since the accident. She was helpless and unconscious now as she had been when they had brought her home from the theatre. Even George Gerard was beginning to lose heart, but he in no way relaxed his efforts to bring about a cure. In the day, Jack went for long walks, getting as far away from that close and smoky region of Leicester Square as his long legs would take him. He tramped northward to Hampstead and Hendon, to Highgate, Barnet, Harrow, southward to Dulwich, Streatham, Beckenham, to breezy commons where the gorse was still golden, to woods where the perfume of pine trees filled the warm, still air, to hills below which he saw London lying, a silent city, wrapped in a mantle of blue smoke. The country had an inexpressible charm for him at this period of his life. He was not easy till he had shaken the dust of London off his feet. He who a year ago in Paris had wasted half his days playing billiards in the entresol of a café on the Boulevard Saint-Michel, or sauntering the stony length of the boulevards from the Madeleine to the Château d'Eau, was now a solitary rambler in suburban lanes, choosing every path that led him furthest from the haunts of men. "You are always out when I come in the daytime, Mr. Chicot," said Gerard one evening, when he had called later than usual and found Jack at home, dusty, tired after his day's ramble. "Is not that rather hard on Madame Chicot?" "What can it matter to her? She does not know when I am here. She's quite unconscious." "I'm not so sure of that. She seems unconscious, but beneath that apathy there may be some struggling sense of outward things. It is my hope that the mind is there still, under a dense cloud." The struggle was long and weary. There came a day on which even George Gerard despaired. The wound in the leg had been slow to heal, and the pain had weakened the patient. Despite all that watchful nursing could do, she had sunk to the lowest ebb. "She is very weak, is she not?" asked Jack, that summer afternoon. A sultry afternoon late in June, when the close London street was like a dusty oven, and faint odours from stale strawberries and half-rotten pineapples on the costermongers' barrows tainted the air with a sickly sweetness. "She is as weak as she can be and live," answered Gerard. "You begin to lose faith." "I begin to fear." As he spoke, he saw a look of ineffable relief flash into Jacques Chicot's eyes. His own eyes caught and fixed that look, and the two men stood facing each other. one of them knowing that the secret of his heart was discovered. "I fear," said the surgeon deliberately, "but I am not going to leave off trying to save her. I mean to save her life if it is in human power to save it. I have set my heart upon it." "Do your utmost," answered Chicot. "Heaven is above us all. It must be as fate wills." "You loved her once, I suppose," said Gerard, with searching eyes still on the other's face. "I loved her truly." "When and why did you leave off loving her?" "How do you know that I have ever done so?" asked Chicot, startled by the audacity of the question. "I know it as well as you know it yourself. I should be a poor physician for an obscure disease of the brain if I could not read your secret. This poor creature, lying here, has for some time past been a burden and an affliction to you. If Providence were to remove her quietly, you would thank Providence. You would not lift your hand against her, or refuse any aid you can give her, but her death would be an infinite relief. Well, I think you will have your wish. I think she's going to die." "You have no right to talk to me like this," said Chicot. "Have I not? Why should not one man talk freely to another, uttering the truth boldly? I do not presume to judge or to blame. Who among us is pure enough to denounce his brother's sin? But why should I pretend not to understand you? Why affect to think you a loving and devoted husband? It is better that I should be plain with you. Yes, Mr. Chicot, I believe this business is going to end your way, and not mine." Jack stood looking gloomily out of the open window down into the dingy street, where the strawberry barrow was moving slowly along, while the costermonger's brassy voice brayed out his strange jargon. He had no word to answer to the surgeon's plain speaking. The accusation was true. He could not gainsay it. "Yes, I loved her once," he said to himself presently, as he sat by the bedside after George Gerard had gone. What kind of love was it, I wonder? I felt my life a failure, and had abandoned all hope of ever getting back into the beaten tracks of respectability, and it seemed to me to matter very little what I did with my life, or what kind of woman I married. She was the handsomest woman I had ever seen, and she was fond of me. Why should I not marry her? Between us we could manage to live somehow, au jour le jour, from hand to mouth. We took life lightly, both of us. Those were pleasant days. Yet I look back and wonder that I could have lived in the gutter and revelled in it. How even a gentleman can sink when once he ceases to respect himself. When did I first begin to be weary? When did I begin to hate her? Never till I had met, O paradise, which I've seen through the half-open gate, shall I verily be free to enter your shining fields, your garden of gladness and delight. He sat by the bed in thoughtful silence, till the nurse came in to take his place, and then he went out into the dusty streets, and walked northward in search of air. He had promised the nurse to be back at 10 o'clock, when she could have her supper and go to bed, leaving him in charge for the night. This was the usual routine. All may be over when I go home tonight, he said to himself, and it seemed to him as if the past few years, the period of his married life, were part of a confused dream. It was all over now. Its follies and its joys belonged to the past. He could look back and pity his wife and himself. Both had been foolish, both erring. It was done with. They had come to the last page of a volume that was speedily to be closed forever. He could forgive, he could pity and deplore all that foolish past, now that it was no longer to fetter the future. He rambled far that day. He was lighter afoot. The atmosphere out of London was clearer, or it seemed clearer than usual. He walked to Harrow and lay on the grass below Byron's tomb, looking dreamily down at a dim world of London. It was after 11 when he got back to Cibber Street. The public house at the corner was closed. The latest of the gossips had deserted their doorsteps. He looked up to the first-floor windows. La Chicot's bed had been moved into the front room because it was more cheerful for her, the nurse said. But it was Mrs. Mason and not La Chicot who looked out of the window. The sickly yellow light shone through the dingy blind, just as it always did after dark. There was nothing to indicate any change. But all things would be the same, no doubt, if death were in the room. As Jack stood on the doorstep, feeling in his pockets for the key, the door opened, and Desrolles, the second-floor lodger, came out. "I'm going to see if I can get a drop of brandy at the Crown and Sceptre," he said, explanatorily. "I've had one of my old attacks." Mr. Desrolles was a sufferer from some chronic complaint which he alluded to vaguely, and which necessitated frequent recourse to stimulants. "The Crown and Sceptre is closed," said Jack. "I've some brandy upstairs. I'll give you a little." "That's uncommonly good-natured of you," said Desrolles. "I should have a night of agony if I couldn't get a little brandy somewhere. How late you are!" "I've walked further than usual. It was such a fine evening." "Was it really? Hereabouts it was dull and grey. I thought we were going to have a thunderstorm." "Local, I suppose. I've got some good news for you." "Good news for me. The rarity of a thing will make it welcome." "Your wife's better, decidedly better. I looked in 2 hours ago to inquire. The nurse thinks she has taken a turn. Mr. Gerard was here at 8 and thinks the same. It's wonderful. She rallied in an extraordinary manner between 3 and 5 o'clock, took her nourishment with an appearance of appetite for the first time since she has been ill. Mrs. Mason is delighted. Wonderful, isn't it?" "Very wonderful," exclaimed Jacques Chicot. And who shall tell the bitterness of heart with which he turned from the shining vision of the future, the vision that had been with him all that evening, back to the dreary reality of the present. He found Mrs. Mason elated. She'd never seen a more marked change for the better. "She's as weak as a newborn infant, poor dear," she said of her patient. "But it's just as if life was coming gently and slowly back, like the tide coming in over the sands when it has ebbed as low as ever it can ebb." The improvement continued steadily from that hour. The brain, so long clouded, awakened as from sleep. Zaire recovered her strength, her senses, her beauty, her insolence and audacity. Before September she was the old Chicot, the woman whose portrait had flaunted on all the walls of London. Mr. Smolendo was in raptures. The broken leg was as sound as ever it had been. La Chicot would be able to dance early in November. A paragraph announcing this fact had already gone the round of the papers. Another paragraph, more familiar in tone, informed the town that Madame Chicot's beauty had gained new lustre during the enforced retirement of her long illness. Mr. Smolendo knew his public. This ends Chapter 8. Days that are over, dreams that are done. Chapter 9 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9. And art thou come, and art thou true? It was late in November, and the trees were bare in the grounds of Hazelhurst Manor. The grand old mansion wore its air of grave dignity under the dull grey skies of late autumn. But the charms and graces of summer had gone, and there was a shade of melancholy in the stillness of the house and garden, in that pleasant enclosure, too big for a meadow and too small for a park,
over which the rooks swept like a black cloud at evensong, going screaming home to their nests in the tall elms behind the house. In this dreary season of the year, Laura Malcolm was living quite alone at the manor house. Celia Clare had been invited to spend a month with a well-to-do aunt at Braddon, and Braddon in the winter season represented the highest form of terrestrial bliss that had ever come within Celia's experience. She had vague dreams of Paris, as of a city that must far surpass even Braddon in blissfulness, but she had no hope of seeing Paris, unless, indeed, she were to get married, when she would insist on her husband taking her there for the honeymoon. "Of course, the poor creature would do anything I told him then," said Celia. "It would be different afterwards. I dare say when we had been married a year, he would try to trample on me." "I can't imagine anyone trampling upon you, Celia," said Laura, laughing. "Well, I think I should make it rather difficult for him. But all men are tyrants. Look at Papa, for instance, the best of men, with a heart of gold. But let the cook make a failure, and he goes on all dinner-time like the veriest heathen. Oh, they are altogether an inferior breed, believe me. There's your young man, Laura, very handsome, very gentlemanlike, but as weak as water." "Whom do you mean by my young man?" asked Laura. "You know, or you would not blush so violently. Of course, I mean John Treverton, your future husband. And by the by, you are to be married within a year after old Mr. Treverton's death. I hope you have begun to order your trousseau." "I wish you would not talk such nonsense, Celia. You know very well that I am not engaged to Mr. Treverton. I may never be engaged to him." "Then what were you two talking about that night under the chestnuts, when you lingered so far behind us?" "We are not engaged. That is quite enough for you to know." "Then if you are not engaged, you ought to be. That is all I can say. It is ridiculous to leave things to the last moment if you are ever so sure of each other. Old Mr. Treverton died early in January, and it's now late in November. I feel quite uncomfortable about going away and leaving your affairs in such an unsatisfactory state." Celia, who was the most frivolous of beings, affected a talent for business, and assumed an elder sister air towards Laura Malcolm that was pleasant in its absurdity. "You need not be uneasy, Celia. I can manage my own affairs." "I don't believe you can. You are awfully clever, and have read more books than I have ever seen the outside of in the whole course of my life. But you are not the least little bit practical or businesslike. You run the risk of losing this dear old house and the estate that belongs to it as coolly as if it were the veriest trifle. I begin to be afraid that you have a sneaking kindness for that worthless brother of mine." "You need have no such fear. I feel kindly towards your brother for auld lang syne, and because I think he likes me, as well as he can afford to like anybody, taking into account the small residue of affection that remains over and above his great regard for himself," interjected Celia contemptuously. "But I have no feeling for him warmer than a commonplace friendship. I never shall have." "Poor Ted! I'm sorry for his sake, but I'm very glad for yours." Celia went off to Brighton, radiant with 3 trunks and 2 bonnet boxes, and the manor house sank suddenly into silence and gloom. Celia's small frivolities were often troublesome, but her perennial gaiety of temper had pleasantly enlivened the spacious, unpeopled house. Her fun was a mere schoolgirl's fun, perhaps at best, but it was genuine, the spontaneous outcome of animal spirits and a happy disposition. Celia would have chatted as merrily over a cup of tea and a herring in a garret at 5 shillings a week as amidst the flesh-pots of Hazelhurst Manor. She was a joyous, improvident, idle creature, with the unreasoning love of life for its own sake which makes a Neapolitan beggar happy in the sunshine, and an English gipsy contented under the low arch of his canvas tent, on the patch of waste grass by the wayside,
whence he may be driven at any moment by a relentless constable. Celia was gone, and Laura had ample leisure for serious meditation. In the first few days she was glad to be alone, to be free to think her own thoughts, to have no fear of encountering the keen glance of Celia's penetrating eyes, not to see that canary head perched on one side with an air of insufferable knowingness. Then, after a little while, a deep melancholy crept over her spirits, a bitter sense of disappointment which she could not banish from her mind. She had never forgotten that long leave-taking in the avenue. Surely, if anything could mean an engagement, the words spoken then, the kiss taken then, meant the most solemn engagement. Yet since that night 6 months had passed, and John Treverton had made no sign. And in all that time his image had but rarely been absent from her thoughts. Day after day, hour after hour, she had expected to see him enter the garden unannounced, as when she had seen him from the yew tree archway, standing looking quietly round him at the spring flowers in the smiling, sunny lawn, where the shadows of the trees came and went like living things, where the earliest bees were humming and the first of the butterflies skimming over beds of red and yellow tulips. She'd seen him every day during his last visit to the Sampsons, and that 1 week of friendly companionship had brought them very near together. In all that time he had said no word about the curious position which they occupied towards each other, and she had admired the delicacy of mind to which he ascribed this reticence. It seemed to her that no word ought to be said till the final word which fulfilled Jasper Treverton's wish and united their 2 destinies forever. And Laura saw no reason why that word should not be spoken in due time. She fancied that John Treverton liked her. He was somewhat fitful in his spirits during that week of sun and shower, variable as the weather, at times wildly gay, capping Celia's maddest joke with one still madder, on other occasions lapsing into gloom, which provoked Celia to protest that he must have committed a murder in his early youth, and that the memory of his crime was haunting him. "Just like Eugene Aram," she had said. "Now, positively, Laura, he is like Eugene Aram, and I feel convinced that somebody's bones are bleaching in a cave, ready to be put together like the pieces of a puzzle, and to appear against him at the predestined moment. Don't marry him, Laura. I'm sure there is some dreadful burden on his conscience." They had been infinitely happy together in the most artless fashion, with the unthinking gladness of children whose calculations never travel beyond the present moment. Perhaps it was the delicious April weather, which spread a warm glaze of sunny yellow over the earth, and bathed the young leaves in vivid light, and painted the sky in Italian blue, and set the blackbirds and throstles singing from an hour before sunrise to an hour after sundown. This might in itself be enough for happiness. And then there was youth, a treasure so rich that none of us have ever learned to measure its value till we have lost it, when we look back and lament it as perhaps, after all is said, the dearest of all those dear friends we have buried. For was it not this which made those others so deeply dear? Whatever the cause, those 3, and more especially those 2, had been happy. And yet, after that week of innocent intimacy, after that parting kiss, John Treverton had remained away for more than half a year, and not by so much as a letter had he assured Laura that she still held a place in his heart and mind. She thought of him now with bitterest self-reproach. She was angry with herself for letting her heart go out to him, for having made the tacit engagement involved in that farewell kiss. "After all, it is only the fortune he cares about," she said to herself. "And after my foolishness that night, he fancies himself so secure of me that he can stay in London and enjoy life in his own way, and then come and claim me at the last moment, just in time to fulfill the conditions of his cousin's will. He's making the most of his last year of liberty. He will have no more of me than the law obliges him to have. The year is nearly gone, and he's given me one little week of his society. A cool lover, certainly. A hypocrite, too, for he puts on looks and tones that seemed like deepest, strongest love. A gratuitous hypocrisy, pursued Laura, lashing herself to sharper scorn, for I implored him to be frank with me. I offered him a loyal, friendly alliance. But he is a man, and I suppose it is a man's nature to be false. He preferred to declare himself my lover, forgetting that his conduct would belie his words. I will never forgive him. I will never forgive myself for being so easily deceived. The estate shall go to the hospital. If he were here tomorrow, kneeling at my feet, I would refuse him. I know the hollowness of his pretended love. He cannot fool me a second time. She'd never been vain of her beauty. The secluded life she had led with her adopted father had left her simple as a cloistered nun in all her thoughts and habits. Edward Clare had told her that she was lovely many times, and had praised her loveliness in his verses with all the affectation and some of the license of that new school of poets of which he was an obscure member. But Laura had received all such praises as the effervescence of the poet's frothy intellect, rather than as a just tribute to her charms. Now, full of anger against John Treverton, she looked in her glass one winter night and wondered if she were really beautiful. Yes, if the Guido in the dining-room below was beautiful, if features of purest modelling, dark hazel eyes, and a clear complexion faintly flushed with delicate carnation, if sculptured eyelids darkly fringed, a mouth half sad, half scornful, and dimples that showed momentarily in the mockery of a self-contemptuous smile. If these meant beauty, Laura Malcolm was assuredly beautiful. She was too true an artist not to know that this was beauty which smiled at her bitterly from the darkness of the glass. "Perhaps I'm not his style," she said, with a little laugh. "I have heard Edward Clare say that of girls I have praised. Yes, she's very well, but not my style," as if Providence ought to have had him in view whenever it created a pretty woman. "Not my style," Edward would drawl languidly, as much as to say, and therefore a failure. Every idea of John Treverton now remaining in Laura's mind was a thought of bitterness. She was so angry with him that she could not give him credit for one worthy act or one honorable feeling. As nearly as a soul so generous could hate did she now approach to the sin of hatred. This was her mood one day in the beginning of December. Indeed, it had been her mood always for the last 3 months, but in the leisure of her late solitude her anger had intensified. This was her mood as she walked in the garden in the cold sunshine, looking at the pale, prim faces of the fading chrysanthemums, the perky china asters lending the last touch of bright color to the dying year, the languorous late roses flaunting their sickly beauty, like ballroom belles who refuse to bow their heads to the sentence of time. It was a morning of unusual mildness. The arrow point of the old-fashioned vane pointed southwest. The leaves of the evergreen oaks were scarcely ruffled by the wind. The tall Scotch firs, red and rugged columns topped by masses of swart foliage, stood darkly out against the calm, clear sky. This garden was Laura's chief delight in her loneliness. God had gifted her with that deep and abiding love of nature, which is perhaps one of his richest gifts. They who possess it can never be utterly joyless. She had walked in garden and orchard for more than an hour when she came back by the old yew-tree arch, and just in the spot where she had seen him more than half a year ago, she saw John Treverton standing again today. What an unstable thing is a woman's anger against the man she loves. Laura's first feeling at sight of John Treverton was indignation. She was on the point of receiving him with crushing politeness, of freezing him with coldest courtesy, when she perceived that he looked ill and careworn, and was gazing at her with eyes full of yearning tenderness. Then she forgot her wrongs in one moment, and went up to him and gave him her hand, saying gently, "What have you been doing with yourself all this time?" "Knocking about London, doing very little good for myself or anyone else," he answered frankly. Then he seemed to lose himself in the delight of being with her. He walked by her side, saying never a word, only looking at her with fond, admiring eyes, as if she'd come upon him suddenly, like a revelation of hitherto unknown loveliness and delight. At last he found a voice, but not for any brilliant utterance. "Are you really just a little glad to see me again?" he asked. "Remember, you promised me a welcome." "You have been in no haste to claim the fulfillment of my promise. It was made more than 6 months ago. You have had other welcomes in the meanwhile, no doubt, and have forgotten all about Hazelhurst Manor. The manor house and she who occupies it have never been absent from my thoughts." "Really? And yet you have stayed away so long. That looks rather like forgetfulness." "It was not forgetfulness. There have been reasons I cannot explain." "And do they no longer exist?" "No," he gave a long sigh. "They are at an end now." "You have been ill, perhaps?" speculated Laura, looking at him with a solicitude she could not wholly conceal. "I have been far from well. I have been working rather harder than usual. I have to earn my bread, you know, Laura." "Have you any profession now that you have left the army?" asked Laura. "I left the army 6 years ago. I've managed to live by my own labor since that time. My career has been a checkered one. I've lived partly by art, partly by literature, and have not succeeded in winning a name in either profession. That does not sound a brilliant account, does it? Its only merit is truth. I am nobody. Your generosity and my cousin Jasper's will make me somebody. My fate depends on you." This was hardly the tone of a lover. It was a tone that Laura's pride would have resented had she not inwardly believed that John Treverton loved her. There is a subtle power in the love which keeps silence, mightier than all love's eloquence. A hand that trembles when it touches another, one swift look from loving eyes, a sigh, a tone, will tell more than an oration. John Treverton was the most reticent of lovers, yet his reserve did not offend Laura. They went into the grave old house together, and sat down to luncheon, tête-à-tête, waited upon by Trimmer, the old butler, who had lived more than 30 years with Jasper Treverton, and had lifted Laura out of the carriage when his master brought her to the manor a delicate child, looking wistfully round at strange objects with wide-opened eyes. "They looked just for all the world like man and wife," said Trimmer, when he went back to his pantry. "And I hope before long it'll be that. They'll make a fine couple, and I'm sure they're fond of one another already." "It isn't in Miss Laura to marry a man she wasn't fond of, not for all the fortunes in Christendom," retorted Mrs. Trimmer, who had been cook and housekeeper nearly as long as her husband had been butler. "Well, if I was a young woman, I'd marry almost anybody rather than I'd lose such a home as Hazelhurst Manor," answered Trimmer. "I ain't a money grubber, but a good home ain't to be trifled with. And if they don't marry, and the estate goes to build a hospital, what's to become of you and me? Some folks in our position would be all agog for setting up in the public line and making our fortunes. But I've seen more fortunes lost than won that way, and I know when I'm well off. Good wages paid regular, and everything found for me is all I ask." After luncheon, Laura and John went for a walk in the grounds. A mutual inclination led them to the shrubbery where they had parted that April night. The curving avenue of good old trees made a pleasant walk even at this season, when not a green leaf was left, and the ragged crows' nests showed black amidst the delicate tracery of the topmost branches. The air was even milder than in the morning. It might have been an afternoon early in October. John Treverton stopped in front of the rugged trunk of the great chestnut under which Laura and he had parted. The young leaves had made a canopy of shade that night. Now the big branches stood out dark and bare, stained with moss and weather. The grass at the foot of a tree was strewn with green husks and broken twigs, dead leaves, and shining brown nuts. "I think it was at this spot we parted," said John. "Do you remember?" "I have a vague recollection that it was somewhere about here," Laura answered carelessly. She knew the spot to an inch, but was not going to admit as much. He took her hand and drew it gently through his arm, as if they were starting upon a pilgrimage somewhere, then bent his head and kissed the delicate bare hand, a lovely tapering hand that could only belong to a lady, a hand which was in itself something for a lover to adore. "Darling, when are we to be married?" he asked softly, almost in a whisper, as if an unspeakable shyness took hold of him at that critical moment. "What a question!" cried Laura, with pretended astonishment. "Who has ever talked about marriage? You have never asked me to be your wife." "Did I not? But I asked you if you were angry with your adopted father for his will, and you said no. That was as much as to say you were content we should gratify the old man's wish, and we can only do so by becoming man and wife. Laura, I love you more than I can ever say, and loving you as I do, though I am conscious of many shortcomings, yes, though I know myself in many respects unworthy to be your husband, a pauper, unsuccessful, without name or fame, less than nobody. Still, darling, I fall upon my knees here at your feet, I who never knelt to a woman before, and have too seldom knelt to my God, and sue to you in forma pauperis. Perhaps in all England there lives no man less worthy to be your husband, save for the one merit of loving you with all his heart and soul." He was kneeling before her, bareheaded, at the foot of the old chestnut tree, among the rugged roots that curved in and out amidst the grass. Laura bent down and touched his forehead with her lips. It was hardly a kiss. The sweet lips fluttered on his forehead for an instant and were gone. No butterfly's wing was ever lighter. "I will take you, dear," she said gently, "with all your faults, whatever their number. I have a feeling that I can trust you, all the more perhaps because you do not praise yourself. We will try to do our duty to each other and to our dead benefactor, and to use his wealth nobly. Shall we not, John?" "You will use it nobly, love. You can do nothing that is not noble," he answered gravely. He was pale to the lips, and there was no gladness in his look, though it was full of love. This ends Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10. Engaged. John Treverton stayed at the manor house till after dark, alone with his betrothed, and happier than he had ever been in his life. Yes, happy, though it was with a desperate happiness, as of a child plucking wildflowers on the sunny edge of an abyss. He must have been something less or more than human if he had not been happy in Laura Malcolm's company today, as they sat by the fire in the gloaming, side by side, her head leaning against his shoulder, his arm round her waist, her dark eyes hidden under drooping lids,
as they gazed dreamily downward at the smouldering logs. The room lit dimly by the fire glow, grotesque shadows coming and going on the wall behind them, like phantom forms of good or evil angels hovering near them as they sat face to face with fate, the one unconscious of all danger, the other reckless and defiant. Now that the word had been spoken, that they two were pledged to each other to the end of life, Laura let her heart go out to her lover without reserve. She was not afraid to let him see her fondness. She did not seek to make her love more precious to him by simulated coldness. She gave him all her heart and soul, as Juliet gave herself to Romeo. Lips that had never breathed a word of love now murmured sweetest words in his ear. Eyes that had never looked into a lover's eyes gazed and lost themselves in the depths of his. Never was lover more innocently or unreservedly adored. If he had been boastful or self-assertive, Laura's pride would have taken alarm. But his deep humility, and a shadow of melancholy which hung over him, even when he seemed happiest, asked for her pity. And a woman is never better pleased with her lover than when he has need of her compassion. "And do you really love me, Laura?" he asked. His face bent over the beautiful head, which seemed to have found so natural a resting place upon his shoulder. "If there had been no such thing as my cousin Jasper's will, and you and I had met in the outside world, do you think I am the man your heart would have chosen?" "That is too abstruse a question in metaphysics," she answered, laughingly. "I only know that my heart chose you, and that Papa's will, I must call him by the old name, did not influence my choice. Don't you think that is quite enough for you to know?" "It is all I desire to know, my loveliest. Or not quite all. I should like to know, out of mere idle curiosity, when you first began to think me not altogether despicable. Do you want the history of the case from the very beginning? From the eggs to the apples, from the very first instant when your heart began to beat a little more kindly for me than for all the rest of the world?" "I will tell you." She paused and looked up at him with a smile of innocent coquetry. "Yes, dearest." "When you have told me the history of your life, from the instant when I became more to you than the common herd of women." His first answer was a deep sigh. "Ah, dear love, my case was different. I struggled against my passion." "Why?" "Because I felt myself unworthy of you." "That was foolish." "No, dear, it was wise and right. You are like a happy child, Laura. Your past is a blank page that has no dark secrets." He felt her trembling as he spoke. Had his words frightened her? Did she begin to divine the dangers that hemmed him around? "Dearest, I don't want to alarm you, but in the past experience of a man of my age, there is generally one page he would give 10 years of his life to cancel. I have a dark page. Oh, my love, if I felt myself really worthy of you, my heart would hardly hold my happiness. It would break with too great a joy. Men's hearts have so broken. When did I begin to love you? Why, on the night I first entered this house, the cheerless winter night when I came like the prodigal son, weary of the husks in the sty, vaguely yearning for some better life. Your thrilling eyes, your grave, sweet smile, your tender voice came upon me like the revelation of a new world in which womanhood means goodness and purity and truth. My senses were as yet unmoved by your beauty. My mind reverenced your goodness. You were no more to me than a picture in a gallery, but you thrilled my soul as the picture might have done. You awakened new thoughts. You opened a door into heaven. Yes, Laura, admiration, reverence, worship, those began on the first night. Before I left Hazelhurst, worship had warmed into passionate love.
Yet you stayed away from January to April. My absence was one long conflict with my love. And from April to December, after you had shown me your heart, dear love, and I knew that you might be mine. That last absence needed a more desperate courage. Well, I came back, you see. Love was stronger than wisdom. Why must it be unwise for us to love each other? Only because of my unworthiness. Then we will forget your unworthiness, or, if your modesty likes better, I will love you and your unworthiness too. I do not suppose you a faultless paragon, John. Papa told me that you'd been extravagant and foolish. You will not be extravagant and foolish any more, will you, dear, when you are a sober married man? No, love. And we will both strive to do all the good we can with our large fortune. You shall be the chief disposer of it. No, no, I would not have it so on my account. You must be lord and master. I shall expect you to be quite the ideal country squire, the sun and centre of our little universe, the general benefactor. I will be your prime minister and adviser, if you like. I know all the poor people for 10 miles round on our estate, and on other people's land. I know their wants and their weaknesses. Yes, John, I think I can help you in doing much good, in making improvements that will not ruin you, and will make the lives of the laboring people much happier. Being your slave, what should I do but tend upon the hours and times of your desire? I have no precious time at all to spend, nor services to do, till you require, quoted John tenderly. Can I ever be happier than in obeying you? Do you know that it will be a great happiness to me not to leave the manor, said Laura presently. You must not think me mercenary, or that I value a big house and a large fortune. It is not so, John. I could live quite contentedly on the income Papa left me, more than contentedly, in a cottage with you. But I love the manor for its own sake. I know every tree in the grounds, and have watched them all growing, and sketched and painted them until I almost know the form of every branch. And I have lived so long in these old rooms that I doubt if any other rooms would ever look like home. It is a dear old house, is it not, John? Will you not be very proud when you are the master of it? I shall be very proud of my wife when I can dare to call her mine. That will be pride enough for me, answered John, drawing her a little nearer to his heart. And now, I suppose I ought to go and see Samson, and tell him that everything is definitely settled. When are we to be married, love? My cousin died on the 20th of January. We ought not to delay our marriage longer than the end of this month. Let us be married on the last day of the month, said Laura. It is the most solemn day in all the year. We shall never forget the anniversary of our wedding if it is on that day. I should never forget it in any case, answered John Treverton. Let it be on that day, love. The closing year shall unite me to you for life. I shall see Mr. Clare tonight and arrange everything. They were a long time saying good-bye, and just at the last John Treverton suggested that Laura should put on her hat and jacket and walk to the gates with him, so the first good-bye was wasted trouble. They were a long time walking to the gates, and the early winter night had come, and the stars were shining when they reluctantly parted. Laura tripped along the avenue with as light a foot as Juliet's when she came to the friar's cell to be married. John Treverton went slowly down the road towards Hazelhurst village, with his head bent upon his breast, and all the joy faded out of his face. He found Mr. Sampson and his sister just sitting down to dinner, and was welcomed with enthusiasm by both. "Upon my soul, you're a most extraordinary fellow," exclaimed the lawyer, after a good deal of handshaking. "You run off in no end of a hurry, promising to come back in a week or two at latest, and for 6 months we see no more of you, and you don't even favour your family solicitor with a line to say why you don't come. There are not many men in England who would play fast and loose with such chances as yours. Your cousin, when he made that curious will of his, told me you had been wild, but I was not prepared for such wildness as this." "Really, Tom," remonstrated Miss Sampson, blushing the salmon pink peculiar to sandy-haired beauty, "you have no right to talk to Mr. Treverton like that." "Yes, I have," answered Sampson, who prided himself on his open manner, his bonhomie, as he called it. "I have the right given me by a genuine interest in his affairs, the interest of a friend rather than a lawyer. You don't suppose it's for the sake of a 6 and 8 pences I take so much upon myself, Lizzie? No, it is because I have a sincere regard for my old client's kinsman, and a disinterested anxiety for his welfare." "I think you may make your mind easy about me," said John, without any appearance of elation. "I'm going to be married on the last day of this month, and I want you to prepare the settlement." "Bravo!" cried Tom Sampson, flourishing his napkin. "I'm almost as glad as if I'd backed the winner of a double event and woke up to find myself worth £20,000. My dear fellow, I congratulate you. The Hazelhurst property is a good £8,000 a year. There's £3,000 in ground rents in Beechhampton, and your dividends from railways and consols brings your income to a clean £14,000. If Miss Malcolm were penniless, I should be as proud of winning her as I am now," said John, gravely. "That's a very gentlemanlike way of looking at it," exclaimed the lawyer, as much as to say, "We know all about it. You're bound to say that kind of thing." Miss Sampson looked down at her plate, and felt that appetite was gone forever. It was foolishness, no doubt, to feel so keen a pang, but girlhood is prone to foolishness, and Eliza Sampson had not yet owned to 30. She had known from the first that John Treverton was to marry Laura Malcolm, and yet she had allowed herself to indulge in secret worship at his shrine. He was handsome and attractive, and Miss Sampson had seen so few young men who were either one or the other that she may be forgiven for fixing her young, unhackneyed affection on the first distinguished stranger who came within the narrow orbit of her colourless life. She'd lived under the same roof with him. She'd handed him his coffee in the morning, his tea, how carefully creamed and sugared, in the evening. She had studied his tastes and catered for him with unfailing care. She'd played Rosellen's Reverie in G for his delectation every evening during his 2 visits. She'd sung his favourite ballads, and if her voice sometimes failed her on the high notes, she made up in pathos what she wanted in power. These things are not easily to be forgotten by a youthful mind fed upon 3-volume novels, and naturally prone to sentiment. "Our wedding will be a very quiet affair," said John Treverton presently. "Laura wishes it to be so, and I am of her mind. I shall be glad if you will kindly refrain from talking about it to anyone, Sampson, and you too, Miss Sampson. We don't want to be objects of interest in the village." "I will be as dumb as a skin of parchment," answered the lawyer, "and I know that Eliza will be the soul of discretion." Eliza looked up shyly at their guest, her white eyelashes quivering with emotion. "I ought to congratulate you, Mr. Treverton," she faltered, "but it is all so sudden, so startling, that I can hardly find words." "My dear Miss Sampson, I know your friendly feeling towards me," John answered, with tranquil good nature. Oh, how cool he was! How cruelly indifferent to her feelings! And yet he ought to have known. Had Rosellen's Reverie, with the soft pedal down, said nothing? Later in the evening, John Treverton and his host smoked their cigars tête-à-tête in Mr. Sampson's office, beside the comfortable hearth, by which the lawyer was fonder of sitting than in his sister's highly decorated drawing-room, among the starched antimacassars, and chairs that were not to be sat on, and footstools that were intended for anything rather than the accommodation of the human foot. This unsociable habit of spending his evenings aloof from the family circle Mr. Sampson excused on the plea of business. The two men sat opposite each other for some time in friendly silence, John Treverton gravely meditative, Mr. Sampson in an agreeable frame of mind. He was congratulating himself on the prospect of retaining his position as agent for the Treverton estate, which profitable stewardship must have been lost to him if John Treverton had been so besotted in his folly as to forfeit his heritage by refusing to comply with the conditions of his kinsman's will. "I want fully to understand my position," said John presently. "Am I free to make what settlement I please upon my future wife?" "You are free to settle anything which you at present possess," answered the lawyer. "My present possessions amount to something less than a £5 note." "Then I don't think we need talk about a marriage settlement. By the terms of your cousin's will, his estate is to be held in trust for a 12-month. If within that time you shall have married Miss Malcolm, the estate will pass into your possession at the end of the year. You can then make a post-nuptial settlement on as liberal a scale as you please, but you cannot give away what you do not possess." "I see. It must be a post-nuptial settlement. Well, you may as well take my instructions at once. You can rough draft the settlement, submit your draft to council, have it engrossed and ready for execution upon the day on which I pass into possession of the property." "You are in a desperate hurry," said Sampson, smiling at his client's grave eagerness. "Life is full of desperate uncertainties. I want the welfare of the woman I love to be assured, whatever fate may be mine." "That is a generous forethought, rare in lovers. However intensely they may love in the present, their love seldom takes the form of solicitude for the beloved one's future. Hence generation after generation of penniless widows and destitute children. 'After me the deluge' is your lover's motto. Well, Mr. Treverton, what do you propose to settle on your wife in this post-nuptial deed?" "The entire estate, real and personal," answered John Treverton quietly. Mr. Sampson dropped his cigar and sat transfixed, an image of half-amused astonishment. "This bangs Banagher!" he exclaimed. "You must be mad." "No, I am only reasonable," answered Treverton. "The estate was left to me nominally, to Laura Malcolm actually. What was I to the testator? A blood relation, truly, but a stranger. At the time he made that will he had never seen my face. What little he had heard of me must have been to my disadvantage, for my life has been one long mistake, and I have given no man reason to sing my praises. What was Laura to him? His adopted daughter, the beloved and the affectionate companion of his declining years, his faithful nurse, his disinterested slave. Whatever love he had to give must have been given to her. She had grown up by his hearth. She had sweetened and cheered his lonely life. He left his estate to me in trust for her, so that he might keep his oath and yet leave his wealth where his heart prompted him to bestow it. He found in me a convenient instrument for the carrying out of his wishes, and I have reason to be proud that he was not unwilling to trust me with such a charge, to give me the being he held dearest. I shall settle the whole of my estate on my wife, Sampson. I consider myself bound in honor to do so." Mr. Sampson looked at his client with a prolonged and searching gaze, a slow smile dawning on his somewhat stolid countenance. "Don't be offended at my asking the question," he said. "Are you in debt?" "I don't owe sixpence. I have lived a somewhat bohemian life, but I have not lived upon other people's money." "I am glad to hear that," said Sampson, selecting a fresh cigar from a comfortably filled case, "because if you imagine that by such a settlement as you propose you could escape the payment of any debts now existing, you are mistaken. A man can make no settlement to the injury of his creditors. As regards future liability, the case would be different, and if you were deeply involved in commerce, a speculator, I could understand your desire to shift the estate from your own shoulders to your wife's. But as it is—" Can't you understand something not strictly commercial?" exclaimed John Treverton, waxing impatient. "Can't you understand that I want to obey the spirit as well as the letter of my cousin Jasper's will? I want to make his adopted daughter the actual mistress of the estate, in the same position she would have naturally occupied had he never made that foolish vow. In so doing, you make yourself a pensioner on her bounty. So be it. I am content to occupy that position. Come, my dear Samson, we need not argue the question any further. If you won't draw up the form of settlement I want, I must find a lawyer who will." "My dear sir," cried Tom Samson briskly, "when a client of mine is obstinately bent upon making a fool of himself, I always see him through his folly. He'd better make a fool of himself in my hands than in anyone else's. I do not suffer by the loss of his business, and I am vain enough to believe that he suffers less than he would if he took his business to any other office. If you have quite made up your mind, I am ready to rough draft any form of settlement you dictate. But I am bound to warn you that the dictation of such a settlement is a qualification for bedlam." "I will risk even as much as that. Nobody need know anything about the settlement but you and I, and, later, my wife. I shall not speak of it to her until it is ready for execution." Mr. Samson, in a chronic state of wonder, took half a quire of slippery blue foolscap and began his draft, with a very squeaky quill pen and a large consumption of ink. Simple and uniform as the gift was which John Treverton wished to make to his wife, the transfer of it required to be hedged round and intertwined with so much legal phraseology that Tom Samson had consumed his half-quire of foolscap before he came to the end of the draft. The estate had to be scheduled, and every homestead and labourer's cottage had to be described in a phrase of abstract grandeur, as "all that so-and-so, commonly known as so-and-so," and so forth, with almost maddening iteration. John Treverton, smoking his cigar and letting his thoughts wander away at a tangent every now and then to regions that were not always paths of pleasantness, thought his host would never leave off driving that inexorable quill, the sort of pen to sign a death warrant and feel none the worse for it, over the slippery paper. "Come," exclaimed Samson at last, "I think that ties the estate up pretty tightly on your wife and her children after her. She can squander the income as she pleases, and play old gooseberry up to a certain point, but she can't put the tip of her little finger on the principal. And now you have only to name 2 responsible men as trustees." "I don't know 2 respectable men in the world," said John, frankly. "Yes, you do. You know the vicar of this parish, and you know me. Your cousin Jasper considered us worthy to be trustees to his will. You need hardly be afraid to make us trustees to your marriage settlement. I have no objection, and I certainly know no better men. Then we'll consider it settled. I'll send the deed to council by tomorrow's post. I hope you quite understand that the settlement will make you a pauper, wholly dependent upon your wife. If you were to throw yourself on the parish, she would have to maintain you. Bar that, she may use you as badly as she likes. I am not afraid of her ill usage." "Upon my honour and conscience," mused Thomas Samson, as he laid himself down to rest that night, "I believe John Treverton is over head and ears in love with Miss Malcolm. Nothing but love or lunacy can explain his conduct. Which is it? Well, perhaps the line that divides the two is only a distinction without a difference." This ends Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11. No Trousseau. Laura was utterly happy in the brief interval between her betrothal and her wedding. She'd given her love and trust unreservedly, feeling that duty and love went hand in hand. In following the inclination of her heart, she was obeying the behest of her benefactor. She had been very fond of Jasper Treverton, had loved him as truly as ever daughter loved a father. It seemed the most natural process to transfer her love from the adopted father to his young kinsman. The old man in his grave was the bond of union between the girl and her lover. How pleased Papa would have been if he could have known that John and I would be so fond of each other, she said to herself innocently. Celia Clare hurried back from Braddon, eager to assist her friend at this momentous crisis of her life. "Braddon was quite too delightful," said Celia, "but not for worlds would I be absent from you at such a time. Poor soul, what would you have done without me?" "Dear Celia, you know how fond I am of you, but I think I could really have managed to get married without your assistance." "Get married? Yes, but how would you have done it?" cried Celia, making her eyes very round and big. "You would have made a most horrid muddle of it. Now, what about your trousseau? I'll wager you have hardly thought of it." "There you are wrong. I have ordered 2 travelling dresses and a handsome dinner dress." "And your collars and cuffs, your handkerchiefs, your peignoirs, your camisoles," pursued Celia, enumerating a string of articles. "My dear child, do you suppose I have lived all these years without cuffs and collars and handkerchiefs? Laura, unless you have everything new, you might just as well not be married at all." "Then you may consider my marriage no marriage, for I am not troubling myself about new things." "Give me carte blanche and leave everything to me. What is the use of my sacrificing Brighton just when it was more than too enchanting, unless I can be of some use to you?" "Well, Celia, in order that you may not be unhappy, I will give you permission to review my wardrobe, and if you find an alarming dearth of collars and handkerchiefs, I'll drive you to Chjapter in the pony carriage, and you shall buy whatever you think proper." "Chjapter is hideously behind the age, disgustingly démodé, and your things ought to be in the latest style. I'll look through the advertisements in the Queen and send to London for patterns. It's no use having new things if they are not in the newest fashion. One does not wear out one's cuffs and collars. They go out." "You shall have carte blanche, dear, if it will atone for the loss of Braddon." "My dearest girl, you know I would not desert you at such a crisis of your life for 40 Brightons," cried Celia, who had lofty ideas about friendship. "And now, about your wedding gown? That is the most important point of all." "It is ordered." "You did not mention it just now." "Did I not? I'm going to be married in one of the gowns I ordered for travelling, a mixture of grey silk and velvet, the jacket trimmed with chinchilla. I think it will be very handsome." Celia fell back in her chair as if she were going to faint. "No wedding gown?" she cried. "No trousseau and no wedding gown! This is indeed an ill-omened marriage. Well may poor Edward talk." Laura flushed indignantly at this last sentence. "Pray, what has your brother been saying against my marriage?" she asked haughtily. "Well, dear, you cannot expect him to feel particularly pleasant about it, knowing, as you must know, how he's gone on doting upon you and hoping against hope for the last 3 years. I don't want to make you unhappy, but I must confess that Edward has a very bad opinion of Mr. Treverton." "I dare say Mr. Treverton will manage to exist without Edward's good opinion." "I think there is something so utterly mysterious in his conduct, something insulting to you, in the fact of his holding himself aloof so long, and then coming back at the last moment, just in time to secure the estate." "I am the best judge of Mr. Treverton's conduct," answered Laura, deeply wounded. "If I can trust him, other people may spare themselves the trouble of speculating upon his motives." "And you can trust him?" asked Celia, anxiously. with all my heart and soul." "Then have a proper wedding gown," exclaimed Celia, as if the whole question of bliss or woe were involved in that one detail. When next Miss Malcolm met Edward Clare, there was a coolness in her greeting which the young man could not mistake. "What have I done to offend you, Laura?" he asked piteously. "I am offended with everyone who doubts the honor of my future husband," she answered. "I am sorry for that," he said gloomily. "A man cannot help his thoughts." "A man can hold his tongue," said Laura. "Well, I will be silent henceforth. Good-bye." "Where are you going?" "Anywhere. Anywhere out of the world. That is to say, out of this little world of Hazelhurst. I think I'm going to London. I shall take a lodging close to the British Museum and work hard at literature. It is time I made my mark." Laura thought so, too. Edward had been talking of making his mark for the last 5 years, but the mark as yet was a very feeble one. Next day he was gone, and Laura had a sense of relief in his absence. Celia stayed at the manor house during the time before the wedding. She was always in attendance upon the lovers, drove with them, walked with them, sat by the fire with them at the cheery, dusky afternoon tea-time, when those mysterious shadows that looked like guardian angels came and went upon the walls. John Treverton seemed to have no objection to Celia's company. He rather courted it, even. He was not an ardent lover, Celia thought, and yet it would have been difficult to doubt that he was deeply in love. Never since that first evening had Laura's head rested against his breast. Never since then had he given full and unrestrained utterance to his passion. His manner was full of reverent affection, as if he respected his betrothed almost too deeply to be lavish in the expression of warmer feeling, as if she stood so nigh above him in his thoughts of her that love was a kind of worship. "I think I should like a more demonstrative lover," said Celia, with a critical air. "Mr. Treverton is so awfully serious." "And now that you have seen more of him, Celia, are you still inclined to think that he is mercenary, that it is the estate and not me he cares for?" asked Laura, with no fear as to the answer. "No, dear. I honestly believe that he adores you, that he is dreadfully, desperately, almost despairingly in love with you," answered Celia, very seriously. "But still, he is not my style of lover. He is too melancholy." Laura had no answer to this objection. As the days had hurried on towards the end of this eventful year, her lover's spirits had assuredly not grown lighter. He was full of thought, curiously absent-minded at times. She, too, grew grave in sympathy with him. "It is such a solemn crisis of our lives," she thought. "Sometimes I feel as if all things could not go happily to the end, as if something must happen to part us at the very last, on the eve of our wedding day." The eve of the wedding came and brought no calamity. It was a very quiet evening. The lovers dined together at the vicarage, and walked to the manor house afterwards, alone with each other, almost for the first time since the night of their betrothal. Everything had been arranged for tomorrow's wedding. Such a quiet wedding. No one had been invited except Mr. Sampson and his sister. The vicar's wife was to be present, of course. She would in a manner represent the bride's mother. Celia was to be the only bridesmaid. They were to be married by license, and no one in the village had as yet any inkling of the event. The servants at the manor house had only been told the date of the marriage within the last 2 days, and had been forbidden to talk about it, and as they were old servants who had long learned to identify themselves with the family, they were not likely to disobey Miss Malcolm's orders. The house, always the perfection of neatness, had been swept and garnished for this important occasion. The chintz covers had been taken off the chairs and sofas in the drawing-room, revealing tapestry wreaths and clusters of flowers, worked by Jasper Treverton's mother and aunts in a period of almost awful remoteness. The housekeeper had been baking her honest old face in front of a huge kitchen fire, while she stirred her jellies and watched her custards and turned her game pie. There was to be a breakfast fit for the grandest wedding, though Miss Malcolm had told Mrs. Trimmer that a very simple meal would be wanted. "You mustn't deny me the pleasure of doing my best at such a time," urged the faithful servant. "I should feel it a reproach to me all the rest of my life if I didn't. There shan't be no extravagance, miss, but I must put a pretty breakfast on the table. I'm so glad our barberry bushes bore well this year. The berries make such a tasty garnish for cold dishes." Mrs. Trimmer was roasting herself and her poultry in the spacious old kitchen at 10 o'clock at night, while John and Laura were coming from the vicarage arm in arm, Laura strangely glad to have him all to herself for one little half-hour, he vexatiously silent. Celia was at the manor house, laid up with a headache and a new novel. She had excused herself from the dinner in her usual flippant style. "Give them my love, and say I was too seedy to come," she said. "Going to dine with one's parents is quite too slow. I dined with them on Christmas Day, you know, and Christmas Day at the vicarage has always been the quintessence of dullness. The thing I wondered at most when I came of age was how I ever could have lived through 21 of our Christmases." They were thus, by happy accident, as Laura thought, alone together, and behold, the lover, the bridegroom of tomorrow, had not a word to say. "John," Laura began softly at last, almost afraid to break this gloomy silence, "there is one thing you have not told me, and yet it is what most girls in my position would call a very important matter." "What is that, dearest?" "You've never told me where we are to spend our honeymoon. Celia has been worrying me with questions about our plans, and I have found it difficult to evade her. I did not like to confess my ignorance." A simple and natural question, surely. Yet John Treverton started, as at the sharpest thrust that fate could have at him. "My dearest love, I have really not thought about it," he answered stumblingly. "We will go anywhere you like. We will decide tomorrow after the wedding." "Is not that a rather unusual mode of proceeding?" asked Laura, with a faint laugh. She was somewhat wounded by the show of indifference as to the very first stage in their journey through life. She would have liked her lover to be full of wild schemes, to be eager to take her everywhere, to the Engadine, the Black Forest, the English Lakes, Killarney, the Trossachs, all in a breath. "Are not all the circumstances of our marriage unusual?" he replied gravely. "There is only one thing certain, there is only one thing sweet and sacred in the whole business. We love each other truly and dearly. That is certain, is it not, Laura?" "On my side, quite certain." "And on my side quite as certain as that I live and that I shall die. Our love is deep and fixed, rooted in the very ground of our lives, is it not, Laura? Nothing, no stroke of time or fate can change it." "No stroke of time or fate can change my love for you," she said solemnly. "That is all I want to know. That is the certainty which makes my soul glad and hopeful." "Why should it be otherwise? Were there ever two people more fortunate than you and I? My dear adopted father dies, leaving a will that might have made us both wretched, that might have tempted you to pretend a love you could not feel, me to give myself to a man I could not love. But instead of any such misery as that, we fall in love with each other, almost at first sight, and feel that Providence meant us for each other, and that we could be happy together in the deepest poverty." "Yes," said John meditatively. "It is odd that my cousin Jasper should have been so sure we should suit each other." "There is a providence in these things," murmured Laura. "If I could but think so," said her lover, rather to himself than to her. This ends chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 12. An Ill-Omened Wedding. The last day of the year, nature's dullest, dreariest interval between the richness of autumn and the fresh young beauty of spring. Not a flower in the prim old manor-house garden, save a melancholy tea-rose that looked white and wan under the dull grey sky, and a few pallid chrysanthemums with ragged petals and generally deplorable aspect. "What a miserable morning!" exclaimed Celia, shivering, as she looked out of Laura's dressing-room window at the sodden lawn and the glistening yew-tree hedge, beyond which stretched a dismal perspective of leafless apple trees and the tall black poplars that marked the boundary of the home pastures, where the pretty grey Jersey cows had such a happy time in spring and summer. Laura and her companion were taking an early breakfast, a meal at which neither could eat, by the dressing-room fire. Both young women were in a state of nervous agitation, but while one was restless and full of talk, the other sat pale and silent, too deeply moved for any show of emotion. "Drip, drip, drip," cried Celia pettishly. "One of those odious Scotch mists that is as likely to last for a week as for an hour. Nice draggle-tail creatures we shall look after we have walked up that long churchyard path under such rain as this. Well, really, Laura, don't think me unkind for saying so, but I do call this an ill-omened wedding." "Do you?" said Laura, with a faint smile. "Do you really suppose that it will make any difference to my future life whether I am married on a rainy day or on a fine one? I rather like the idea of going out of the dullness into the sunshine, for I know our wedded life will be full of sunshine." "How confident you are!" exclaimed Celia, wonderingly. "What have I to fear? We love each other dearly. How can we fail to be happy?" "That's all very well, but I should have been easier in my mind if you had had a wedding gown. Think how awkward it will be by and by when you are asked to dinner parties. As a bride you will be expected to appear in ivory satin and orange blossoms. People will hardly believe in you." "How many dinner parties are likely to be given within 10 miles of Hazelhurst during the next 6 months?" asked Laura. "Not many, I admit," sighed Celia. "One might as well live on the Gold Coast or at some remote station in Bengal. Of course, Papa and Mamma will give a dinner in your honor, and Miss Sampson will ask you to tea." "Oh, Miss Sampson's teas, with the tea and coffee handed round on an electro-plated salver, and Roselyn's Reverie in G on the cracked old piano, and 21 at the loo table, and anchovy sandwiches, blancmange, and jelly to wind up the wild dissipations of the evening. Then there are the county families, bounded on the east by Sir Joshua Parker, and on the north by the Dowager Lady Barker. You will have stately calls from them. Lady Barker will regret that she's left off giving dinner parties since her lamented husband's death. Lady Parker will square accounts by sending you a card for a garden party next July." This conversation took place at 8:30. At 10 the two girls were dressed and ready to drive to the church. Laura looked lovely in her grey silk travelling dress and grey Gainsborough hat with its drooping ostrich plume. "One thing I can honestly say from the bottom of my heart," exclaimed Celia, and Laura turned to her with a smile, expecting to hear something interesting. "You have out and away the handsomest ostrich feather I ever saw in my life. You may leave it to me in your will if you like. I'm sure I took trouble enough to get it, and you ought to be grateful to me for getting your hat to match your gown so exactly." And now they are driving along the muddy road between bare ranks of dark and dripping trees, and under as dull and colourless a sky as ever roofed in Hazelhurst. The old church, with its queer corners and darksome side aisles,
its curious gallery pews in front of the organ, something like boxes at a theatre, where the aristocracy sit in privileged retirement, its hatchments, its old-fashioned pulpit, reading desk and clerk's desk, its faded crimson cushions and draperies. A church which the restorer's hand has never improved, for whose adornment no devout ladies have toiled and striven, the dull old-world parish church of the last century, looked its darkest and gloomiest today. Not even the presence of youth and beauty could brighten and enliven it. John Treverton and Mr. Sampson, who was to give the bride away, were the last to arrive. The bridegroom was deadly pale, and the smile with which he met his bride, though full of fondest love, was wanting in gladness. Celia performed her duty as bridesmaid in a business-like way, worthy of the highest praise. Mr. Clare read the service deliberately and well. The pale bridegroom spoke out manfully when his time came, nor did Laura's low voice falter when she pronounced the words that sealed her fate. The wedding breakfast was quietly cheerful. That the bridegroom should have very little to say, and that the bride should be pale and thoughtful, surprised no one. The vicar and the lawyer were in excellent spirits. Celia's lively tongue chimed in at every opportunity. Mrs. Clare was full of friendly anticipations about what the young couple would do when they settled down. The dull, damp morning had sharpened people's appetites, and there was a good deal said in praise of the game pie and the truffle turkey, while the old wines that had been brought forth, mantled in cobwebs, from the dark recesses of Jasper Treverton's cellar, were good enough to evolve faint flashes of wit from the most sluggish brain. Thus the wedding breakfast, which had the air of a small family gathering, went off pleasantly enough. The bride and bridegroom were not to start on their travels till after dark. They were going northward by the mail on their way to Dover. Very little had been said about the honeymoon. It was only vaguely understood that John Treverton and his wife were going to the south of France. The vicar had to hurry off soon after breakfast to read the funeral service over the coffin of a venerable parishioner, and the rest of the company took his departure as a signal to disperse. There was nothing to detain them. This marriage was not as other marriages. There were to be no evening revels. There was no dazzling array of wedding gifts to stare at and talk about. Laura had so few friends that her wedding presents could have been reckoned on the fingers of a little white hand that looked so strange and wonderful in her eyes, glorified with a brand-new ring, a broad and solid band of gold, strong enough to wear till her golden wedding. The few guests felt that there was nothing more for them to do but to take their leave, with much reiteration of good wishes and cheery anticipations of the festivities which were to enliven the old house when the honeymoon should have waned. And now all were gone. The brief winter day was closing. The new year was coming with hastening footsteps. Only the merest remnant of the old year remained. How silent the house was in the winter gloaming, silent with an almost death-like stillness. Laura and Celia had spun out their parting to the last moment, lingering together in the hall long after the rest had gone. Celia had so much to say, so many injunctions about cuffs and collars, and the time and seasons at which Laura was to wear her various gowns. And then there were little gushes of affection, hugs and squeezes. "You won't care one iota for me now you've a husband," murmured Celia. "You know better, you silly girl. My marriage will not make the slightest difference in my feelings." "Oh, but it always does," said Celia, with an experienced air. "When a man marries, the friends of his bachelor's days go to the wall. Everybody knows that. And it's just the same with a girl. I expect to find myself nowhere." Laura declared she would always be true to friendship, and thus they parted, Celia running home by herself with all her wedding finery smothered under a waterproof ulster. The rain had ceased by this time, and there was the red gleam of a wintry sunset in the west. The hall door shut with a clang that echoed in the silence of the house, and Laura went slowly back to the drawing-room, wondering a little to find herself alone in the gloom of twilight on her wedding day. It was altogether so different from the ordinary idea of a wedding, this delayed departure, this uncomfortable interval between the festivity of the wedding breakfast and the excitement of the wedding journey. She found the drawing-room empty. She had left John Treverton there with Mr. Sampson half an hour ago, when she went upstairs to assist in packing Celia in the waterproof, and now both were gone. The spacious room, splendid with an old-fashioned splendor, was lighted only by the fading wood fire. The white-panelled walls and antique mirrors had a ghostly look. The shadowy corners were too awful to contemplate. "Perhaps I shall find him in the study," Laura said to herself. "It is kettledrum time." She laughed softly to herself. How new, how strange it would be to sit down tête-à-tête at the oval tea-table, man and wife, settled in domesticity for life, no further doubt of each other or of their fate possible to either, the bargain made, the bonds sealed, the pledge given, that could be broken only by death. She went slowly through the silence of the house to the room at the end of the corridor, the little book-room opening into the flower garden. She opened the door softly, meaning to steal in and surprise her husband in some pleasant reverie. But on the threshold she stopped appalled, struck dumb. He was sitting in an attitude of deepest dejection, his forehead resting on his folded arms, his face hidden. Sobs, such as but seldom come from the agonized heart of a strong man, were tearing the heart of John Treverton. He'd given himself up, body and soul, to the passion of an unconquerable despair. Laura ran to him, bent over him, drew her arm gently round his neck. "Dearest, what is amiss?" she asked tenderly, with trembling lips. "Such grief! And on such a day as this! Something dreadful must have happened. Oh, tell me, love, tell me!" "I can tell you nothing," he answered hoarsely, putting her arm away as he spoke. "Leave me, Laura. If you pity me, leave me to fight my battle alone. It is the only kindness you can show me." "Leave you, and in such grief as this? No, John, I have a right to share your sorrow. I will not go till you have confided in me. Trust me, love, trust me. Whom can you trust if not your wife?" "You don't know," he gasped, almost angrily. "There are griefs you cannot share, a depth of torture you can never fathom. God forbid that your pure young soul should ever descend into that black gulf. Laura, if you love, if you pity me, and indeed, dear love, I need all your pity, leave me now for a little while. Leave me to finish my struggle alone. It is a struggle, Laura, the fiercest this weak soul of mine has ever passed through. Come back in an hour, dear, and then you will know. I can explain some part at least of this mystery. In an hour. In an hour, he repeated, with increasing agitation, pointing with a wavering hand to the door. Laura stood for a moment or so, irresolute, deeply moved, her womanly dignity, her pride as a wife, hurt to the quick. Then, with a smile, half sad, half bitter, she softly quoted the gentle speech of Shakespeare's gentlest heroine. "Shall I deny you? No. Farewell, my lord. Whate'er you be, I am obedient." And with those words she left him, full of painful wonder. If she could have seen the agonized look he turned upon her as she left him, if she could have seen him start and shiver as the door closed upon her, and rise and rush to the door, and kneel down and press his lips upon the insensible panel her hand had touched, and beat his forehead against the dull wood in a paroxysm of despair, she might have better estimated the strength of his love and the bitterness of his grief. She went to her own room and sat wondering helplessly at this trouble and mystery that had come down like a sudden storm cloud upon the brightness of her new life. What did it mean? Had all his professions of love been false? Had he bound himself to her for the sake of his cousin's fortune, despite all his protestations to the contrary? Did he love someone else? Was there some older, dearer tie that made this bond of today intolerable to him? Whatever the cause of his repentance, it was clear to Laura's mind that her husband of a few hours bitterly repented his marriage. Never surely had such deep humiliation fallen upon a woman. She sat in the firelit dressing-room, looking straight before her, numbed and helpless in her grief and humiliation. Reflection could throw no new light upon her husband's conduct. What reason could he have for grief or regret if he loved her? Never had fortune smiled more kindly upon man and wife than upon these two. She looked back upon the days of their brief courtship, and remembered many things which favored the idea that he had never really loved her, that he had been actuated by mercenary considerations alone. She remembered how cold a lover he had been, how seldom he had courted her confidence, how little he had told her of his own life, how glad he had always seemed of Celia's company, frivolous and even fatiguing as that young lady's conversation was apt to be. It was all too clear. She'd been duped and fooled by this man to whom she had so freely given her heart, from whom she had asked nothing but candor and plain dealing. She lived through that hour of waiting somehow. It was the longest hour she had ever known. Her maid came to attend to the fire and light the candles on dressing-table and mantelpiece, and lingered a little, pretending to be busied about the trunks and travelling bags, expecting her mistress to talk to her, and then departed softly, to go back to the revellers in the housekeeper's room, where the atmosphere was heavily charged with tea and buttered toast, and to tell them how dull the bride looked, and how she had sat like a statue and said never a word. "Who was it went out at the front door just now?" asked the old butler, looking up from a cup of tea which he'd been gently fanning with his breath. "I heard it shut to." "It must have been Mr. Treverton," said Mary, Laura's maid. "I met him in the hall. I dare say he was going out to smoke his cigar. It was too dark for me to see his face, but he didn't walk as gay and light as a gentleman ought on his wedding day, to my mind," added Mary with authority. "Well, I dunno," remarked Mr. Trimmer, the butler, solemnly. "Perhaps a wedding ain't altogether the comfortablest day in a man's life. There's too many eyes upon him. He feels as he's the object of everybody's notice, and if he's a delicate-minded man, it kind of preys upon him. I can quite understand Mr. Treverton's not feeling quite himself today. And then, you see, he comes into the estate by a fluke, as you might say, and he ain't got it yet, and he won't feel himself independent till the year's out, and the property is handed over to him." Mr. Trimmer did not drop his aspirates habitually, like Mary. He only let one slip now and then, when he was impressive. The hour was ended. For the last 20 minutes Laura had been sitting with her watch in her hand. Now she rose with her heart beating tumultuously, and went quickly down the wide old staircase, hastening to hear her husband's explanation of his extraordinary conduct. He had promised to explain. Had she not been very foolish in torturing herself for this last hour with vain endeavors to fathom the mystery? Had she not been still more foolish when she jumped at conclusions and made up her mind that John Treverton did not love her? There might be 20 other reasons for his grief, she told herself, now that the hour of suspense was ended, and that she was going to hear his explanation. She trembled as she drew near the door, and felt as if in another moment she might stumble and fall fainting on the threshold. She was approaching the most critical moment of her life, the very turning point of her destiny. All must depend upon what John Treverton had to say to her in the next few minutes. She opened the door and went in, breathless, incapable of speech. She felt that she could ask him no questions. She could only stand there and listen to all he had to tell. The room was empty. Laura could just see as much as that in the fitful glow of the fire, and then a jet of flame leaped suddenly out of the dimness like a living thing, and showed her a letter lying on the table. He had written to her. That which he had to tell was too terrible for speech, and he had, therefore, written. Hope and comfort died within her at the sight of that letter. She hurried back to her dressing room, where she had left the candles burning, locked herself in, and then, standing, faint and still trembling, by the mantelpiece, she tore open the envelope and read her husband's letter. Dearest and ever dearest, when this letter is in your hands, I shall have left you, in all probability for a long time, perhaps forever. I love you as dearly, as fondly, as passionately as ever man loved woman, and the pain of leaving you is worse than the pain of death. Life is not so sweet to me as you are. This world holds no other delight for me but your sweet company, your heavenly love. Yet I, the most miserable of men, must forego both. Dearest, I have done a shameful and perhaps a foolish act. I have committed a crime in order to bind your life with mine, somehow, in the rash hope that some day that bond may be made legal and complete. Two ends are served by this act of mine. I have won you from all other men. John Treverton's wife will have no suitor. And I have secured you the possession of your old home and your adopted father's fortune. His desire is at least realized by this sad and broken wedding of ours. Dearest love, I must leave you, because there is an old tie which forbids me as a man of honor to be more to you than I now am. Your husband in name, your defender and champion, if need were, before all the world, your adoring slave, in secret and in absence, to the day of my death. If fate prove kind, this bond of which I speak will not last forever. My fetters will fall off some day, and I shall return to you a free man. Oh, my love, pity and forgive me. Keep a place in your heart for me always, and believe that in acting as I have acted, I have been prompted by love alone. I shall not touch a sixpence of my cousin's fortune till I can come back to you, a free man, and receive wealth and happiness from you. Till then you will be sole mistress of Hazelhurst Manor and all that goes with it. Mr. Sampson will tell you what settlement I have made, a settlement that will be duly executed by me upon the day on which I become the ostensible owner of my cousin Jasper's estate. My beloved, I can say no more. I dare reveal no more. If you deign to think at all of one who has so deceived you, think of me pityingly as the most deeply wretched of men. Forgive me if you can, and I dare even to hope for pardon from the infinite goodness of your nature. It is sweet to me in my misery to know that you bear my name, but there is a link between us that can never be broken, even though fate should be cruel enough to part us for life. But I hope for better things from destiny. I hope for and look forward to a time when I shall sign myself with pride and gladness more intense than the pain I feel today. Your loving husband, John Treverton. She stood for some minutes pale as marble, with a letter in her hand, And then she lifted the senseless paper to her lips and kissed it passionately. "He loves me!" she cried involuntarily. "Thank God for that! I can bear anything now I am sure of that." She believed implicitly in the letter. A woman with wider knowledge of the evil things of this world might have seen only a tissue of lies in these wild lines of John Treverton's. But to Laura they meant truth and truth alone. He had acted very wickedly, but he loved her. He had done her almost the deepest wrong a man could do to a woman, but he loved her. He had duped and fooled her, made her ridiculous in the sight of her friends and acquaintance, but he loved her. That one virtue in him almost atoned for all his crimes. "There's not the least use in my trying to hate him," she told herself in piteous self-abasement, "for I love him with all my heart and soul. I suppose I am a mean-spirited young woman, a poor creature, for I cannot leave off loving him, though he has treated me very cruelly and almost broken my heart." She locked the letter in the secret drawer of her dressing-case, and then sat down on a low stool by the fire and wept very quietly over this new, strange sorrow. "Celia was right," she said to herself by and by, with a bitter smile. "It was an ill-omened marriage. She need not have taken so much trouble about my collars and cuffs." And then later she began to think of the difficulties, the absurdity of her position. Wife and widow, she thought, with a husband who ran away from me on my wedding day. How am I to account to the world for his conduct? What a foolish, miserable creature I shall appear. It came suddenly into her mind that she could not endure, not yet a while at any rate, to have to explain her husband's conduct, to give some reason for his desertion of her. Anything would be better than that. She must run away somewhere. She must leave the revelation to time. It would be easier for her to write to her old friend the vicar from a distance. She could bear anything rather than to be cross-examined by Celia, who had always distrusted John Treverton, and who might be secretly elated at his having proved himself an impostor. I must go away at once, she decided, this very night. I must go for my honeymoon alone. She rang, and Mary came quickly, flushed with tea, buttered toast, and the hilarity below stairs. "What time is the carriage to come for us, Mary?" asked Mrs. Treverton.
"At 7:45, ma'am. The mail goes at 20 minutes before 9.
"And it is just 6:30. Mary, do you think you could get ready to go with me in an hour and a quarter?" It had been arranged that Laura was to travel without a maid, much to the disappointment of Mary, who had an ardent desire to see foreign lands.
"Law, ma'am, I haven't a thing packed, but I should dearly like to go. Do you really mean it?"
"I do mean it, and I shall be very much pleased with you if you'll contrive to pack your trunk in time to go with me."
"I'll do it, ma'am,"
cried Mary, clasping her hands in ecstasy, and then she tore downstairs like a mad thing to announce to the assembly in the housekeeper's room that she was going to France with her mistress.
"That's a sudden change," said the butler. "And where's Mr. Treverton all this time? He didn't ought to be out of doors in the dark, smoking a cigar, instead of keeping his wife company."
"No more he didn't," said Mary with indignation.
"He ain't my notion of husband, leaving her to mope alone on her wedding day, poor dear. It's my belief she's been crying her eyes out just now, though she was artful enough to keep her face turned away from me while she spoke. I dare say she's made up her mind to take me abroad with her for company, because she feels she'll be dull and lonesome with him."
"You'd better go and pack up your box," said the housekeeper, "and not stand gossiping there. What do you know of the ways of the gentry, married or single, I should like to know? When you've been in service as long as I have, you may talk." "Well, I'm sure!" cried Mary indignantly, and then she expressed the hope that her soul was her own, even at Hazelhurst Manor. Before 7:30, Mary had packed her box and had it conveyed to the hall. Mrs. Treverton's trunks and bags had also been brought down. At 7:45 the carriage drove up to the door, an old-fashioned landau in which Jasper Treverton used to take his daily airing, drawn by a pair of big horses that had begun life at the plough. Since the lamps had been lighted, no one had seen the bridegroom. The tea-things had been taken into the book-room, and the urn had hissed itself to silence. But no one had come there to take tea. Laura only came downstairs when the carriage was at the door.
"Joe, run and look for Mr. Treverton," cried the butler to his underling.
"Mr. Treverton will meet us at the station," Laura said hurriedly, and then she got into the carriage and called to Mary to follow her. "Tell Burrows to drive quickly to the station," she told the butler, and at the first crack of the whip the overfed horses swung the big carriage round, as if they meant to annihilate the good old house, and went off along the avenue with the noise of a Barclay and Perkins dray.
"Well, I never did!" exclaimed the housekeeper. "Fancy his meeting her at the station, instead of their going off together, sitting side by side like true lovers." "I'm afraid there's not much true love about it, Martha," said her husband sententiously. And then, waxing familiar, he said, "When you and me was married, we didn't manage matters so, did we, my lass?"
This ends chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 13. The Settlement. Laura had been married 3 weeks and a day, and the new year was just 3 weeks old. It was a very ailing and ungenial year in this infantine stage of its existence. There had been hardly a day of pleasant weather since its birth, nothing but rain and sleet, and damp raw cold, and morning mists and evening fogs. It was not a good, honest, old-fashioned winter, such as we read of in storybooks, and enjoy about once in a decade. It was simply obnoxious, ill-conditioned weather, characteristic of no particular season. It was just a day after the anniversary of Jasper Treverton's death, and Tom Sampson was meditating in a lazy, comfortable way on his former client, as he sat by the office fire sipping his tea, which he had desired to be brought to him in his den, as he was so terribly busy. He had not dipped a pen in the ink yet, and it was 9:30 o'clock. But it was not for Eliza Sampson to know this. She was always taught to believe that when her brother spent his evenings in the office he was working severely. Double tides, he called it. If she came in to look at him, she found him scratching away violently with a quill that tore shrieking along the paper, like an express train rushing through a village station, and it was not for her to know that Thomas snatched up his pen and put on this appearance of industry when he heard her gentle footfall at his door. Domestic life is made up of such small secrets. Tonight Tom Sampson was in a particularly lazy humor. He was getting a rich man, not by large earnings, but by small expenditure, and life, which is an insoluble problem for many, was as easy for him as one of those 9 elementary axioms in Euclid that seem too foolishly obvious to engage the reasoning power of the smallest schoolboy, such as, "If equals be taken from equals, the remainders are equal," and so on. Tom was thinking that he ought to be thinking about marrying. He was not in love, and never had been since he exchanged his schoolboy jacket for a tailcoat. But he told himself that the time had come when he might prudently allow himself to fall in love. He would love not too well, but wisely. "Lizzie is a good girl, and she knows my ways," he said to himself. "But she's getting old-maidish, and that's a fault which will grow upon her. Yes, decidedly. It is time I thought of a wife. A man's choice is confoundedly limited in such a hole as this. I don't want to marry a farmer's daughter, though I might get a fine, healthy young woman and a tidy little bit of money if I could please myself among the agricultural class. But Tom Sampson has his failings, and pride is one of 'em. I should like my wife to be a cut above me. There's Celia Clare, now. She's more the kind of thing I should fancy, plump and pretty, with nice lively ways. I've had a little too much of a sentimental from poor Lizzie. Yes, I might do worse than marry Celia, and I think she likes me." Mr. Sampson's meditations were interrupted at this point by the sound of a footstep on the sloshy gravel walk outside his office door. There was a half-glass door opening into the garden, as well as the door opening from the passage, which was the formal approach for Mr. Sampson's clients. Only his intimates entered by the garden door, and he was unable to imagine who his late visitor could be. 10 o'clock, he said to himself. It must be something particular. Old Poulsby has got another attack of gout in the stomach, perhaps, and wants to alter his will. He always alters his will when he gets a sharp attack. The pain makes him so savage that it's a relief to him to disinherit somebody. Mr. Sampson speculated thus as he undrew the bolt and opened the glass door. The man who stood before him was no messenger from old Poulsby, but John Treverton, clad in a white mackintosh, from which the water ran in little rills. "Is it yourself or your ghost?" asked Sampson, falling back to let his client enter. The question was not without reason. John Treverton's face was as white as his raiment, and the combined effect of the pale, haggard face and the long white coat was altogether spectral. "Flesh and blood, my dear Sampson, I assure you," replied the other coolly, as he divested himself of his mackintosh and took up his stand in front of the comfortable fire. "Flesh and blood frozen to the bone." "I thought you were in the south of France." "It doesn't matter what you thought. You see, I am here. Yesterday put me in legal possession of my cousin's estate. I have come to execute the deed of settlement. It's all ready, of course." "It's ready, yes, but I didn't think you'd be in such a hurry. I should have thought you would have stopped to finish your honeymoon." "My honeymoon is of very little importance compared with my wife's future welfare. Come, Sampson, look sharp. Who's to witness my signature?" "My sister and one of the servants can do that." "Call them in, then. I'm ready to sign." "Hadn't you better read the deed first?" "Well, yes, perhaps. One can't be too careful. I want my wife's position to be unassailable as the summit of Mount Everest. You've taken counsel's opinion, and the deed will hold water?" "It will hold the Atlantic. Your gift is so entirely simple that there could be no difficulty in wording the deed. You give your wife everything. I think you a fool. So did the advising counsel. But that makes no difference." "Not a whit." John Treverton sat down at the office table and read the deed of settlement from the first word to the last. He gave to his dear wife, Laura Treverton, all the property, real and personal, of which he stood possessed, for her sole and separate use. There was a good deal of legal jargon, but the drift of the deed was clear enough. "I am ready," said John. Mr. Sampson rang the bell for the servant, and shouted into the passage for his sister. Eliza came running in, and at sight of John Treverton's pale face screamed, and made as if she would have fainted. "Gracious, Mr. Treverton," she gasped, "I thought there were oceans between us. What in mercy's name has happened?" "Nothing alarming. I've only come to execute my marriage settlement, which I was not in a position to make till yesterday." "How dreadful for poor Mrs. Treverton to be left alone in a foreign land!" John Treverton did not notice this speech. He dipped his pen in the ink and signed the paper, while Miss Sampson and Sophia, the housemaid, looked on wonderingly. "Sophia, "Run and get a pair of sheets aired, and get the spare room ready," cried Eliza, when she had affixed her signature as witness. "Of course you're going to stop with us, Mr. Treverton?" "You are very kind. No, I must get away immediately. I have a trap waiting to take me back to the station. Oh, by the way, Samson, about that money you kindly advanced to me. It must come out of the estate somehow. I suppose you can manage that?" "Yes, I think I can manage that," answered Samson modestly. "Do you want any further advance?" "No, the estate belongs to my wife now. I must not tamper with it. And what's hers is yours, of course." "Well, I congratulate you with all my heart. You are the luckiest fellow I ever knew, bar none. A handsome wife and a handsome fortune. What more can a man ask from fate?" "Not much, certainly," said John Treverton. "But I must catch the last up train. Good night. Going back to the south of France?" John Treverton did not wait to answer the question. He shook hands hastily with Eliza and dashed out into the garden. A minute afterwards Mr. Samson and his sister heard the crack of a whip and the sound of wheels upon the high road. "Did you ever see such a volcanic individual?" exclaimed the solicitor, folding up the deed of settlement. "I am afraid he is not happy," sighed Eliza. "I am afraid he is mad," said Tom. This ends Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 14. You have but to say the word. Mr. Smolendo was in his glory. In the words of his friends and followers, he was coining money. He was a man to be cultivated and revered, a man for whom champagne suppers or dinners at Richmond were as nothing, a man for whom it was easier to lend a £5 note than it is for the common ruck of humanity to advance half a crown. Flatterers fawned upon him. Intimate acquaintances hung fondly upon him, reminding him pathetically that they knew him 20 years ago when he hadn't a sixpence, as if that knowledge of bygone adversity were a merit and a claim. A man of smaller mind might have had his mental equilibrium shaken by all this adulation. Mr. Smolendo was a man of granite, and took it for what it was worth. When people were particularly civil, he knew they wanted something from him. "The lessee of a London theatre is not a man to be easily had," he said. "He sees human nature on the ugliest side." Christmas had come and gone. The New Year was 6 weeks old, and Mr. Smolendo's prosperity continued without abatement. The theatre was nightly crowded to suffocation. There were morning performances every Saturday. Stalls and boxes were booked a month in advance. "La Chicot is a little gold mine," said Mr. Smolendo's followers. Yes, La Chicot had the credit of it all. Mr. Smolendo had produced a grand fairy spectacle in which La Chicot was the central figure. She appeared in half a dozen costumes, all equally original, expensive, and audacious. She was a fountain of golden water, draped exclusively in dazzling golden fringe, a robe of light, through which her finely sculptured form flashed now and then, as the glittering fringe parted for an instant, like a revelation of the beautiful. She was a fishwoman in a scanty satin kirtle, scarlet stockings, and a high cap of finest Brussels lace. She was a bayadere, a débardeur, a wood nymph, an odalisque. She did not dance as she danced before her accident, but she was as beautiful as ever, and a trifle more impudent. She'd learnt enough English to speak the lines of her part, and her accent gave a charm and a quaintness to the performance. She sang a comic song with more chic than melody, and was applauded to the echo. The critics told her she had ascended to a higher grade in the drama. La Chicot told herself that she was the greatest woman in London as well as the handsomest. She lived in a circle of which she herself was the centre. The circumference was a ring of admirers. There was no world beyond. Something to this effect she told her fellow lodger, Mr. Desrolles, one grey afternoon in February, when he dropped in to beg a glass of brandy, in order to stave off one of those attacks he so often talked about. She was always particularly friendly with the second floor, as it was the fashion of the house to call this gentleman. He flattered and amused her, fetched and carried for her, and sometimes kept her company when she was in too low spirits to drink alone. "My good creature, you oughtn't to live in such a hole as this. Upon my soul, you ought not," said Desrolles, with an air that was half protection, half patronage. "I know I ought not," replied La Chicot. "There is not an actress in Paris who would not call me stupid as an owl for my pains. Que diable! I sacrifice myself for the honour of a husband who mocks himself of me, who amuses himself elsewhere, and leaves me to fret and pine alone. It is too much. See then, Desrolles, it may be that you think I boast myself when I tell you that one of the richest men in London is over head and ears in love with me. See, here are his letters. Read them, and see how much I have refused." She opened a work-basket on the table, and from a chaos of reels of cotton, tapes, and buttons, and shreds and patches, extracted half a dozen letters, which she tossed across the table to Desrolles. "Do you leave your love-letters where your husband might so easily find them?" asked Desrolles, wonderfully. "Do you suppose he would give himself the trouble to look at them?" she cried scornfully. "Not he. He has so long left off caring for me himself that he never supposes that anybody else can fall in love with me. Help yourself to that cognac, Monsieur Desrolles. It is the only safe drink in this miserable climate of yours. And put some coals on the fire, mon bonhomme. I am frozen to the marrow of my bones." La Chicot filled her glass by way of setting a good example, and emptied it as placidly as if the brandy had been sugar and water. Desrolles looked over the letters she had handed him. They all went to the same tune. They told La Chicot that she was beautiful, and that the writer was madly in love with her. They offered her a carriage, a house in Mayfair, a settlement. The offers rose in value with the lapse of time. "How have you answered him?" asked Desrolles, curious and interested. "Not at all. I knew better how to make myself valued. Let him wait for his answer." "A man must be very hard hit to write like that," suggested the gentleman. La Chicot shrugged her statuesque shoulders. She was lovely even in her more than careless attire. She wore a long, loose dressing gown of scarlet cashmere, girdled with a cord and tassels, which she tied and untied and twisted and untwisted in sheer idleness. Her massy hair was rolled in a great rough knob at the back of her head, ready to escape from the comb and slide down her back at the slightest provocation. The dead white of her complexion showed like marble against the scarlet robe. The dense hair showed raven black above the pale brow and large, luminous eyes. "Is he as rich as he pretends to be?" asked La Chicot, thoughtfully swinging the heavy scarlet tassel, and lazily contemplating the fire. "To my certain knowledge," said Mr. Desrolles, with an oracular air, "Joseph Lemuel is one of the wealthiest men in London." "I don't see that it much matters," said La Chicot meditatively. "I like money, but so long as I have enough to buy what I want, it's all that I care about, and I don't like that grim-looking Jew." "Compare a house in Mayfair with this den," urged Desrolles. "Where is Mayfair?" Desrolles described the neighborhood. "A wilderness of dull streets," said La Chicot, with a contemptuous shrug. "What is one street better than another? I should like a house in the Champs-Élysées, a house in a garden, dazzling white, all over flowers, with big shining windows and a Swiss stable." "A house like a toy," said Desrolles. "Well, Lemuel could buy you one as easily as I could buy you a handful of sugar plums. You have but to say the word." "It is a word that I shall never say," exclaimed Chicot decisively. "I am an honest woman, and then I am too proud." Thérèse wondered whether it was pride, virtue, or rank obstinacy which made Chicot reject such brilliant offers. It was not easy for him to believe in virtue, masculine or feminine. He had not travelled by those paths in which the virtues grow and flourish, but he had made intimate acquaintance with the vices. Since a certain interview with Chicot's husband, in which he had promised to keep a paternal eye upon the lady, Mr. Desrolles had wound himself completely into the wife's confidence. He made himself alike useful and agreeable. Though she kept her wealthy adorer at arm's length, she liked to talk of him. The hothouse flowers he sent her adorned her table, and looked strangely out of place in the tawdry, littered room, where yesterday's dust was generally left to be swept away tomorrow. One thing Chicot did not know, and that was that Mr. Desrolles had made the acquaintance of her admirer, and was being paid by Mr. Lemuel to plead his cause. "You seem to be better off than you used to, my friend," she said to him one day. "Unless I deceive myself, that is a new coat." "Yes," answered the man of the world without blushing. "I've been dabbling a little on the stock exchange, and have had better luck than usual." Thérèse stirred the heaped-up coals into a blaze, and filled himself a third glass of cognac. "It's as fine as a liqueur," he said, smacking his lips. "It would be a sin to dilute such stuff. By the way, when do you expect your husband?" "I never expect him," answered Chicot. "He goes, comes as he chooses. He is like the wandering Jew." "He is gone to Paris on business, I suppose?" "On business or pleasure. I neither know nor care which. He earns his living. Those ridiculous pictures of his please both in London and Paris. See here." She tossed him over a crumpled heap of comic papers, English and French. Her husband's name figured in all, affixed to the wildest caricatures, scenes theatrical and bohemian, sketches full of life and humor. "To judge from those, you would suppose he was rather a cheerful companion," said Chicot. "And yet he's more dismal than a funeral." "He vents all his cheerfulness on his wood blocks," suggested Desrolles. Of late, Chicot had been a restless wanderer, spending very little of his life in the Cibber Street lodging. There was not even the pretense of union between his wife and him, and there never had been since Chicot's recovery. They were civil to each other, for the most part, but there were times when the wife's tongue grew bitter, and her evil temper flashed out like a thin thread of forked lightning cleaving a dark summer sky. The husband was always civil. Chicot could not exasperate him into retaliation. "You hate me too much to lose your temper with me," she said to him one day, in the presence of a landlady. "You are afraid to trust yourself. If you gave way for a moment, you might kill me. The temptation would be too strong for you." Chicot said never a word, but stood with his arms folded, smiling at her, heaven knows how bitterly. One day she stung him into speech. "You are in love with some other woman," she cried. "I know it." "I have seen a woman who is not like you," he answered with a sigh. "And you are in love with her?" "For her unlikeness to you? That would be a charm, certainly." "Go to her. Go to your—" The sentence ended in a foul epithet, one of the poison flowers of Parisian argot. "The journey is too long," he said. "It is not easy to travel from hell to heaven." Chicot had been once to the Prince Frederick Theatre since his wife's return to the stage. He went on the first night of the grand spectacular burlesque which had brought Mr. Smolendo so much money. He sat looking on with a grave, unchanging face, while the audience around him grinned in ecstasy, and when Chicot asked his opinion of the performance, he openly expressed his disgust. "Are not my costumes beautiful?" she asked. "Very, but I should prefer a little less beauty and a little more decency." The rest of the audience were easier to please. They saw no indecency in the dresses. No doubt they saw what they had paid to see, and that contented them. Never had woman more of her own way than Chicot after that wonderful recovery of hers. She went where she liked, drank as much as she liked, spent every sixpence of her liberal salary on her own pleasure, and was held accountable by no one. Her husband was a husband only in name. She saw more of their roles than of Jacques Chicot. There was only one person who ever ventured to reprove or expostulate with her, and that was the man who had saved her life, at so large a sacrifice of time and care. George Gerard called upon her now and then, and spoke to her plainly. "You have been drinking again," he would say, while they were shaking hands. "I have had nothing since last night, when I took a glass of champagne with my supper." "You mean a bottle, and you have had half a bottle of brandy this morning to correct the champagne." She no longer attempted to deny the impeachment. "Well, why should I not drink?" she exclaimed defiantly. "Who cares what becomes of me?" "I care. I have saved your life once, against long odds. You owe me something for that. But I cannot save you if you make up your mind to drink yourself to death. Brandy is a slow suicide, but for a woman of your temperament it's as certain as prussic acid." Upon this, Chicot would dissolve in maudlin tears. It was a pitiful sight, and wrung the student's heart. He could have loved her so well, would have tried so hard to save her, had it been possible. He did not know how heartless a piece of beautiful clay she was. He put down her errors to her husband's neglect. "If she had been my wife, she might have been a very different woman," he said to himself, not believing the innate depravity of anything so absolutely beautiful as Chicot. He forgot how fair some poisonous weeds are, how beautiful the scarlet berries of a nightshade look when they star the brown autumn hedges. So Chicot went her way triumphantly. There was no danger to life or limb for her in the new peace, no perilous ascent to the sky borders. She drank as much brandy as she liked, and so long as she contrived to appear sober before the audience, Mr. Smolendo said nothing. "I'm afraid she'll drink herself into a dropsy, poor thing," he said compassionately, one day to a friend at the Garrick Club. "But I hope she'll last my time. A woman of her type could hardly be expected to draw for more than 3 seasons, and Chicot ought to hold out for another year or so." "After that, the hospital," said his friend. Mr. Smolendo shrugged his shoulders. "I never trouble myself about the after career of my artists," he answered pleasantly. This ends chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 15. Edward Clare discovers a likeness. Hazelhurst Rectory, February 22nd. Dear Ned, do you remember my saying, when Laura refused to have a proper wedding gown, that her marriage was altogether an ill-omened business? I told her so. I told you so. In fact, I think I told everybody so, if it be not an unpardonable exaggeration to call the handful of wretched dowdies and frumps in such a place as Hazelhurst everybody. Well, I was right. The marriage has been a complete fiasco. What do you think of our poor Laura's coming home from her honeymoon alone, without even so much as her husband's portmanteau? She has shut herself up in the manor house where she lives the life of a female anchorite, and is so reserved in her manner towards me, her oldest friend, her all but sister, that even I do not know the cause of this extraordinary state of affairs." "My dearest Celia, don't ask me anything about it," she said, when we'd kissed each other and cried a little, and I'd looked at her collar and cuffs to see if she'd brought a new style from Paris. "My dearest, I must ask you," I replied. "I don't pretend to be more than human, and I am burning with curiosity and suppressed indignation. What does it all mean? Why have you challenged public opinion by coming home alone? Have you and Mr. Treverton quarrelled?" "No," she said decisively, "and that is the last question about my married life that I shall ever answer, Celia, so you need not ask me any more." "Where did you part with him?" I asked, determined not to give way. My unhappy friend was obstinately silent. "Come and see me as often as you like, so long as you do not talk to me of my husband," she said a little later. "But if you insist upon talking about him, I shall shut my door upon you." "I hear he has acted most generously with regard to the settlements, so he cannot be altogether bad," I said, for you know I am not easily put down. But Laura was adamant. I could not extort another word from her. "Perhaps I ought not to tell you this, Ned, knowing what I do about your former affection for Laura, but I felt that I must open my heart to somebody. Parents are so stupid that it's impossible to tell them things. I can't conceive what this poor girl is going to do with her life. He has settled the whole estate upon her, Papa says, and she is awfully rich. But she's living like a hermit and not spending more than her own small income. She even talks of selling the carriage horses, Tommy and Harry, or sending them back to the plough, though I know she dotes upon them. If this is meanness, it is too awful. If she has conscientious scruples about spending John Treverton's money, it is simply idiotic. Of the two, I could rather think my friend a miser than an idiot. And now, my dear Ned, as there's nothing else to tell you about the dismalest place in the universe, I may as well say good-bye. Your loving sister, P.S. I hope you are writing a book of poems that will make the laureate burst with envy. I have no personal animosity to him, but you are my brother, and, of course, your interest must be paramount." This letter reached Edward Clare in his dingy lodgings, in a narrow side street near the British Museum, lodgings so dingy that it would have grieved the heart of his country-born and country-bred mother to see her boy in such a den. But the apartments were quite dear enough for his slender means. The world had not yet awakened to the stupendous fact that a new poet had been born into it. Stupid reviewers went on prosing about Tennyson, Browning, and Swinburne, and the name of Clare was still unknown, even though it had appeared pretty often at the foot of a neat triplet of verses filling an odd page in a magazine. "I shall never win a game in the magazines," the young man told himself. "It's worse than not writing at all. I shall rot unknown in my garret, or die of hunger and opium, like that poor boy who perished within a quarter of a mile of this dismal hole, unless I can get some rich publisher to launch me properly." But in the meantime a man must live, and Edward was very glad to get an occasional guinea or two from a magazine. The supplies from home fell considerably below his requirements, though to send them strained the father's resources. The embryo laureate liked to take life pleasantly. He liked to dine at a popular restaurant, and to wash down his dinner with good Rhine wine or sound claret. He liked good cigars. He could not wear cheap boots. He could do without gloves at a pinch, but those he wore must be the best. When he was in funds, he preferred a hansom to pedestrianism. This, he told himself, was the poetical temperament. Alfred de Musset was, doubtless, just such a man. He could fancy Heine leading the same kind of life in Paris, before disease had chained him to his bed. That letter from Celia was like vitriol dropped into an open wound. Edward had not forgiven Laura for accepting John Treverton, or the estate that went with him.
He hated John Treverton with a vigorous hatred that would stand a great deal of wear and tear. He pondered long over Celia's letter, trying to discover the clue to the mystery. It seemed to him tolerably clear. Mr. and Mrs. Treverton had married with a deliberate understanding. Love between them there was none, and they'd been too honest to pretend an affection which neither felt. They had agreed to marry and live apart, sharing the dead man's wealth, fulfilling the letter of the law, but not the spirit. "I call it sheer dishonesty," said Edward. "I wonder that Laura can lend herself to such an underhand course." It was all very well to talk about John Treverton's liberality in settling the entire estate upon his wife. No doubt they had their private understanding duly set forth in black and white. The husband was to have his share of the fortune, and squander it how he pleased in London or Paris, or any part of the globe that seemed best to him. "There never was such confounded luck!" exclaimed Edward, angry with fate for having given this man so much, and himself so little. A fellow who 3 months ago was a beggar. In his idle reverie, he found himself thinking what he would have done in John Treverton's place, with, say, 7,000 a year at his disposal. "I would have chambers in the Albany," he thought, "furnished on the purest aesthetic principles. I'd keep a yacht at Cowes, and 3 or 4 hunters at Melton Mowbray. I'd spend February and March in the south, and April and May in Paris, where I should have a pied-à-terre in the Champs-Élysées. Yes, one could lead a very pleasant life as a bachelor on 7,000 a year." Thus it will be seen that, although Mr. Clare had been seriously in love with Miss Malcolm, it was the loss of Jasper Treverton's money which he felt most keenly, and it was the possession of that fortune for which he envied John Treverton. One afternoon in February, one of those rare afternoons on which the winter sun glorifies the gloomy London streets, Mr. Clare called at the office of a comic periodical, the editor of which had accepted some of his lighter verses, society poems in the Praed and Locker manner. 2 or 3 of his contributions had been published within the last month, and he came to the office with a pleasant consciousness that there was a cheque due to him. "I shall treat myself to a careful little dinner at the Restaurant du Pavillon," he told himself, "and a stall at the Prince of Wales to wind up the evening." He was not a man of vicious tastes. It was not the aqua fortis of vice, but the champagne of pleasure that he relished. He was too fond of himself, too careful of his own well-being, to fling away youth, health, and vigor in the sloughs and sewers of evil living. He had a refined selfishness that was calculated to keep him pure of low iniquities. He had no aspiration to scale mountain peaks, but he had sufficient regard for himself to eschew gutters. The cheque was ready for him, but when he had signed the formal receipt, the clerk told him the editor wanted to speak to him presently, if he would be kind enough to wait a few minutes.
"There's a gentleman with him, but I don't suppose he'll be long," said the clerk, "if you don't mind waiting."
Mr. Clare did not mind particularly. He sat down on an office stool and made himself a cigarette while he thoughtfully planned his dinner. He was not going to be extravagant. A plate of bisque soup, a slice of salmon en papillote, a wing of chicken with mushrooms, an omelette, half a bottle of Saint-Julien, and a glass of vermouth. While he was musing pleasantly thus, the swinging inner door of the office was dashed open, and a gentleman walked quickly through to the open doorway that led into the street, with only a passing nod to the clerk. Edward Clare just caught a glimpse of his face as he turned to give that brief salutation. "Who's that?" he asked, starting up from his stool and dropping the half-made cigarette.
"Monsieur Chicot, the artist."
"Are you sure?" The clerk grinned.
"Pretty positive," he said. "He comes here every week, sometimes twice a week. I ought to know him."
Edward knew the name well. The slapdash caricatures, more Parisian in style than English, which adorned the middle page of the weekly paper called Folly as It Flies, were all signed Chicot. The dancer's admirers, for the most part, gave her the credit of those productions, an idea which Mr. Smolendo had taken care to encourage. It was an advantage that his dancer should be thought a woman of many accomplishments, a Sarah Bernhardt in a small way. Edward Clare was mystified. The face which he had seen turned towards the clerk had presented a wondrous likeness of John Treverton. If this man who called himself Chicot had been John Treverton's twin brother, the two could not have been more alike. Edward was so impressed with this idea that, instead of waiting to see his editor, he hurried out into the street, bent upon following Mr. Chicot, the artist. The office was in one of those narrow streets northward of the Strand. If Chicot had turned to the left, he must be by this time following the strong current of the Strand, which flows westward at this hour, with its tide of human life, as regularly as the river flows to the sea. If he had turned to the right, he was most likely lost in the labyrinth between Drury Lane and Holborn. In either case, 3 minutes having been wasted in surprise and interrogation, there seemed little chance of catching him. Edward turned to the right and went towards Holborn. Accident favored him. At the corner of Longacre he saw Chicot, the artist, buttonholed by an older man of somewhat raffish aspect. That Chicot was anxious to get away from the buttonholer was obvious, and before Edward could reach the corner he had done so, and was off at a rapid pace westward. There would be no chance of overtaking him, except by running, and to run in Longacre would be to make oneself unpleasantly conspicuous. There was no empty hansom within sight. Edward looked round despairingly. There stood the raffish man watching him, and looking as if he knew exactly what Mr. Clare wanted. Edward crossed the street, looked at the raffish man, and lingered, half inclined to speak. The raffish man anticipated his desire. "I think you wanted my friend Chicot," he said, in a most insinuating tone. He had the accent of a gentleman, and in some wise the look of a gentleman, though his degradation from that high estate was patent to every eye. His tall hat, sponged and coaxed to a factitious polish, was of an exploded shape. His coat was the coat of to-day. His stock was 20 years old in style, and so frayed and greasy that it might have been worn ever since it first came into fashion. The hawk's eye, the iron lines about the mouth and chin, were warnings to the man's fellow creatures. Here was a man capable of anything, a being so obviously at war with society as to be bound by no law, daunted by no penalty. Edward Clare dimly divined that the creature belonged to the dangerous classes, but in his excellent opinion of his own cleverness deemed himself strong enough to cope with half a dozen such seedy sinners. "Well, yes, I did rather want to speak to him about a literary matter. Does he live far from here?" 5 minutes' walk, Cibber Street, Leicester Square. I'll take you there if you like. I live in the same house." "Ah, then you can tell me all about him." "But it isn't the pleasantest thing to stand and talk in an east wind. Come in and take a glass of something," suggested Edward, comprehending that the shabby genteel stranger must be plied with drink. "Ah," thought Mr. Desrolles, "he wants something of me. This liberality is not motiveless." Tavern doors opened for them close at hand. They entered the refined seclusion of a jug and bottle department, and each chose the liquor he preferred. Edward, sherry and soda water; the stranger, a glass of brandy, short. "Have you known Mr. Chicot long?" asked Edward. "Don't suppose I'm actuated by impertinent curiosity. It's a matter of business." "Sir, I know when I am talking to a gentleman," replied Desrolles, with a stately air. "I was a gentleman myself once, but it's so long ago that the world and I have forgotten it." He had emptied his glass by this time, and was gazing thoughtfully, almost tearfully, at the bottom of it. "Take another," said Edward. "I think I will. These east winds are trying to a man of my age." "Have I known Jacques Chicot long?" "Well, about 1.5 years, a little less perhaps, but the time is of no moment. I know him well." And then Mr. Desrolles proceeded to give his new acquaintance considerable information as to the outer life of Mr. and Mrs. Chicot. He did not enter into the secrets of their domesticity, save to admit that Madame was fonder of the brandy bottle, a lamentable propensity in so fair a being, than she ought to be, and that Mr. Chicot was not so fond of Madame as he might be. "Tired of her, I suppose," said Edward. "Precisely. A woman who drinks like a fish and swears like a trooper is apt to pall upon a man after some years of married life." "Has this Chicot no other income than what he earns by his pencil?" asked Edward. "Not a sou." "Has he not been flush of money lately? Since the New Year, for instance?" "No." "There's been no change in his way of life since then?" "Not the slightest, except, perhaps, that he has worked harder than ever. The man is a prodigious worker. When first he came to London he had an idea of succeeding as a painter. He used to be at his easel as soon as it was light. But since the comic journals have taken him up, he's done nothing but draw on the wood. He's really a very good creature. I haven't a word to say against him." "He is remarkably like a man I know," said Mr. Clare, musingly. "But of course it can't be the same. The husband of a French dancer. No, that isn't possible. I wish it were," he muttered to himself, with clenched teeth. "Is he like someone you know?" interrogated Desrolles. "Wonderfully alike, so far as I could make out in the glimpse I got of his face." "Ah, those glimpses are sometimes deceptive. Is your friend residing in London?" "I don't know where he is just at present. When last I saw him he was in the west of England." "Ah, nice country that," said Desrolles, kindling with sudden eagerness. "Somersetshire or Devonshire way, you mean, I suppose?" "I mean Devonshire." "Charming country, delightful scenery." "Very, for your Londoner who runs down by express train to spend a fortnight there. Not quite so lively for your son of the soil, who sees himself doomed to rot in a god-forsaken hole like Hazelhurst, the village I came from." "What, you know the place?" exclaimed Edward, for the man had given a start that betokened surprised recognition of the name. "I do know a village called Hazelhurst, but it's in Wiltshire," the other answered coolly. "So the gentleman who resembles my friend Chicot is a native of Devonshire, and a neighbour of yours?" "I didn't say he was either," returned Edward, who did not want to be catechized by a disreputable-looking stranger. "I said I had last seen him at Hazelhurst, that's all. And now, as I've an appointment at 5 o'clock, I must wish you good afternoon." They both left the bar together and went out into Longacre, whence the wintry sunshine had departed, giving place to that dull, thick grayness which envelops London at eventide, like a curtain. To those who love the city, as Charles Lamb loved it, for instance, there's something comfortable even in this all-enshrouding grey, through which the lamps shine cheerfully like friendly eyes. "I'm sorry I haven't got my card-case with me," said Desrolles, feeling in his breast-pocket. "It doesn't matter," the other answered curtly. "Good day to you." And so they parted, Edward Clare walking swiftly away towards the little French restaurant hard by St. Anne's Church, where he meant to solace himself with a comfortable dinner. "A cad," mused Desrolles, looking after him. "Provincial and a cad. Strange that he should come from Hazelhurst." Mr. Clare dined entirely to his own satisfaction, and with what he considered a severe economy, for he contented himself with half a bottle of claret, and took only 1 glass of green chartreuse after his small cup of black coffee. The coffee made him bright and wakeful, and he left the purlieus of St. Anne in excellent spirits. He had changed his mind about the Prince of Wales. Instead of indulging himself with a stole at that luxurious theatre, he would rough it and go to the pit at the Prince Frederick to see Mademoiselle Chicot. He'd been haunted by her name on the walls of London, but he'd never yet had the desire to see her. Now, all at once, his curiosity was aroused. He went and admired the dancer as all the world admired her. He was early enough to get a seat in the front row of the pit, and from this position could survey the stalls, which were filled with men, all declared worshippers of Chicot. There was one squat figure, a stout, dark man with sleek black hair and colorless Jewish face, which attracted Edward's particular attention. This man watched the dancer from his seat at the end of a row, with an expression that differed markedly from the vacuous admiration of other countenances. In this man's face, dull and weary as it was, there was a look that told of passion held in reserve, of a purpose to be pursued to the very end. A dangerous admirer for any woman, most of all perilous for such a woman as Chicot. She saw him and recognized him as a familiar presence in an unknown crowd. One brilliant flash of her dark eyes told as much as this, and perhaps was a sufficient reward for Joseph Lemuel's devotion. A slow smile curled his thick lips, and lost itself in the folds of his fat chin. He flung no bouquet to the dancer. He had no desire to advertise his admiration. When the curtain fell upon the brilliant tableau which ended the burlesque, a picture made up of handsome women in dazzling dresses and eccentric attitudes, lighted by the broad glare of a magnesium lamp, Edward left the pit and went round to the narrow side street on which the stage door opened. He had an idea that the dancer's husband would be waiting to escort her home. He waited himself in the dark, chilly street for about a quarter of an hour, and then, instead of Mr. Chicot, the artist, he saw his acquaintance of the tavern stroll slowly to the stage door, wrapped in an ancient poncho made of shaggy stuff like the skin of a wild beast, and smoking a gigantic cigar. This gentleman took up his stand outside the stage door, and waited patiently for about 10 minutes, while Edward Clare walked slowly up and down on the opposite pavement, which was in profound shadow. At last Chicot came out, a tall, commanding figure in a black silk gown which swept the pavement, a sealskin jacket, and a little round hat set jauntily on her dark hair. She took Darrell's arm as if it were an accustomed thing for him to escort her, and they went away together, she talking with considerable animation, and as loud as a lady of the highest rank. Curious, thought Edward, where is the husband all this time? The husband was spending his evening at a literary club of somewhat bohemian character, where there was a wit to cheer the saddened soul, and where the nightly talk was of the wildest, breathing ridicule that spared nothing between heaven and earth, and a deep scorn of fools, and an honest contempt for formalism and veneer of all kinds, for the art that follows the fashion of a day, for the literature that is made to pattern. In such a circle Jacques Chicot found temporary oblivion. These riotous assemblies, the strong rush of talk, were to him as the waters of Lethe. This ends chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 16. Shall it be yes or no? "This looks as if he were serious, doesn't it?" asked Chicot. The question was addressed to Mr. Desrolles. The two were standing side by side in the wintry dusk, in front of one of the windows that looked into Cibber Street, contemplating the contents of a jewel case which Chicot held open. Embedded in the white velvet lining there lay a collet necklace of diamonds, each stone as big as a prize pea, such a necklace as Desrolles could not remember to have seen, even in the jeweller's windows, before which he had sometimes paused out of sheer idleness to contemplate such finery. "Serious?" he echoed. "I told you from the first that Joseph Lemuel was a prince." "You don't suppose I'm going to keep it?" said Chicot. "I don't suppose you or any other woman would send it back if it were a free gift," answered Desrolles. "It is not a free gift. It is to be mine if I consent to run away from my husband and live in Paris as Mr. Lemuel's mistress. I am to have a villa at Passy and 1,500 a year." "Princely!" exclaimed Desrolles.
and I am to leave Jack free to live his own life. Don't you think he would be glad?" There was something almost tigerish in the look which emphasized this question. "I think that it would not matter one jot to you whether he were glad or sorry. He would make a row, I suppose, but you would be safe on the other side of the channel." "He would get a divorce," said Chicot. "Your English law breaks a marriage as easily as it makes one. And then he would marry that other woman." "What other woman?" "I don't know, but there is another. He owned as much the last time we quarrelled." "A divorce would make you a great lady. Joseph Lemuel would marry you. The man is your slave. You could twist him round your little finger. And then, instead of your little box at Passy, you might have a mansion in the Champs-Élysées among the ambassadors. You would go to the races in a four-in-hand. You might be the most fashionable woman in Paris. And I began life washing dirty linen in the river at the Heir, among a lot of termagants who hated me because I was young and handsome. I had not much pleasure in those days, my friend. Your Parisian life would be a change. You must be very tired of London." "Tired? But I detest it prettily, your city of narrow streets and dismal Sundays. And you must have had enough dancing." "I begin to be tired of it. Since my accident I have not the old spirit." She had the jewel case in her hand still, and was turning it about, admiring the brightness of the stones, which sparkled in the dim light. Presently she went back to her low chair by the fire, and let the case lie open in her lap, with the fire glow shining on the gems, until the pure white stones took all the colours of the rainbow. "I can fancy myself in a box at the opera, in a tight-fitting ruby velvet dress, with no ornaments but this necklace and single diamonds for eardrops," mused Chicot. "I do not think there are many women in Paris who would surpass me. Not one. And I should look on while other women danced for my amusement," she pursued. "After all, the life of a stage dancer is a poor thing at best. There are only so many rungs of a ladder between me and a dancing girl at a fair. I'm getting tired of it." "You will be a good deal more tired when you are a few years older," said Desrolles. "At 26 one need not think of age." "No, but at 36 age will think of you." "I have asked for a week to consider his offer," said Chicot. "This day week I am to give him an answer, yes or no. If I keep the diamonds, it will mean yes. If I send them back to him, it will mean no." "I can't imagine any woman saying no to such a necklace as that," said Desrolles. "What is it worth, after all? 15 years ago, a string of glass beads bought in a market at Auray would have made me happier than those diamonds can make me now." "If you are going to moralize, I can't follow you. I should say at a rough guess those diamonds must be worth £3,000. "They are to be taken or left," said Chicot, in French, with her careless shrug. "Where do you mean to keep them?" inquired Desrolles. "If your husband were to see them, there would be a row. You must not leave them in his way." "Pas si bête," replied Chicot. "See here." She flung back the loose collar of her cashmere morning gown and clasped the necklace round her throat. Then she drew the collar together again, and the diamonds were hidden. "I shall wear the necklace night and day till I make up my mind whether to keep it or not," she said. "Where I go, the diamonds will go. Nobody will see them. Nobody will rob me of them while I am alive." "What is the matter?" she asked suddenly, startled by a passing distortion of Desrolles' face. "Nothing, only a spasm." "I thought you were going to have a fit." "I did feel queer for the moment. My old complaint." "Ah, I thought as much. Have some brandy." Though Chicot made light of Mr. Lemuel's offering in her talk with Desrolles, she was not the less impressed by it. After she'd come from the theatre that night, she sat on the floor in her dingy bedroom with a looking-glass in her hand, gloating over her reflection with that string of jewels round her neck, turning her swan-like throat every way to catch the rays of the candle, thinking how glorious she would look with those shining stars upon her ivory neck, thinking what a new and delightful life Joseph Lemuel's wealth could give her, a life of riot and dissipation, fine clothes, Epicurean dinners, late hours, and perfect idleness. She even thought of all the famous restaurants in Paris where she would like to dine, fairy palaces on the boulevard, all lights and gilding and crimson velvet, which she knew only from the outside, houses where vice was more at home than virtue, and where a single cutlet in its paper frill cost more than a poor man's family dinner. She looked round the shabby room, with its blackened ceiling and discoloured paper, on which the damp had made ugly blotches, the tawdry curtains, the rickety deal dressing-table disguised in dirty muslin and ragged Nottingham lace, and the threadbare carpet. How miserable it all was! She and her husband had once gone with the crowd to see the house of a Parisian courtesan who had died in the zenith of her days. She remembered with what almost reverential feeling the mob had gazed at the delicate satin draperies of boudoir and salon, the porcelain, the tapestries, the antique lace, the tiny cabinet pictures which shone like jewels on the satin walls. Vice so exalted was almost virtue. In the dining-room, paramount over all other objects, was enshrined the portrait of a departed goddess, a medallion in a frame of velvet and gold. Chicot well remembered wondering to see so little beauty in that celebrated face, a small oval face, grey eyes, a nondescript nose, a wide mouth. Intelligence and a winning smile were the only charms of that renowned beauty. Cosmetique and worth had done all the rest. But then the dead and gone courtesan had been one of the cleverest women in France. Chicot made no allowance for that. "I am 10 times handsomer," she told herself, "and yet I shall never keep my own carriage." She'd often brooded over the difference between her fate and that of the woman whose house and horses and carriages and lapdogs and jewels she had seen, the sale of which had made a 9 days' wonder in Paris. She thought of that dead woman tonight, as she sat with the mirror in her hand, admiring the diamonds and her beauty, while Jacques Chicot was doing his best to forget her in his Bohemian club near the Strand. She remembered all the stories she had heard of that extinguished luminary, her arrogance, her extravagance, the abject slavery of her adorers, her triumphal progress through life, scornful and admired. It was not the virtuous who despised her, but she who despised the virtuous. Honest women were the chosen mark for her ridicule. People in Paris knew all the details of her brazen, infamous life. Very few knew the history of her deathbed. But the priest who shrived her and the nursing sister who watched her last hours could have told a story to make even frivolity's hair stand on end. It was a short life, but a merry one, thought Chicot. How well I remember her, the winter the lake in the Bois was frozen, and there was skating by torchlight. She used to drive a sledge covered all over with silver bells, and she used to skate dressed in dark red velvet and sable. The crowd stood on one side to let her pass, as if she had been an empress. Then her thoughts took another turn. If I left him, he would divorce me and marry that other woman, she said to herself. Who is she, I wonder? Where did he see her? Not at the theatre. He cares for no one there. I've watched him too closely to be deceived in that. Then she half filled a tumbler with brandy and flavored it with water in order to delude herself with the idea that she was drinking brandy and water. And then, lapsing into a state of semi-intoxication, a dreamy half-consciousness in which life, seen hazily, took a brighter hue. She flung aside her mirror and threw herself half-dressed upon the bed. Jack Chicot, who had taken to coming home long after midnight, slept on the sofa in a little third room where he worked. There was not much chance of his seeing the jewels. He and his wife were as nearly parted as two people could be, living in the same house. Chicot contemplated the diamonds, and abandoned herself to much the same train of thought for several nights, and now came the last night of the week which Mr. Lemuel had allowed for reflection. Tomorrow she was to give him his answer. He was waiting for her at the stage door when she came out. Terolles, her usual escort, was not in attendance.
"Sire, I have been thinking of you every hour since last we spoke together," Joseph Lemuel began,
delighted at finding her alone.
"You're as difficult to approach as a princess of the blood royal."
"Why should I hold myself cheaper than a princess?" she asked, insolently. "I am an honest woman."
"You are handsomer than any princess in Europe," he said, "but you ought to compassionate and adore her who has waited so long and so patiently. When am I to have your answer? Is it to be yes? You cannot be so cruel as to say no. My lawyer has drawn up the deed of settlement. I only wait your word to execute it."
"You are very generous," said Chicot scornfully, "or very obstinate. If I run away with you and my husband gets a divorce, will you marry me?"
"Be faithful to me, and I will refuse you nothing."
He went with her to the door of her lodgings for the first time, pleading his cause all the way with such eloquence as he could command, which was not much. He was a man who had found money all-powerful to obtain everything he wanted, and had seldom felt the need of words. "Send me a messenger you can trust at 12 o'clock tomorrow, and if I do not send you back your diamonds—"
"I shall know that your answer is yes. In that case you will find my brougham waiting at 7:15 o'clock tomorrow evening at the corner of this street, and I shall be in the brougham. We shall drive straight to Charing Cross and start for Paris by the mile. It'll be too dark for anyone to notice the carriage. What time do you generally go to the theatre?"
"At 7:30.
"Then you will not be missed till you are well out of the way. There'll be no fuss, no scandal."
"There will be a tremendous fuss at the theatre," said Chicot. "Who's to take my place in the burlesque?"
"Anyone. Who need you care? You'll have done with burlesque and the stage forever."
"True," said Chicot. And then she remembered the students' theatre in Paris, and how her popularity had waned there. The same thing might happen here in London, perhaps, after a year or two. Her audience would grow tired of her. Already people in the theatre had begun to make disagreeable remarks about the empty champagne bottles which came out of her dressing-room. By and by, perhaps, they would be impudent enough to call her a drunkard. She would be glad to have done with them. Yet, degraded as she was, there were depths of vice from which her better instincts plucked her back, as if it were her good angel clutching her garments to drag her from the edge of an abyss. She had once loved her husband. Nay, after her own manner, she loved him still, and could not calmly contemplate leaving him. Her brain, muddled by champagne and brandy, shaped all thoughts confusedly. Yet at her worst the idea of selling herself to this Jewish profligate shocked and disgusted her. Her soul was swayed to and fro, to this side and to that. She had no inclination to vice, but she would have liked the wages of sin, for in this lower world the wages of sin meant a villa at Passy and a couple of carriages. "Good night," she said abruptly to her lover. "I must not be seen talking to you. My husband may come home at any minute."
"I hear that he generally comes home in the middle of the night," said Mr. Lemuel. "What business is it of yours if he does?" asked Chicot angrily. "Everything that concerns you is my business. When I, who love the ground ye walk upon, hear how ye are neglected by your husband, do you suppose the knowledge does not make me so much the more determined to win you?"
"Send you a messenger for my answer tomorrow," said Chicot, and then she shut the door in his face. "I hate him," she muttered, when she was alone in the passage, stamping her foot as if she had trodden upon a venomous insect. She went upstairs and again sat down, half undressed, upon the floor, to look at the diamond necklace. She had a childish love of the gems, a delight in looking at them, which differed very little from her feelings when she was 15 years younger, and longed for a blue bead necklace exposed for sale in the quaint old market-place at Auray. "I shall send them back to him tomorrow," she said to herself. "The diamonds are beautiful, and I am getting tired of my life here, and I know that Jack hates me. But that man is too horrible, and I am an honest woman." She flung herself on her knees beside the bed, in the attitude of prayer, but not to pray. She'd lost the habit of prayer soon after she left her native province. She was sobbing passionately for the loss of her husband's love, with a dim consciousness that it was by her own degradation she'd forfeited his regard. "I've been a good wife to him," she murmured in broken syllables. "Better than ever I was." And then speech lost itself in convulsive sobs, and she cried herself to sleep. This ends chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 17. Murder. Murder! An awful word under the most ordinary circumstances of everyday life. An awful word even when spoken of an event that happened long ago or afar off. But what a word shouted in the dead of night, through the close darkness of a sleeping house, thrilling the ear of slumber, freezing the blood in the half-awakened sleeper's veins. Such a shout, repeated with passionate clamor, scared the inhabitants of the Cibber Street lodging-house at 3 o'clock in the winter morning, still dark as deepest night. Mrs. Rawler heard it in her back bedroom on the ground floor. It penetrated confusedly, not as a word, but as a sound of fear and dread, to the front kitchen, where Mrs. Evatt, the landlady, slept on an ancient press bedstead, which by day made believe to be a bookcase. Lastly, Desrolles, who seemed to have slept more heavily than the other two on that particular night, came rushing out of his room to ask the meaning of that hideous summons. They all met on the first-floor landing, where Jacques Chicot stood on the threshold of his wife's bedroom, with a candle in his hand, the flickering flame making a patch of sickly yellow light amidst surrounding gloom, a faint light in which Jacques Chicot's pallid countenance looked like the face of a ghost. "What's the matter?" Desrolles asked the two women simultaneously. "My wife has been murdered. My God, it is too awful! See! See!" Chicot pointed with a trembling hand to a thin thread of crimson that had crept along the dull grey carpet to the very threshold. Shudderingly the others looked inside, as he held the candle towards the bed with white, averted face. There were hideous stains on the counterpane, an awful figure lying in a heap among the bedclothes, a long, loose coil of raven hair, curved like a snake round the rigid form. A spectacle which not one of those who gazed upon it, spellbound, fascinated by the horror of the sight, could ever hope to forget. "Murdered! And in my house!" shrieked Mrs. Evatt, unconsciously echoing the words of Lady Macbeth on a similar occasion. "I shall never let my first floor again. I'm a ruined woman. "Seize him! Hold him tight!" she cried, with sudden intensity.
"It must have been her husband, done it. He was often a quarrelling, you know you was."
This fierce attack startled Jacques Chicot. He turned upon the woman with his ghastly face, a new horror in his eyes. "I kill her!" he cried. "I never raised my hand against her in my life, though she has tempted me many a time. I came into the house 3 minutes ago. I should not have known anything, for when I come in late I sleep in the little room. But I saw that." He pointed to the thin red streak which had crept across the threshold and under the door to the carpetless landing outside. "And then I came in and found her lying here, as you see her." "Somebody ought to go for a policeman," suggested Desrolles. "I will," said Chicot. He was the only person present in a condition to leave the house, and before anyone could question his right to leave it, he was gone. They waited outside that awful chamber for a quarter of an hour, but no policeman came, nor did Jacques Chicot return. "I begin to think he has made a bolt of it," said Desrolles. "That looks rather bad."
"Didn't I tell you he done it?" screamed the landlady. "I know he'd got to hate her. I've seen it in his looks, and she has told me as much, and cried over it, poor thing, when she'd taken a glass or two more than was good for her. And you let him go, like a coward as you was."
"My good Mrs. Everett, you are getting abusive. I was not sent into the world to arrest possible criminals. I am not a detective."
"But I'm a ruined woman," cried the outraged householder. "Who's to occupy my lodgings in future? I should like to know. The house'll get the name of being haunted. Here's Mrs. Robber even, that has been with me close upon 5 year, will be wanting to go."
"I've had a turn," assented the tragic lady, "and I don't feel that I can lie down in my bed again downstairs. I'm afraid I might have to look for other apartments."
"There," whimpered Mrs. Everett. "Didn't I tell you I was a ruined woman?"
Desrolles had gone into the front room, and was standing at an open window watching for a policeman. One of those guardians of the public peace came strolling along the pavement presently, with as placid an air as if he'd been an inhabitant of Arcadia, to whom Desrolles shouted,
"Come up here, there's been a murder."
The public guardian wheeled himself stiffly round and approached the street door. He did not take the word murder in its positive sense, but in its local significance, which meant a row, culminating in a few bruises and a black eye or two. That actual murder had been done, and that a dead woman was lying in the house, never entered his mind. He opened the door and came upstairs with slow, creaking footsteps, as if he'd been making a ceremonious visit. "What's the row?" he asked curtly, when he came to the first-floor landing, and saw the two women standing there, Mrs. Everett wrapped in a waterproof, Mrs. Robber in a yellow cotton dressing-gown of antiquated fashion, both with scared faces and sparse, dishevelled hair. Mr. Desrolles was the coolest of the trio, but even his countenance had a ghastly look in the light of the guttering candle which Jacques Chicot had set down on the little table outside the bedroom door. They told him breathlessly what had happened. "Is she dead?" he asked.
"Go in and look," said Mrs. Everett. "I dared not go anigh her."
The policeman went in, lantern in hand, a monument of stolid calm, amidst the terror of the scene. Little need to ask if she were dead. That awful face upon the pillow, those glazed eyes with their wide stare of horror, that gaping wound in the full white throat, from which the life-blood had poured in a crimson stream across the white counterpane until it made a dark pool beside the bed, all told their own tale. "She must have been dead for an hour or more," said the policeman, touching the marble hand. Chicot's hand and arm were flung above her head, as if she had known what was coming and had tried to clutch the bell-pull behind her. The other hand was tightly clenched as in the last convulsion. "There'll have to be an inquest," said the policeman, after he had examined the window and looked out to see if the room was easily accessible from without. "Somebody had better go for a doctor. I'll go myself. There's a surgeon at the corner of the next street." Who is she, and how did it happen?" Mrs. Evatt, in a torrent of words, told him all she knew and all she suspected. It was Chicot's husband that had done it, she was sure. "Why?" asked the policeman.
"Who else should it be? It couldn't be burglars. You saw yourself that the window was fastened inside. She'd no valuables to tempt anyone. Light come, light go was her motto, poor thing. Her money went as fast as it came, and if it wasn't him as did it, why haven't he come back?"
The policeman asked what she meant by this, whereupon Desrolles told him of Mr. Chicot's disappearance. "I must say that it looks fishy," concluded the second-floor lodger. "I don't want to breathe a word against the man I like, but it looks fishy. He went out 20 minutes ago to fetch a policeman, and he hasn't come back yet." "No, nor ever will," said Mrs. Rawber, who was sitting on the stairs shivering, afraid to go back to her bedroom. That ground-floor bedroom of hers was a dismal place at the best of times, overshadowed by the wall of the yard and made dark and damp by a protruding cistern. But how would it seem to her now, when the house was made horrible by murder? "Do you know what time it was when the husband gave the alarm?" asked the policeman.
"Not more than 20 minutes ago."
"Any of you got a watch?" Desrolles shrugged his shoulders. Mrs. Evatt murmured something about her poor husband's watch, which had been a good one in its time, till one of the hands broke short off and the works went wrong. Mrs. Rawber had a clock on her bedroom mantelpiece, and had noticed the time when that awful cry awoke her, scared as she was. It was 10 minutes after 3. "And now it wants 20 to 4, said the sergeant, looking at his watch. "If the husband did it, he must have done it a good hour before he gave the alarm. At least, that's my opinion. We shall hear what the doctor says. I'll go and fetch him. Now, look here, my good people. If you value your own characters, you'll none of you attempt to leave this house tonight. Your evidence will be wanted at the inquest tomorrow, and the quieter and closer you keep yourselves meanwhile, the safer for you." "I shall go back to bed," said Desrolles, "as I don't see my way to being of any use." "That's the best thing you can do," said the sergeant approvingly. "And you, ma'am," he added, turning to Mrs. Rawber, "had better follow the gentleman's example." Mrs. Rawber felt as if her bedroom would be peopled with ghosts, but did not like to give utterance to her fears. "I'll go down and set a light to my parlor fire, and mix myself a wine-glassful of something warm," she said. "I feel chilled to the marrow of my bones." "You, ma'am, had better wait up here till I come back with the doctor," said the policeman. Desrolles had returned to his room by this time. Mrs. Rawber went downstairs with the policeman, glad of his company so far. He waited politely while she struck a lucifer and lighted her candle, and then he hurried off to find the doctor. "There's company in a fire," mused Mrs. Rawber, as she groped for wood and paper in the bottom of a cupboard not wholly innocent of black beetles. There was company in a glass of hot gin and water, too, by and by, when the tiny kettle had been coaxed into a boil. Mrs. Rawber was a temperate woman, but she liked what she called her little comforts, and an occasional tumbler of gin and water was one of them. "It's very hard upon me," she said to herself, thinking of a dreadful deed that had been done upstairs. "The rooms suit me, and I'm used to them, and yet I believe I shall have to go. I shall fancy the place is haunted." She glanced round over her shoulder, fearful lest she should see Chicot in her awful beauty, a marble face, a blood-stained throat, and glassy eyes regarding her with sightless stare. "I shall have to leave," thought Mrs. Rawber. Meanwhile, Mrs. Evatt was alone upstairs. She was a ghoul-like woman, for whom horrors were not without a ghastly relish. She liked to visit in the house of death, to sit beside the winter fire with a batch of gossips, consuming tea and toast, dwelling on the details of a last illness, or discussing the order of a funeral. She had a dreadful courage that came of familiarity with death. She took up the candle and went in alone and unappalled to look at Chicot.
"How tight that hand is clenched," she said to herself. "I wonder whether there's anything in it."
She forced back the stiffening fingers, and with the candle held close, bent down to peer into the marble palm. In the hollow of that dead hand she found a little tuft of iron-gray hair, which looked as if it had been torn from a man's head. Mrs. Evatt drew the hairs from the dead hand, and with a careful precision laid them in an old letter which she took from her pocket, and folded up the letter into a neat little packet, which she returned to the same calico receptacle for heterogeneous articles.
"What a turn it's given me," she said to herself.
Stealing back to the landing, her petticoats lifted, lest the hem of her garment should touch that dreadful pool beside the bed. The expression of her face had altered since she entered the room. There was a new intelligence in her dull gray eyes. Her countenance and bearing were as of one whose mind is charged with the weight of an awful secret. The surgeon came, an elderly man who lived close at hand, and was experienced in the ways of that doubtful section of society which inhabited the neighborhood of Cibber Street. In his opinion, Chicot had been dead 3 hours. It was now on the stroke of 4. 1 o'clock must therefore have been the time of the murder. The police sergeant came back in company with a man in plain clothes, and these two made a careful examination of the premises together, the result of which inspection went to show that it would have been extremely difficult for anyone to enter the house from the back. The front door was left on the latch all night, and had been for the last 11 years, and no harm had ever come of it, Mrs. Evatt declared plaintively. It was a Chubb lock, and she didn't believe there was another like it in all London. The two men went into every room in the house, disturbed Mr. Desrolles in a comfortable slumber, and surveyed his bedchamber with eyes which took in every detail. There was very little for them to see. A tent bedstead draped with flabby faded chintz, a rickety washstand, a small chest of drawers with a looking-glass on the top, and 3 odd chairs picked up at humble auctions. After inspecting Mr. Desrolles' rooms and overhauling his limited wardrobe, they looked in upon Mrs. Rawber, and roused that talented woman's ire by opening all her drawers and cupboards, and peering curiously into the same, whereby they beheld more mysteries of theatrical attire than ought to be seen by the public eye. "You don't suppose I did it, I hope?" protested Mrs. Rawber, in her grandest tragedy voice. "No, ma'am, but we're obliged to do our duty," answered the police officer. "It's only a form." "It's a very disagreeable form," said Mrs. Rawber, "and if you tallow grease my Lady Macbeth dresses, I shall expect you to make them good." The man in plain clothes committed himself to no opinion, nor did he enter upon any discussion as to the motive of a crime apparently so motiveless. He made his notes of the plain facts of the case, and went away with the sergeant.
"What am I to do about lying her out?" asked Mrs. Evatt of the doctor. "I wouldn't lay a finger upon her for £100. "I'll send round a nurse from the workhouse," said the doctor, after a moment's thought. "They're not easily scared."
Half an hour later the workhouse nurse came, a tall, bony woman who executed her horrible task in a businesslike manner, which testified to the strength of her nerve and the variety of her experience. By 5 o'clock in the morning all was done, and Chicot lay with meekly folded hands under clean white linen. The heavy lids closed forever on the once lovely eyes. The raven hair parted on the classic brow.
"She's the handsomest corpse I've laid out for the last 10 years," said the nurse, "and I think she does me credit. If you've got a kettle on the bile, mum, and can give me a cup of tea, I shall be thankful for it, and I think a teaspoonful of spirits in it would do me good. I've been up all night with a factitious pauper in the smallpox ward." "Oh, law!" cried Mrs. Evatt, with an alarmed countenance. "You've been vaccinated, of course, mum," said the nurse cheerfully. "You don't belong to none of them radical anti-vaccinationists, I'm sure. And as to catching complaints of that kind, mum, it's only your poor-spirited, nervous people as does it. I never have no pity for such weak mortals. I look down on 'em too much."
This ends chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 18. What the Diamonds Were Worth. The inquest was held at noon next day. The news of the murder had spread far and wide already, and there was a crowd gathered round the house in Cibber Street all the morning, much to Mrs. Evatt's aggravation. The newspaper reporters forced their way into her house in defiance of her protests, and finding her slow to answer their questions, got hold of Mr. Desrolles, who was very ready to talk and to drink with every comer. George Gerard called at the house in Cibber Street between 9 and 10 o'clock. He'd heard of the murder on his way from the Blackfriars Road, where he was now living as assistant to a general practitioner, to the hospital where he was still attending the clinical lectures. He'd heard an exaggerated version of the event, and came expecting to find a case of murder and suicide, the husband stretched lifeless beside the wife he had sacrificed to his jealous fury. It was not without some difficulty that he got permission to enter the room where the dead woman lay. The hospital nurse had been put in charge of that chamber by the police, and Gerard was obliged to enforce his arguments with a half-crown, which he could ill afford, before the lady's conscientious scruples were quieted, and she gave him the key of the room. He went in with the nurse, and stayed for about a quarter of an hour, engaged in a careful and thoughtful examination of the wound. It was a curious wound. Chicot's throat had not been cut in the common acceptation of the phrase. The blow that had slain her was a deep stab, a violent thrust with some sharp, thin, and narrow instrument, which had pierced the hollow of her neck and penetrated in a slanting direction to the lungs. What had been the instrument? Was it a dagger? And if so, what kind of dagger? George Gerard had never seen a dagger thin enough to inflict that fine, narrow slit through which the blood had oozed so slowly. The crimson stream that stained coverlet and floor had flowed from the livid lips of the corpse, betokening hemorrhage of the lungs. There had been a struggle before that fatal wound was given. On the round white wrist of the dead a purple bruise showed, where a savage hand had gripped that lovely arm. On the right shoulder, from which the loose night-dress had fallen, appeared the marks of strong fingers that had fastened their clutch there. The nurse showed Gerard these bruises. "They tell a tale, don't they?" she said. "If we could only read it aright," sighed Gerard. "It looks as if she fought for her life, poor soul," suggested the nurse. Gerard made no further remark, but stood beside the bed, looking round him with thoughtful, scrutinizing gaze, as if he would have asked the very walls to tell him the secret of the crime they had looked upon a few hours before. "The police have been here and have discovered nothing?" he said interrogatively. "Whatever they've discovered they kept to themselves," answered the nurse. "But I don't believe it's much." "Did they go in there?" asked Gerard, pointing to the open door of that small inner room, a mere den, where Jacques Chicot had painted in the days when he cherished the hope of earning his living as a painter. Here of late he had drawn his wood blocks, and here, on a wretched narrow couch, he had slept. "Yes, they went in," replied the nurse, "but I'm sure they didn't find anything particular there." Gerard passed into the dusty little den. There was an old easel with an unfinished picture, half covered with a ragged chintz curtain. Gerard plucked the curtain aside and looked at the picture. It was crude, but full of a certain melodramatic power. The subject was from a poem of de Musset's, a Venetian noble, crouching in the shadow of a doorway at dead of night, dagger in hand, waiting to slay his enemy. There was a deal table, ink-stained, decrepit, scattered with papers, pens, pencils, a battered pewter inkstand, an empty cigar-box, a file of Folly as It Flies, and odd numbers of other comic journals. On the old-fashioned window-seat, for these houses in Cibber Street were 200 years old, there was a large wooden paint-box full of empty tubes, brushes, a couple of palettes, an old palette knife, rags, sponges. At the bottom of the box, hidden under rags and rubbish, there lay a long, thin dagger of Italian workmanship, the handle of finely wrought silver, oxidized with age. Just such a dagger as an artist would fancy for his armory. One glance at the canvas yonder told Gerard that this was the dagger in the picture. George Gerard took up the dagger and looked at it curiously. A long, thin blade, flexible, sharp, a deadly weapon in a strong hand, a weapon to inflict just such a wound as that deep stab which had slain La Chicot. He examined the blade, the handle, looking at both through his pocket microscope. Both were darkly tarnished, possibly with the recent stain of blood, but the weapon had been carefully cleansed, and there was no actual speck of blood upon either handle or blade. Strange that the detective should have overlooked this, he said to himself, replacing the dagger in the box. Mrs. Evatt had told him of Jack Chicot's unaccountable disappearance, how he'd gone out to call the police and had never come back. What could this mean except guilt? And here in the husband's color box was just such a weapon as that with which the wife had been stabbed. And I know that he was weary of her. I know that he wanted her to die, mused Gerard. I read that secret in his face 6 months ago. He left the room presently, without any expression of opinion to the hospital nurse, who was eager to discuss the deed that had been done, and had theories of her own about it. He left the house and walked the neighboring streets for an hour, waiting for the inquest. "Shall I volunteer my opinion before the coroner?" he asked himself. "To what end? It is but a theory, after all, and a coroner is rarely a man inclined to give his ear to speculations of that kind. I'd better write to one of the newspapers. Would it do any good if I were to bring the crime home to the husband? Not much, perhaps. Wherever the wretch goes, he carries with him a conscience that must be a worse punishment than the condemned cell, and to hang him would not bring her back to life. Poor, foolish, lost creature, the only woman I ever loved." The Prince of Wales' Feathers, more popularly known as the Feathers, a public house at the corner of Cibber Street and Woodpecker Court, was the scene of the inquiry. The witnesses were the doctor, the police sergeant, the detective who had assisted in the examination of the premises, their roles, Mrs. Evatt and Mrs. Rawber. Jack Chicot, the most important witness of all, had not been seen since he left the house under the pretense of summoning the police. This disappearance of the husband, after giving an alarm which roused the sleeping household, an altogether unnecessary and foolish act, supposing him to be the murderer, was the most remarkable feature in the case, and puzzled the coroner. He questioned Mrs. Evatt closely as to the habits of the dancer and her husband. "You say they quarrelled frequently," he said. "Were their disputes of a violent character?" "I've heard her violent, but never him. She was very fond of him, poor thing, though she wasn't a woman to give way or to be guided by her husband. She was fonder of drink than she ought to be, and he tried to keep her from it. Leastwise, when they first came to my house. Later he seemed to have give her up, as you might say, and let her go her own way." "Did he seem attached to her?" "Not to my fancy. I thought the love was all on her side." "Was he a man of violent temper?" "No, he was one that took things very quiet. I used to think there was something underhand in his character. I can call to mind her saying to me once, after they'd been quarrelling, 'Mrs. Evatt, that man hates me too much to strike me. If he was once to give way to his temper, he'd be the death of me.' Those words of hers made an impression upon me at the time." "Come, come," interrupted the coroner, "we can't hear anything about your impressions. This isn't evidence." But Mrs. Evatt's slow speech flowed onward like a tranquil stream meandering through a valley. "I'd rather have a low brute that beat me black and blue," she said to me another time. "Poor dear thing,
if he was sorry for it afterwards, than a cold-hearted gentleman that can sting me to death with a word." "I want to hear facts, not assertions," said the coroner impatiently. "Did you ever know the husband of the deceased to be guilty of any act of violence, either towards his wife or any one else?" "Never." "Do you know if Madame Chicot had money or any other valuables in her possession?" "I should say she had neither. She was a woman of extravagant habits. It wasn't in her to save money."
Mrs. Roberts' evidence merely confirmed Mrs. Evatt as to the hour at which they had been aroused and the conduct of Jack Chicot. The two women agreed as to the ghastly look of his face, and the sudden eagerness with which he had caught at the idea of going to fetch a policeman, an idea suggested by Desrolles. Desrolles was the last witness examined. As he stood up to answer the coroner, he caught sight of a familiar face in the crowd near the doorway. It was the countenance of Joseph Lemuel, the stockbroker, sorely changed since Desrolles had seen it last. Close by Mr. Lemuel's side appeared a well-known criminal lawyer. Desrolles' bistro complexion grew a shade grayer at sight of these two faces, both intently watchful. The evidence of Desrolles threw no new light upon the mystery. He'd known Mr. Chicot and his wife intimately, rarely had passed a day without seeing them. They were both excellent creatures, but not suited to each other. They did not live happily together. He had never seen Jacques Chicot guilty of any act of absolute violence towards his wife, but he believed there was a good deal of bitterness in his mind. In short, that they could not have gone on living together peaceably much longer. Mr. Chicot had absented himself from home very much of late. He'd kept late hours and avoided his wife's company. In a word, it was an ill-assorted marriage, and they were a very unhappy couple, much to be pitied, both. This was all. The coroner adjourned the inquiry for a week, in the hope that further evidence would be forthcoming. There was a feeling in the court that a very strong suspicion attached to the dead woman's husband, and that if he did not turn up speedily, he would have to be looked for. George Gerard watched the inquest from a crowded corner of the room, but he held his peace as to that discovery of a dagger in Jacques Chicot's color-box. La Chicot was buried 2 days afterwards, and there was a tremendous crowd at Kensal Green to see the foreign dancing woman laid in her untimely grave. Mr. Smolendo, with his own hands, placed a wreath of white camellias on the coffin. Desrolles stood beside the grave, decently attired in a suit of black, hired for the occasion from a dealer in cast-off clothes, and looking quite the gentleman, Mrs. Evatt said to her gossips afterwards. Mrs. Evatt and Mrs. Rawber were both at the funeral. Indeed, it may be said that the whole of Cibber Street turned out for the occasion. There had not been such a crowd since the burial of Cardinal Weissman. All the company from the Prince Frederick was there, besides much more of dramatic and equestrian London. Poor Mr. Smolendo was in the depth of despair. He'd found an all-accomplished lady to take La Chicot's place in the burlesque, but the public did not believe in the all-accomplished lady, who was old enough to have been La Chicot's mother, and Mr. Smolendo saw his theatre a desert of empty benches. No matter that his scenery, his ballet, his orchestra, his limelights were the best and most costly in London. The public had run after La Chicot, and her unhappy fate cast a gloom over the house not easily to be dispersed. The tide of fashion rolled away to other theatres, and the bark that carried Mr. Smolendo's fortunes was left stranded on the shore. The press was very vehement upon the case of La Chicot. The more popular of the penny dailies went into convulsions of indignation against everybody concerned. They reviled the coroner, they denounced the surgeon as a simpleton, they insinuated dark things about the landlady, they branded the witnesses as perjurers, but they reserved their most scathing denunciations for the police. Here was an atrocious murder committed in the very heart of civilized London, in the midst of a calmly slumbering household, in a house in which almost every room was occupied, and yet the murderer is suffered to escape, and yet no ray of light from the combined intelligence of Scotland Yard pierces the gloom of the mystery. The husband of the victim, against whom there is the strongest presumptive evidence, whose own conduct is all sufficient to condemn him, this wretch is suffered to roam at large over the earth, a modern Cain, without the brand upon his brow by which his fellow men may know him. Perhaps at this very hour he's haunting our taverns, dining at our restaurants, polluting the innocent atmosphere of our theatres, a guilty creature sitting at a play, nay, even with a hypocrite's visage, crossing the hallowed threshold of a church. Where are the police? What are they doing that this scoundrel has not been found? They should be able to recognize him at a glance, even without the brand of Cain. Are there no photographs of the monster, who's been described as good-looking, and who was doubtless vain? Letters pour into the morning shrieker by the bushel, every correspondent suggesting his own particular and original method for catching the murderer. Strange to say, Chicot, although a fair subject for the camera, has had no passion for seeing what kind of picture the sun can make of him. At any rate, there is no portrait of him, large or small, good, bad, or indifferent, to be found in Cibber Street, where the police naturally came to look for one. Mr. Desrolles, who, throughout the case, shows himself accommodating without being officious, gives a graphic description of his late fellow-lodger, but no verbal picture ever yet conjured up the image of a man, and the detectives leave Cibber Street possessed of the idea of a personage no more like Chicot than Chicot was like the Emperor of China. This imaginary Chicot they hunt assiduously in all the worst parts of London, and often seem on the brink of catching him. They watch him dining at low eating-houses. They see him playing billiards in dubious taverns. They follow him on to penny steamers and accompany him on railroad journeys, always to find that, although sufficiently disreputable, he's not Chicot. Working thus conscientiously, it was hard to be girded at by the morning shrieker and an army of letter-writers. Assuredly the evidence against the missing husband was strong enough to weave the rope that should hang him. A letter to the Times from George Gerard describing the dagger found in the colour-box had attracted the attention of the famous surgeon who set Chicot's broken leg, and that gentleman had hurried at once to Cibber Street to examine the wound. He afterwards saw the dagger which, with the rest of the missing man's effects, was in the custody of the police. He wrote to the Times next day, confirming Gerard's statement. Such a wound could have been inflicted by just such a dagger, and hardly by any other form of knife or dagger known to civilization. The thin, flexible blade was unlike the blade of any other dagger the surgeon had ever seen. The wound corresponded to the form of the blade. The leader writers on the popular journals took up the idea. They depicted the whole scene as vividly as if it had been shown to them in a charmed sleep. They gushed as they described the beauty of the wife. They wept as they told of her intemperate habits. The husband they painted in the darkest dyes of iniquity, a man who had battened on his wife's earnings, a poor creature, a lead captain, idle, luxurious, intemperate, since it was doubtless his example which had taught that glorious creature to drink. They painted in a blaze of lurid light the scene of the murder, the husband's midnight return from haunts of vice, the wife's recriminations, her natural outbreak of jealousy, hot words on both sides. The husband, brutalized by drink, stung to fury by the wife's well-merited reproaches, snatches the dagger from the table where he'd lately flung it after a desultory half-hour of labor, and plunges the blade into his wife's bosom. The leader writer saw the whole thing as in a picture. The public read, and at street corners and on the roofs of omnibuses the public talk for the next 3 weeks was of Chicot's crime, and the miserable stupidity of the police in not being able to find him. Between 8 and 9 o'clock on the night after Chicot's funeral, an elderly man called upon Mr. Moshe, a diamond merchant in a small way, who lived in one of the streets near Brunswick Square. The gentleman was respectably clad in a long overcoat, and wore a grey beard, which had been allowed to grow with a luxuriance that entirely concealed the lower part of his face. Under his soft felt hat he wore a black velvet skull-cap, below which there appeared no vestige of hair, whereby it might be inferred that the velvet cap was intended to hide the baldness of the skull it covered. Under the rim of the cap, which was drawn low upon the brow, appeared a pair of shaggy grey eyebrows, shadowing prominent eyes. Mr. Moshe came out of his dining-room, whence the savoury odour of fish fried in purest olive oil followed him like a kind of incense, and found the stranger waiting for him in the front room, which was half parlour, half office. The diamond merchant had a sharp eye for character, and he saw at a glance that his visitor belonged to the hawk rather than to the pigeon family.
"Wants to do me if he can," he said to himself. "What can I do for you?" he asked, with oily affability.
"You buy diamonds. I want to sell some, and as I sell them under the pressure of peculiar circumstances, I'm prepared to let you have them a bargain," said the stranger, with a tone at once friendly and businesslike.
"I don't believe in bargains. I'll give you a fair price for a good article if you came by the things honestly," replied Mr. Moshe, with a suspicious look. "I'm not a receiver of stolen goods. You've come to the wrong shop for that."
"If I'd thought you were, I shouldn't have come here," said the grey-bearded old man. "I want to deal with a gentleman. I am a gentleman myself, though a decayed one. I have not come on my own business, but on that of a friend, a man whom you know by name and repute as well as you know the Prince of Wales, a man carrying on one of the most successful businesses in London. I'm not going to tell you his name. I only give you the facts. My friend has bills coming due tomorrow. If they are dishonored, he must be in the Gazette next week. In his difficulty he went to his wife and made a clean breast of it. She behaved as a good woman ought, put her arms round his neck and told him not to be downhearted, and then ran for her jewel case and gave him her diamonds."
"Let us have a look at these said diamonds," replied Mr. Moshe,
without vouchsafing any praise of the wife's devotion. The man took out a small parcel and unfolded it. There, on a sheet of cotton wool, reposed the gems, 35 large white stones, the smallest of them as big as a pea.
"Why, they're unset!" exclaimed the diamond merchant. "How's that?"
"My friend is a proud man. He didn't want his wife's jewels to be recognized."
"So he broke up the setting? Your friend was a fool, sir. What do these stones belong to?" speculated Mr. Moshe,
touching the gems lightly with the tip of his fleshy forefinger and arranging them in a circle.
"A collet necklace, evidently, and a very fine collet necklace it must have been. Your friend was an idiot to destroy it."
"I believe it was a necklace," assented the visitor. "My friend celebrated his silver wedding last year, and the diamonds were a gift to his wife on that occasion." The room was dimly lighted with a single candle, which the servant had set down upon the centre table when she admitted the stranger. Mr. Moshe drew down a movable gutta-percha gas tube and lighted an office lamp which stood beside his desk. By this light he examined the jewels. Not content with the closest inspection, he took a little file from his waistcoat pocket and drew it across the face of one of the stones.
"Your friend is doubly a fool, if he isn't a knave," said Mr. Moshe. "These stones are sham."
There came a look so ghastly over the face of the grey-bearded man that the aspect of death itself could hardly have been more awful. "It's a lie!" he gasped.
"You're an impudent rascal, sir, to bring me such trumpery, and a blatant ass for thinking you could palm your paste upon Benjamin Moshe, a man who's dealt in diamonds off and on for nearly 30 years. The stones are imitation, very clever in their way, and a very good colour. Look here, sir, do you see the mark my file leaves on the surface? Father Abraham, how the man trembles! Do you mean to tell me that you've been fooled by these stones? That you've given money for them?
I don't believe a word of your cock-and-bull story about your London tradesman and his silver wedding. But do you mean to say you didn't know these stones were duffers, and that I shouldn't be justified in giving you in charge for trying to obtain money under false pretenses?" "As I am a living man, I thought them real," gasped the grey-bearded man, who'd been seized with a convulsive trembling, awful to see. "And you advanced money upon them?" "Yes." "Much?" "All I have in the world. All, he repeated passionately. "I am a ruined man. For God's sake, give me half a tumbler of brandy if you don't want me to drop down dead in your house." The man's condition was so dejected that Mr. Moshe, though inclined to believe him a swindler, took compassion upon him. He opened the door leading into his dining room and called to his wife, "Rachel, bring me the brandy and a tumbler." Mrs. Moshe obeyed. She was a large woman, magnificently attired in black satin and gold ornaments, like an ebony cabinet mounted in ormolu. Nobody could have believed that she had fried a large consignment of fish that very day before putting on her splendid raiment. "Is the gentleman ill?" she asked kindly. "He feels a little faint." "There, my dear, that'll do. You can go back to the children." "They're uncommonly clever," said Mr. Moshe, fingering the stones and testing them one by one, sometimes with his file, sometimes by the simpler process of wetting them with the tip of his tongue and looking to see if they retained their fire and light while wet. "But there's not a real diamond among them. If you've advanced money on 'em, you've been had. They're a French manufacture, I've no doubt. I tell you what I'll do for you. If you'll leave 'em with me, I'll try and find out where they were made and all about them." "No, no," answered the other breathlessly, throwing the parcel out of Mr. Moshe's reach and rolling up the cotton wool hurriedly. "It's not worth while. It's no matter. I've been cheated, that's all. It can't help me to know who manufactured the stones or where they were bought. They're false, you say, and if you're right, I'm a ruined man. Good night." He had drunk half a tumbler of raw brandy, and the brandy had stopped that convulsive trembling which affected him a few minutes before. He put his parcel in his breast pocket, pulled himself together, and walked slowly and stiffly out of the room and out of the house, Mr. Moshe accompanying him to the door. "You can show those stones to as many dealers as you like," said the Jew. "You'll find 'em right about 'em. Good night." "Good night," the other answered faintly, and so disappeared in the wintry fog that wrapped the street round like a veil. "Is the fellow a knave or a fool, I wonder?" questioned Mr. Moshe. This ends chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 19. To a deep Lawny dell they came. It was summer-time again, the beginning of June, the time when summer is fairest and freshest, the young leaves in the woods tender and transparent enough to let the sunlight through, the ferns just unfurling their broad feathers, the roses just opening, the patches of common land and furzy corners of meadows ablaze with gold, the sky an Italian blue, for days so long that one almost forgets there is such a thing as night in the world. It was a season that Laura had always loved, and even now, gloomy as was the outlook of her young life, she felt her spirits lightened with the brightness of the land. Her cheerfulness astonished Celia, who was in a state of chronic indignation against John Treverton, which was all the more intense because she was forbidden to talk of him. "I never knew anyone take things so lightly as you do, Laura," she exclaimed one afternoon, when she found Mrs. Treverton just returned from a long ramble in the little wood that adjoined the manor house grounds. "Why should I make the most of my troubles?
Earth seems so full of gladness and hope at this season that one cannot help hoping." "You cannot, perhaps. Don't say one cannot," Celia retorted snappishly, "if you mean to include me. I left off hoping before I was 18. What is there to hope for in a parish where there are only 2 eligible bachelors, one of the 2 as ugly as sin, and the other an incorrigible flirt, a man who seems always on the brink of proposing, yet never proposes? You have not counted your devoted admirer, Mr. Sampson. He makes a 3rd. Sandy-haired and village solicitor. Thank you, Laura, I have not sunk so low as that. If I married him, I should have to marry his sister Eliza, and that would be quite too dreadful. No, dear, I can manage to exist as I am, in maiden meditation, fancy free. When I change my situation, I shall expect to better myself. As for you, Laura, you are a perfect wonder. I never saw you looking so well. Yet in your position I am sure I should have cried my eyes out." "That wouldn't have made the position better. I've not left off hoping, Celia, and when I feel low-spirited I set myself to work to forget my own troubles. There's so much to be looked after on an estate like this. The house, the grounds, the poor people. I can always find something to do." "You are a paragon of industry. I never saw the garden as pretty as it is this year." "I like everything to look its best," said Laura, blushing at her own thoughts. The one solace of her life of late had been to preserve and beautify the good old house and its surroundings. The secret hope that John Treverton would come back some day, and that life would be fair and sweet for her again, was the hidden spring of all her actions. Every morning she said to herself, "He may come today." Every night she consoled herself with the fancy that he might come tomorrow. "I may have to wait for years," she said in her graver moments, "but let him come when he will, he shall find that I have been a faithful steward." She had never left the manor house since she came back from her lonely honeymoon. She had received various hospitable invitations from the county families, who were anxious to be civil to her now that she was firmly established among them as a landowner. But she refused all such invitations, excusing herself because of her husband's enforced absence. When he returned to England, she would be delighted to visit with him, and so on, whereby the county people were given to understand that there was nothing extraordinary or unwarrantable in Mr. Treverton's non-appearance at the manor house. "His wife seems to approve of his conduct, so one can only suppose that it's all right," said people, notwithstanding which the majority clung affectionately to the supposition that it was all wrong. Despite Laura's hopefulness, and that sweetness of temper and gaiety of mind which preserved the youthful beauty of her face, there were hours, 1 hour perhaps in every day, when her spirits drooped and hope seemed to sicken. She pored over John Treverton's last letter until the paper upon which it was written had grown thin and worn with frequent handling. But at the best, dear as the letter was to her, she could not extract much hope from it. The tone of the writer was not utterly hopeless, yet he spoke of a parting that might be for life, of a tie that might last forever, a tie that bound him in honor, if not in fact, to some other woman. He had wronged her deeply by that broken marriage, wronged her by supposing that the possession of Jasper Treverton's estate could in any wise compensate for the false position in which that marriage had placed her. And yet she could not find it in her heart to be angry with him. She loved him too well, and this letter, whatever guilt it vaguely confessed, overflowed with love for her. She forgave him all things for the sake of that love. When had she begun to love him? She asked herself sometimes in a sad reverie. She had questioned him closely as to the growth of his love, but had been slow to make her own confession. How well she remembered his pale, tired face that winter night, just 1.5 years ago, when he came into the lamp-lit room and took a seat on the opposite side of the hearth, a stranger and half an enemy. She had liked and admired him from the very first, knowing that he was prejudiced against her. The pale, clear-cut face, the grey eyes with their black lashes, which made them look black in some lights, hazel in others, the thoughtful mouth, and that all-pervading expression of melancholy which had at once enlisted her sympathy. All these had pleased her. "I must have been dreadfully weak-minded," she said to herself, "for I really think I fell in love with him at first sight." That little wood behind the manor-house grounds was Laura's favourite resort in this early summer-time. It was the most picturesque of woods, for the ground sloped steeply to a narrow river, on the further side of which there was a rugged bank, topped by a grove of fir-trees. The stream ran brawling over a rocky bed, and the bold masses of rock, here shining purple or changeful grey, there green with moss, the fringe of ferns upon the river brink, the old half-ruined wooden bridge that spanned the torrent, the background of beech and oak, mingled with the darker foliage of old Scotch firs, and towering darkly above all, the lofty ridge of moorland, made a picture that Laura fondly loved. Here she came when the prim gardens of the manor-house seemed too small to hold her thoughts and cares. Here she seemed to breathe a freer air. She came to the spot one evening in June, after a day of sunny weather, which had seemed longer and wearier and altogether harder to bear than the generality of her days. Celia had been with her all day, and Celia's small talk had been drearier than solitude. Laura was thankful to be alone in this quiet shelter, where the indefatigable labours of the woodpecker and the babble of the stream were the only sounds that stirred the summer silence. All day long the heat had been hardly endurable. Now there was a breath of coolness in the air, and nothing left of that fierce sun but a soft yellow light in the western sky. Laura had a volume of Shelley in her pocket, taken up from among the books on the table in her favourite room. It was one of the books she loved best, and had been the companion of many a ramble. She seated herself on a fallen trunk of oak beside the river, and opened the volume haphazard at Rosalind and Helen, and she read on till she came to those lovely lines which picture such a spot as that where she was sitting. To a deep lawny dell they came, to a stone seat beside a spring, o'er which the columned wood did frame a roofless temple, like the fane where, ere new creeds could faith obtain, man's early race once knelt beneath the overhanging deity. She read on. The scene suited the poem, and its deep melancholy harmonized but too well with her own feelings. A story of love, the fondest, truest, most unworldly, ending in hopeless sorrow. Never had the gloom of that poem sunk so heavily upon her spirit. She closed the book suddenly with a half-stifled sob. The moon was rising, silver-pale, above the dark ridge of moorland. The last streak of golden light had faded behind the red trunks of the firs. The low, melancholy cry of an owl sounded far off in the dark heart of the wood. It was indeed as if the owls had all fled far away in a merrier glen to hoot and play. In such a spot a mind attuned to melancholy might easily shape spectral forms out of the evening shadows, and call up the ghosts of the loved and lost. Laura looked up from her book with a strange uncanny feeling, as if, indeed, some ghostly presence were near. Her eyes wandered slowly across the rocky bed of the river, and there, on the opposite bank, half in shadow, half in the tender light of the big round moon, she saw a tall figure and a pale face looking at her. She rose with a half-stifled cry of fear. That face looked so spectral in the mystical light. And then she clasped her hands joyously and cried, "I knew you would come back!" This was the deserter's welcome. No frowns, no upbraidings. The sweet face beaming with delight. A happy voice full of fondest welcome. "Humph!" cried the woman-hater. "What fools these women are!" John Treverton came stepping lightly across the rocks, at some risk of measuring his length in the stony bed of the river, and in less than a minute was by his wife's side. Not a word did he say for the first moment or so. His greeting was dumb. He took her to his heart and kissed her as he had never kissed her yet. "My own one, my wife," he cried, "you are all mine now. Love, I have been patient. Don't be hard with me." This last remonstrance was because she had drawn herself away from his arms and was looking at him with a smile which was no longer tender, but ironical. "Have you come back to Hazelhurst to spend an evening?" she asked. "Or can you prolong your visit for a week?" "I have come back to spend my life with you. I have come back to stay forever. They may begin to build me a vault tomorrow in Hazelhurst churchyard. I shall be here to occupy it when my time comes, if you will have me. That is the question, Laura. It all depends on you. Oh, love, love, answer me quickly. If you but knew how I have longed for this moment. Tell me, sweet, have I quite worn out your love? Has my conduct forfeited your esteem forever?" "You have behaved very unkindly to me," she answered, slowly, gravely, her voice trembling a little. "You have used me in a manner which I think a woman with proper womanly pride could hardly forgive." "Laura!" he cried piteously. "But I fear I am not possessed of proper womanly pride, for I have forgiven you," she said innocently. "My treasure, my delight!" "But it would have been so much easier to forgive you if you had trusted me, if you had told me all the truth. Oh, John, husband and yet no husband, you have treated me very cruelly." Here she forgot her unreasoning joy at seeing him again, and suddenly remembered herself and her wrongs. "I know, love," he said, on his knees beside her. "I seem to have acted vilely, and yet, believe me, dearest, my sole motive was the desire to protect your interests. Your conduct has put me to shame before all mankind," urged Laura, meaning the village of Hazelhurst. "You have no right to approach me, no right to look me in the face. Have you not confessed in that cruel letter that you were not free to marry me, that you belong in some way to another woman? That other woman is dead. I am free as the air. What was she? Your wife?" There was a look of infinite pain in John Treverton's face. His lips moved as if about to speak, but he was silent. There are some truths difficult of utterance, and it's not easy to all men to lie. "It is too painful a story," he began at last, speaking hurriedly, as if he wanted to make a speedy end of a hateful subject. "A good many years ago, when I was very young and a most consummate fool, I got myself entrapped into a Scotch marriage. You've heard of the peculiarities of the marriage law in Scotland?" "Yes, I have heard and read about them." "Of course. Well, it was a marriage and no marriage, a reckless, half-jesting promise, tortured by false witnesses into a legal undertaking. I found myself unawares a married man, a millstone tied round my neck. I will tell you no more of that wretched entanglement, dearest. It would not be good for you to hear. I will only say that I bore my burden more patiently than most men would have borne it. And now I thank God with all my heart and soul for my freedom. And I come to you, dear love, to implore your forgiveness, and to ask you to join me 3 weeks hence in some quiet place 30 or 40 miles from here, where no one will know us, and where we may be married again some fine summer morning, so that, if that Scotch marriage of mine were really binding, and our former marriage illegal, we may tie the knot securely and forever." "You should have trusted me at first, John," Laura said reproachfully. I ought to have done so, love, but I so feared to lose you. Oh, my darling, grant all I ask, and you shall never have cause to regret your goodness. Forgive me, and forget all that I have told you tonight. Let it be as if it had never been. The second marriage which I ask for is a precautionary act, needless, perhaps, but it will make me feel more secure in my happiness. My beloved, will you do what I ask?" She had dried her tears. Her heart was welling over with gladness and love for this sinner, still kneeling by her side as she sat on the ferny river bank in the brightening moonlight, holding both her hands in his, looking up pleadingly as he made his prayer. There was no thought of denying him in her mind. She only wanted to yield with good grace, not to humiliate herself too deeply. "It must be as you wish," she said. "When you have arranged the second marriage, you can write to me and tell me where and when it is to be. I will come to the place you appoint with my maid. She's a good girl, and I can trust her. She can be one of the witnesses of our wedding. Are you sure she will not talk about it afterwards? I have proved her already, and I know she's trustworthy." "Be it so, love. See here." He took a Cornish guide-book from his pocket and opened it at the map of the county. "I've been thinking that we might go farther west, to some remote parish. Here is Camelot, for instance. I never heard of anyone living at Camelot or going to Camelot since the time of King Arthur. Surely there we should be safe from observation. The guide-book acknowledges that there is nothing particular to be seen at Camelot. It has not even a good word for the inns. The place is miles away from everything. It is an anomaly in towns, for though it has a town hall and a marketplace, it has no church that it can call its own, but hooks itself on to a brace of outlying churches, each a mile and a half away. Let us be married at one of those out-of-the-way churches, Laura, and I shall love Camelot all the days of my life as one loves the plain face of a friend who's done one a great service." Laura had nothing to say against Camelot, so it was finally resolved that John Treverton should get there as quickly as rail and coach would carry him, and that he should have the banns put up at one of the churches, and that he should meet Laura at Didford Junction 3 weeks from that day, and escort her by coach across the wild moors and under the shadow of giant brown tors, to the little town of Camelot, where a modest population of 600 or 700 souls seemed to have lost themselves among the hills, and got somehow left behind in the march of time and progress. John Treverton and his wife lingered for a long time beside the brawling river, walking arm in arm along the narrow woodland path, half in moonshine, half in shadow, talking of the future, both supremely happy, and one of them at least tasting pure and perfect happiness for the first time in his life. "Shall we go to Penzance after our wedding, love, and then cross to the Scilly Isles for our honeymoon? It will be so sweet to inhabit a little rock-bound world of our own, circled by the Atlantic." Laura assented that it would be sweet. Her world was henceforth to be small, John Treverton its sun and centre, and all things outside him and beyond him a mere elementary universe. He looked at his watch presently when they came out of the pine wood into the broad moonlight. "By Jove, dearest, I shall have no more than time to see you as far as the orchard gate, and then run off to catch the last train for Didford. I shall sleep at the hotel there tonight. I don't want to be seen within 20 miles of Hazelhurst till you and I come back from the Scilly Isles, sunburnt and happy, to take up our abode at the dear old manor house. Oh, Laura, how I shall love that good, honest, respectable old home! How earnestly I shall thank God night and morning for my blissful life! Ah, love, you can never fully understand what a kicked-about waif I have been for the last 7 years of my worthless existence. You can never fully know how thrice blessed is a tranquil haven after stormy seas." They had opened their hearts and minds fully to each other in that long talk beside the river, she withholding nothing, he entering into no details of his life history, but frankly admitting his unworthiness. She told him how she had borne her life at Hazelhurst after her solitary return from a supposed honeymoon, how she had hidden the truth from all her little world. It would seem the most natural thing for her to go away to meet her husband on his return from abroad, and then for them both to come home together. They parted at the orchard gate hurriedly, for John had 3 miles to walk to the station, and only 3/4 of an hour for the walk. There was but one hasty kiss at parting. But oh, the blissfulness of such a kiss on the threshold of so fair a future! Laura threaded her way slowly through the moonlit orchard, where the old apple trees cast their crooked shadows on the soft, deep turf, and happy tears poured down her flushed cheeks as she went. God is good to us. God is very good, she kept repeating inwardly. Oh, how can we ever be grateful enough? How can we ever be earnest enough in doing our duty? In all her talk with John Treverton, she had not said a word about the settlement. She had not praised him or thanked him for his generosity. All thought of Jasper Treverton's fortune was as remote from her mind as if the old man had died a pauper, and there had not been a shilling of loss or gain contingent upon her marriage with his kinsman. This ends chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 20. The Church near Camelot. Celia opened her eyes to their widest extent a fortnight later, when Mrs. Treverton informed her that she was going to meet her husband, and that, after a few weeks' holiday, they were coming home together for good. For good, repeated Celia dryly, after which her eyes slowly resumed their normal state, and her lips drew themselves tightly together. I am glad to hear that your existence as a married woman is about to assume a reasonable shape. Up to this time you have been as insoluble a mystery as that horrid creature, the man in the iron mask. And pray, may I be permitted to ask, without being considered offensive, where you are to meet the returning wanderer? At Plymouth, said Laura, who had received minute instructions from John as to what she was to say. Why blush at the mention of Plymouth? Asked Celia. There's nothing improper in the name of Plymouth, nothing unfit for publication. I presume that, as Mr. Treverton arrives at Plymouth, he comes from some distant portion of the globe? He's coming from Buenos Aires, where he had business that absolutely required his personal attention. What an extraordinary girl you are, Laura, ejaculated Celia, her eyes again widening. Why extraordinary? Because you must have been perfectly aware that I, and I think I may go so far as to say all the inhabitants of Hazelhurst, have been bursting with curiosity about your husband for the last 6 months, and yet you could not have the good grace to enlighten us. If you had said he had gone to Buenos Aires on business, we should have been satisfied. I told you he had affairs that detained him abroad. But why not have given his affairs a local habitation and a name? My husband did not wish me to talk about him. Well, you are altogether the oddest couple. However, I am very glad things are going to be different. Would it be too much to ask if Mr. Treverton will remain at the manor house, or is he going to reappear only in his usual meteoric fashion? I hope he will stay at Hazelhurst all his life. Poor fellow, sighed Celia. If he does, I'm sure I shall pity him. You need not be so absurdly literal. Of course we shall go far afield sometimes and see the world and all that is interesting and beautiful in it. How glibly you talk about what we are going to do. A week ago you could not be induced to mention your husband's name. And how happy you look. I never saw such a change. It's all because I'm going to see him again. I hope you do not begrudge me my happiness.
No, but I rather envy you. I only wish some benevolent old party would leave me a splendid estate on condition I married a handsome young man. You would see how willingly I would obey him. There should be no mystery about my conduct, I assure you. I should not make an iron mask of myself."
Celia wrote next day to her brother to tell him how that most incomprehensible of husbands, John Treverton, was expected home from Buenos Aires, and how his wife was going to Plymouth to meet him.
"And I never saw any human creature look so happy in my life," wrote Celia.
"I have seen dogs look like it when one has given them biscuits,
and cats when they sit blinking at the fire, and young pigs lying on a bank in the sunshine. Yes, I've seen those dumb things appear the image of perfect, unreasoning, unquestioning happiness, which looks neither behind nor before.
But such an expression is rarely to be seen in humanity." A nice letter for Edward Clare to get. Disappointed, more or less out at elbows, with a growing sense of failure upon him, sick to death of his London lodging, sick of the few literary men whose acquaintance he had contrived to make, and with whom he did not amalgamate as well as he had anticipated. He tore his sister's lively epistle into morsels and sent them flying over Waterloo Bridge upon the light summer wind, and felt as if he would like to have gone over with them.
"Yet once I thought she loved me," he said to himself, "and so she did, before that plausible scoundrel came in her way. But I ought to remember how much she gains by loving him. If the old man had happened to leave me his estate, perhaps she might have looked unutterably happy at the idea of my return after a long absence. Only God, who made women, knows what hypocrites they are." And then Mr. Clare went home to his shabby lodging, and sat down in bitterest mood, and dipped his pen in the ink, and wrung out of himself a passionate page of verse for one of the magazines, not without labor and the sweat of his brow, and then took his poem and sold it, and dined luxuriously on the proceeds, hugging his wrongs and nursing his wrath to keep it warm, as he sat in the corner of the bright little French restaurant he liked best, slowly sipping his modest half-bottle of Pomard. That which Celia had told him was perfectly true. There never was a happier woman than Laura after that interview by the river. During the last week before her departure she was full of business, preparing for her husband's return. "Your master will be here in a few weeks," she said to the old housekeeper with infinite pride, "and we must have everything ready for him." "So we will, ma'am, spick and span," answered Mrs. Trimmer. "It'll be happiness to have him settle down among us. It must have been a sore trial to you both, to be parted so, just at the beginning of your married life, too. It would have come more natural afterwards." "It was a sore trial, Trimmer," Mrs. Treverton answered, full of confidential friendliness. "But it's all over now. I could hardly have borne to speak about it before." "No, ma'am. I noticed as you was close and silent like, and I knew my place too well to ask anything. Troubles take hold of people different. If there's anything on my mind, I must out with it, if it was but to Ginger, the tortoise-shell cat. But some folks can keep their warts screwed up inside 'em. It hurts 'em to speak." "That was my case, Trimmer. It hurt me to speak my husband's name, or to hear it spoken, while he was forced to be far away from me. But now it's all different. You cannot talk of him too much to please me. I hope you will be as fond of him as you are of the dear old man who is gone." Mr. Treverton must have a sitting-room of his own, of course, a den where he might write his letters and see his bailiff, where he could smoke and meditate at his leisure, study if he ever cared to study, read novels even, were he disposed to be lazy, and where his happy wife could only come on sufferance, deeming it a vast indulgence to be allowed to sit at his feet sometimes, or even to fill his pipe for him, or, in rough winter weather, to kneel down before the blazing fire and warm his slippers when he'd come in from a cold ride round his land, doing good wherever he went, like a benevolent fairy in the modern form of an enlightened landlord.
After much debate and perplexity, Laura decided upon giving her husband, for his own particular sanctum, that very room in which the two had met for the first time on the snowy winter night when John Treverton came to see his dying kinsman. It was a good old room, not large, but pleasant, oak-panelled, with a fireplace in the corner, which gave a quaintness to the room, an oak mantelpiece with half a dozen narrow shelves running in a pyramid above it, and on these shelves an arrangement of old blue Nankin cups and saucers, crowned at the apex with the most delightful thing in teapots. There was an old cabinet in the room, so full of secret drawers and mysterious boxes and recesses at the back of the drawers, that it was in itself the study of a lifetime.
"Never hide anything in it, my dear," Jasper Treverton had said to his adopted daughter, "for be sure, if you do, you won't be able to find it."
To this room Laura brought other treasures, the most comfortable easy-chairs in the house, the best of the small Dutch pictures, the softest of the Turkey carpets, the richest tapestry curtains, 2 or 3 fine bronzes, a lovely little Chippendale bookcase. This last she filled with all her own favorite books, robbing the book-room below ruthlessly, in the delight of enriching her husband's study, as this room was henceforth to be called. "He shall know and feel that he is welcome," she said to herself softly, as she lingered in the room, touching everything, rearranging, polishing, whisking away invisible grains of dust with a dainty feather brush, caressing the things that were so soon to belong to the man she loved. The adjoining room, the room in which Jasper Treverton had died, was to be her own bedchamber. It was a spacious room with 3 long windows and deep window-seats, a fireplace at which an ox, or at all events a baron of beef, might have been roasted, a tall 4-post bed with twisted columns richly carved, curtains of Utrecht velvet, crimson and amber, lined with white silk, all somewhat faded but splendid in decay. A noble room altogether, yet Laura had rather a horror of it, dearly as she had loved him whose generous spirit seemed to haunt the chamber. But Mrs. Trimmer told her that, as the mistress of Hazelhurst Manor, she ought to occupy this room. It always had been the squire's bedchamber, and it ought to be so still.
"Nothing like old ways," said Mrs. Trimmer decisively.
The room opened into John Treverton's study. That was a reason why Laura should like it. If he were to sit up late at night reading or writing, she would be near him. She might see the face she loved through the open door, bending over his papers in the lamplight. "We're going to be a regular Darby and Joan, Mrs. Trimmer," she said to the housekeeper, as she made all her small domestic arrangements. In such trivial work she contrived to get rid of the 3rd week, and then came the lovely summer noontide, when she started on her journey, with the faithful Mary in attendance. "Mary," she had said the night before, "I'm going to trust you with a great secret, because I believe you are staunch and true."
"If you could find another young woman in my capacity, Mum, that would be stauncherer or truerer, I'll undertake to eat her without a grain of salt," protested Mary, sacrificing grammar to intensity. The train from Beachhampton took them across a stretch of wild moorland, where the granite cropped up in scattered boulders, as if Titans had been pelting one another, to Didford Junction. At Didford they found John Treverton waiting for them, and here they got on to another line of railway, and into a more pastoral landscape, and so on to Lionstown, pronounced Linson, where they mounted the stagecoach which was to take them across the moor to Camelot. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon by this time, and it would be evening before they reached the little town among the Cornish hills. Oh, what a happy drive it was across the free open moorland in the mid-afternoon light, 1,000 feet above the sea level, above the smoke and turmoil of cities, far away from all mankind, in a lonely world of heather and granite. The dark brown hills, twin brothers,
rose between them and the western sun, now blending into one dark mass of mountain, now standing far apart, as some new turn of the narrow moorland road seemed to alter their position in the landscape. It was like a new world even to Laura, though she came from the sister county, and had lived the better part of her life under the edge of Dartmoor. "I really think I should like to spend my life on these hills," said Laura, as she and John Treverton sat side by side behind the sturdy little coachman, whose quaintly comical face might have made the fortune of a low comedian. "It seems such a beautiful world, even in its wildness and solitude, so pure and fair, and free from the taint of sin." The sunlight behind the big brown tors was fading, and the air growing crisp and cool, keenly biting even at odd times, though it was midsummer. John drew a soft woolen shawl round his companion's shoulders, and even in this little action his heart thrilled at the thought that henceforward it was his duty to protect her from all the ills of life. And so, through the deepening gloom, they came to Camelot, a narrow street on the slant of a hill, folded in grey twilight as in a mantle. The inn where Laura and her maid were to put up for the night was commonplace and commercial, a house that had evidently seen better days, but which had plucked up its spirits and furbished up its rickety old furniture since the establishment of a North Cornwall coach, a blessed institution, linking a wild and solitary district with railways and civilization. Here Laura rested comfortably enough through the short summer night, while John Treverton endured the discomforts of a second-rate tavern over against the market-place. At 8 o'clock next morning he presented himself at the hotel where Laura and her maid were waiting for him, and then the three went on foot to the outlying church where John Treverton was to take this woman, Laura, for his wife for the second time within 6 months. "I could not have been happier in my choice of a locality than I was in fixing upon Camelot," said John, as they walked side by side along the country lane, between tall banks of briar and fern, in the sweet morning air, with the faithful Mary strolling discreetly in the rear. "I found the most accommodating old parson, who quite entered into my views when I told him that for certain reasons which I need not explain, I wished my marriage to be kept altogether quiet." "I shall not speak of it to a creature," replied the good old soul. "No man would come to Camelot to be married who did not wish to hide himself from the eye of the world. I shall respect your secret, and I'll take care that my clerk does the same." The old church smelt rather like a vault when they went in out of the breezy summer day, but it was a cleanly whitewashed vault, and the sun was shining full upon the faded crimson velvet of the communion table, above which appeared the 10 Commandments and the royal arms in the good old style. Steeped in that sunshine stood the bride and bridegroom, gravely, earnestly repeating the solemn words of the service. No witnesses of the act save the grey-headed clerk and the girl Mary, who seemed to think it incumbent upon somebody to be moved to tears, and who therefore gently sniffed and faintly sobbed in the background. Never had Laura looked lovelier than when she stood beside her husband in the little closet of a vestry, signing her name in the mouldy old register. Never had she felt happier than when she walked away from the lonely old church, after a friendly leave-taking of the good vicar, who blessed them and gave them Godspeed as heartily as if they'd been born and bred in his parish. The coach was to pick them up at the crossroads about half a mile from the church, having previously picked up their luggage in Camelot, and they were to go back across the moor to Lynston, and from Lynston by rail to the extreme west, and thence to the Scilly Isles. "Can nothing happen now to part us, John?" Laura asked, while they were sitting on a ferny bank waiting for the coach. "Are our lives secure from all evil in the future?" "Who can be armed against all misfortune, love?" he asked. "Of one thing I am certain. You are my wife. Against the validity of our marriage of today no living creature can say a word." and the legality of our previous marriage might have been questioned? Yes, dearest, there would have always been that hazard. This ends Chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 21. Halcyon Days. There were no bonfires or floral arches, no rejoicings of tenantry or farm labourers, when John Treverton and his wife came home to Hazelhurst Manor. They came unannounced one fine July afternoon, arriving in a fly hired at Beachhampton, much to the distress of Mrs. Trimmer, who declared that there was absolutely nothing in the house. Yet many an anxious city housekeeper would have considered the noble array of hams pendant from the massive beams of the kitchen ceiling, the flitch of bacon, the basket of new-laid eggs, the homely saffron-hued plum cakes, the dainty sweet biscuits, the ox-tongues and silver side of beef in pickle, the chickens waiting to be plucked, worthy to count as something. "You might have sent me a telegram, Mum, and then I might have done myself credit," said Mrs. Trimmer dolefully. "I don't believe there's a bit of fish to be had in Hazelhurst. I was in the village at 12 o'clock this blessed day, and there was one soul frizzling on the slates at Trimson's, and I'll warrant he's been sold by this time." "If he isn't sold, he must be pretty well baked, so we won't have anything to say to him," said John Treverton, laughing. "Don't worry yourself about dinner, my good creature. We're too happy to care what we eat." And then he put his arm round his wife's waist and led her along the corridor that ended in the book-room, where she had left him in his despair 7 little months ago. They went into this room together, and he shut the door behind them. "Dear love, to think that I should enter this room the happiest of men, I, who sat by that table in such anguish as few men are ever called upon to suffer. Oh, Laura, that was the darkest day in my life." "Forget it," she said earnestly. "Never let the past be named between us. There's so much of it that is still a mystery to me. You've told me so little of your early life, John, that if I were to think of the past I might begin to doubt you. Oh, love, I have trusted you blindly. Even when all things looked dark, I went on trusting you. I clung to my belief in your goodness. I don't know whether it was my weakness or my strength which made me so confident." "It was your strength, dearest, the strength of innocence, the strength of that divine charity which thinketh no evil. Dear love, it shall be the business of my life to prove you right, to show myself worthy of your trust." They roamed about the house together, looking at everything, as if each object were new to both, happy as children. They recalled their first meeting, their second, and confessed all they had felt on each occasion. It was delightful to them to travel backward through the history of their love, now that life was bright and the future seemed all secure. So their life went on for many days, Laura initiating her husband in his position as squire of Hazelhurst. She took him round to all the cottages and introduced him to their inmates, and together they planned improvements which were to make Hazelhurst Manor one of the most perfect estates in the country. Above all things was there to be happiness for everyone. Drainage and sanitation were to be so improved that fever and infection would be almost an impossibility. Every farm labourer was to have a clean and comfortable shelter and a patch of ground where he might grow his cabbages, and, if blessed with a love of the beautiful, rear roses and carnations that might vie with the flowers in a ducal garden. Here in this mild western world, where frost and snow were almost strangers, the labouring man might clothe his cottage wall with myrtle and grow fuchsias as big as apple trees. To John Treverton, sick to the heart of cities, the novelty of this country life was full of delight. He was interested in the stables, the home farm, the gardens, even the poultry yard. He had a kindly word for the lowest hind upon his land. It seemed as if, in the great happiness of his married life,
he had opened his heart to all mankind. "And are you really happy, Laura?" he asked one day, when he and his wife were dawdling through the August afternoon beside the river where they had met in the June moonlight. "Do you honestly believe that your adopted father made the best possible provision for your future when he gave you to me?" He asked this question in a moment of delicious idleness, lying at his wife's feet, she sitting in a natural easy chair formed by 2 blocks of granite, moss-grown, ferny, luxurious, books and work half forgotten by her side, and by his an idle fishing-rod. He had little doubt as to the answer to his question, or he would hardly have asked it. "I think dear papa must have had a prophetic power to choose what was best for me," she said, smiling down at her husband. And then they went on in a strain which was very sweet to them both, traveling step by step over those early days when they were almost strangers, recalling with a studious minuteness what he had felt and thought, what she had dreamed and hoped, how he had begun with a fixed determination to detest her, and how that gloomy resolve had slipped out of his mind at their first interview, despite his endeavor to hold it fast. "There is one question that I have wanted to ask you, Laura," he said presently, growing suddenly grave, with a look in which there was a shadow of trouble. "But I have shrunk from asking it somehow, and put it off indefinitely. And yet it is a very natural curiosity on my part, and can hardly offend you." Her face was even more serious than his by this time, and wore a look of fear. She answered not a word, but sat with lips slightly parted, waiting for him to go on. "You remember your interview with the gentleman whom you admitted to the garden after dark, and whom you described to me afterwards as a relation? How is it, love, that in all our confidential talk you have never told me anything about that man?" "The answer is simple enough," she said quietly, yet he could not but wonder to see how pale she had grown. "In all our talk together we have spoken of things that belong to our happiness. You've never touched upon the dark passages in your life, nor I on those in mine. You remember what Longfellow says, 'Into each life some rain must fall, some days must be dark and dreary.' The relation of whom you speak is one who has not done well in this world. My dear adopted father was prejudiced against him, or at any rate he thought so. From time to time he has appealed to me secretly for aid, and I have helped him secretly. I am sorry for him, deeply sorry, and I am glad to help him at a distance. But there are reasons why I have never sought, why I never should seek to bring him nearer to me. I feel sure that whatever you have done has been wise and right, dearest. There must be a black sheep in every family. I have played the part myself, and ought to sympathize with all such delinquents." Delicacy prevented his pursuing the subject further. Could he do less than trust her fully, who had shown such noble confidence in him? A life so happy would have been bounded within a very narrow circle had John Treverton and his wife consulted only their own inclination. But society expects something from a well-born country gentleman with 14,000 a year. The Lady Parkers and Lady Barkers, of whom Celia had spoken somewhat disparagingly, came in state, swinging lightly on sea-springs in their old family carriages, to call upon the young couple. Invitations to ceremonious dinners followed in due course, and were reluctantly accepted, since it would have seemed ungracious to refuse them. And by Mrs. Trimmer, the housekeeper, suggested that the manor house ought to give a series of dinners, such as she remembered when she was a giddy-pated young kitchen-maid in the service of Jasper Treverton's father and mother. "They used to send out invitations for 2 or 3 dinner parties when the pheasant shooting began, and get it over," said Mrs. Trimmer, "for they were homely people and didn't care much for company. The old gentleman was wrapped up in his books, and the old lady was wrapped up in her garden. But when they gave a dinner there was no mistake about it." Laura submitted to inexorable custom. "We have eaten people's dinners, and I suppose we must invite them here," she said, with an air of serio-comic vexation, "or they will consider us dishonest. Shall I make a list of the people to be asked, Jack? And shall we give Trimmer carte blanche about the dinner?" "I suppose that will be best," assented John, whose Christian name affection had corrupted to Jack. "Trimmer is a capital cook of the substantial English school. Her menu may be wanting in originality, but it will be safe." "Well, I'm glad you are awaking to the necessity of living like civilized Christians, instead of spooning all day in the seclusion of a house, compared with which Robinson Crusoe's island must have been a vortex of dissipation," exclaimed Celia Clare, who was present at this discussion. "I'm glad that at last, if it were only for my sake, that you're going to conform to the laws of society. How am I to get a husband, I should like to know, unless I meet people here? There's no other house worth visiting in the neighborhood." "We'll take your necessities into consideration, my dear girl," answered John gaily, "and if you can suggest any eligible bachelors, we'll ask them to dinner." "That's exactly what I cannot do," said Celia, with a despairing shrug. "There are no eligible bachelors indigenous to the soil. The only plan would be to put a nota bene to your cards of invitation. 'If you have any nice young men about you, pray bring them.'" "Laura might give a dance at Christmas, and then we might beat up for young men," answered John. "I'm afraid as long as we confine ourselves to dinner parties, we shall not be able to do much for you, my poor Celia." "But are you not going to have people to stay in the house when the pheasant shooting begins?" inquired Celia, with uplifted eyebrows. "Are not your old friends going to rally round you? I thought they always did when a man came into a fortune." "I believe that is one of the characteristics of friendship," said John. "But I lost sight of my old friends, the friends of my soldiering days, that is to say, nearly 7 years ago, and I don't care about digging them out." "I wonder they don't come to the surface of their own accord," said Celia. "And how about the friends you have made since you sold out? You can't have existed 7 years without society." "I have existed quite as long as that without what you would call society." "Ah, I see," assented Celia. "The people you have known are not people you would care to bring here, or to introduce to your wife." "Precisely." "Poor Laura," thought Celia. And then there followed a pause, brief but uncomfortable. "Shall I write the list of invitations?" asked Laura, who was sitting at her davenport. They were in the book-room, the fresh autumnal air blowing in across beds and borders filled with September's gaudy flowers. "Yes, dear, beginning, of course, with Sir Joshua and Lady Parker, and descending gradually in the social scale to—" "My father and mother," interrupted Celia, "if you mean to ask them. I'm sure you can't go lower than the parson of the parish, for he's generally the poorest man in it." "And often the most beloved," said John Treverton. "Do you think I should give my first dinner party without inviting your father and mother, Celia?" asked Laura reproachfully. "They will be my most honored guests." "Heaven knows how the mater is to get a new gown," ejaculated Celia. "But I'm sure she can't come in the old one. That grey satin of hers has been to so many dinner parties that I should think it could go by itself, and would know how to behave without having poor mother inside it. How well all the servants hereabouts must know the back of that dress, and the dark patch on the shoulder where Lady Barker's butler spilt some lobster sauce. It's like the blood stain on Lady Macbeth's hand. All the benzine in the world won't take it out." "Oh, by the by," pursued Celia, rattling on breathlessly, "if you really don't mind being overrun with the Clare family, would you write a card for Ted?" "With pleasure," said Laura. "But is he not in London?" "At this present moment he is, but we are expecting him daily at the vicarage. The fact is, he has not made his mark, poor fellow, and he's rather tired of London. I suppose there are too many young men there, all wanting to make their mark." This ends chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader.
Chapter 22. A Village Iago. Edward Clare came back to his native village a few days later, looking somewhat dilapidated by his campaign in the great metropolis. He'd found the gates of literature so beset with aspirants, many of them as richly endowed as himself, that the idea of pushing his way across the threshold seemed almost hopeless. Indeed, quite hopeless, for a young man who wanted to succeed in life without working very hard, or with at most a little spasmodic industry. His verses, when he was lucky, had earned him something like £5 a month. When luck was against him, he had earned nothing. A newspaper man whose acquaintance he made at the Cheshire Cheese had advised him to learn shorthand and try his fortune as a reporter, working upwards from that platform to the editorial chair. This was an honest drudgery which might do very well for your dull plodders, but against which the fiery soul of Edward Clare revolted. "I am a poet, or I am nothing," he told his friend. "Aut Caesar, aut nullis." "That was a first-rate motto for Caesar," said the journalist, "but I think it's rather misleading for fellows of average talent. The result is so often nullis." Mr. Clare was on the point of asking his friend to take another brandy and soda, but at this remark he coiled up, as the Yankees say. Average talent, indeed! Imagine one of Mr. Swinburne's most facile plagiarists hearing himself called a fellow of average talent. Edward Clare would not yoke his noble mind to the newspaper plough, nor would he stoop even so low as to write prose. A wretched publisher had told him that if he would write children's books there was a field open for him, but Edward Clare left that publisher's office bursting with offended pride. "Children's books, forsooth!" he muttered. "I suppose if Catnach had been alive he would have asked me to write halfpenny ballads." So having failed to carve his way to fame, or to make a regular income, and having wasted the money he had earned on kid gloves and stalls at fashionable theatres, Mr. Clare conceived an intense disgust for the metropolis, which had treated him so scurvily, and turned his thoughts homewards to woodland and moor, to trout stream and meadow. He found that the poetic temperament required rural scenery, blue skies, and pure air. Heine had contrived to live and write in Paris, and so had de Musset. But Paris is not London. Edward made up his mind that the streets and squares of Bloomsbury were antagonistic to poetry. No bird could sing in such a cage. True that Milton had composed Paradise Lost within close city lanes, under the clamorous bells of St. Bride's. But then Milton was blind, and Edward Clare was like a popular lady novelist of the present day, who begged that she might not be compared with Dickens. He would have protested against being put on a level with such a passionless bard as Milton. "I shall never achieve any great work in London," he told himself. "For my magnum opus I must have the tranquillity of wood and moor." He'd quite made up his mind that he was to write a great poem, though he had settled neither on the subject nor the form. He was waiting for the divine breath to inspire him. The poem was to be as popular as the Idylls of the King, but as passionate as Chastelard. He was not going to write in a goody-goody strain to please anybody. Edward Clare felt himself a little like the prodigal son when he came home to the vicarage after this abortive campaign in the field of literature. If he had not wasted his substance, it was only because he had little substance to waste. He'd spent all that his father had sent him, and had received small additions to this allowance out of his mother's scantily supplied purse. He came home penniless and dispirited, and he felt rather offended that no fatted calf was slain to do him honour, and that his parents received him with an air of unmistakable despondency. "Really, my dear Edward, you ought to begin to think of some definite course," said the father. "It may be too late for a profession, but the government offices—" "Red tape and drudgery, with a salary that would scarcely afford dry bread in a garret," interrupted Edward contemptuously. "No, my dear father, as a poet I will stand or fall." "I'm sorry to hear it," sighed the vicar, "for at present
It looks like falling."
What Edward really meant was that he would depend upon his father until the public and the critics, or the critics and the public, could be brought to acknowledge him as one of the new lights in the starry world of imagination. Mr. Clare understood this, and felt that it was rather hard upon him as a man of limited means. Edward arrived at Hazelhurst only the night before Mrs. Treverton's dinner party.
"Oh, yes, I'm going," he told Celia, when she asked him if he had accepted Laura's invitation. "I want to see how this Treverton fellow plays the country squire." "As if to the manner born," answered Celia. "The part suits him admirably. I don't want to wound your feelings, Ted, dear, but Mr. Treverton and Laura are the happiest couple I ever saw." "These violent delights have violent ends, and in their triumph die," quoted Edward, with a diabolical sneer. "I'm not going to envy them their happiness, my dear. Whatever feeling I once entertained for Laura is dead and buried. A woman who could sell herself, as she has done—" "Sell herself? Oh, Ted, how can you say anything so dreadful? I tell you she is devotedly attached to John Treverton." "And he rewards her devotion by running away from her before the end of their honeymoon, and when he turns up again, after an interval of 6 months or so, during which nobody knows what he's been doing, she receives him with open arms. A curious couple, assuredly. But an estate worth £14,000 a year excuses a good deal of eccentricity, and I can quite understand that Mr. and Mrs. Treverton are immensely popular in the neighbourhood." "They are," said Celia warmly, "and they deserve to be. If you knew how good they are to their tenants, their servants, and the poor." "Goodness of that kind is a very sagacious investment, my unsophisticated child. It may cost a man 5% of his income, and it buys him respectability." "Don't be bitter, Edward." "I am a man of the world, Celia, and not to be hoodwinked by shams and appearances." "Then you'll never be a poet," protested his sister. "A man who doesn't believe that good deeds come from the hearts of men, a man who looks for an unworthy motive behind every generous action, such a man as that will never be a great poet. It's quite too dreadful to hear you talk, Edward. That odious London has corrupted you." Edward went to the dinner next day, but not with his family. He came alone and rather late, in order to observe the effect of his entrance upon Laura Treverton. Alas for his wounded vanity! She welcomed him with a frank smile and a friendly grasp of the hand. "I am so glad you've come back in time to be with us tonight," she said. "I came back on purpose for tonight," he answered, throwing as much tenderness as he could into a commonplace remark. "I think you know everyone here. I need not introduce you." "I know the local magnates, of course, but I dare say there are some of your husband's swell friends who are strangers to me." "There are none of my husband's friends," answered Laura. "We are strictly local." "Then I'm afraid you'll find the evening rather uphill work." "I expect you to help me through it by the brilliancy of your conversation," Laura answered lightly, as Edward moved aside to make way for a new arrival. He had contrived to make her uncomfortable for a minute or so, for that speech of his had set her wondering why her husband had no friends worth summoning to his side, now that fortune smiled upon him. The dinner party was not a very joyous festivity, but everybody felt, nevertheless, that it was a great social success. Lady Parker, in ruby velvet and diamonds, and Lady Barker, in black satin and rubies, made two central lights round which the lesser planets revolved. There was the usual county and local talk, reprobation against the farming parson of a neighbouring parish for having treacherously trapped and slain 4 cub foxes since last season, cordial approval of a magistrate who'd sent a lad of 9 to jail for stealing 3 turnips, and who had been maligned and held up to ridicule by the radical newspapers for that necessary assertion of the rights of property. A good deal of discussion as to the prospects of the hunting season, a good deal of talk about horses and dogs, and a little about the outside world and its chances of peace or war, famine or plenty. The party was too large for general conversation,
but now and then the subdued babble of voices became concentrated here and there into a focus, and a gentle hush descended on a select few listening eagerly to a single talker. This happened oftenest at that part of the table nearest which Edward Clare was sitting, next but one to John Treverton. Mr. and Mrs. Treverton were seated opposite each other in the middle of the long table, with all the more important guests clustered about them in a constellation of local splendor, leaving the two ends of the table for youth and obscurity. Edward Clare had got himself into the constellation by a fluke, a portly justice of the peace having suddenly succumbed to gout and sent an apology at the last moment, whereupon Laura had dispatched Celia with a message to the butler, and had contrived that there should be a shuffling of cards, and that Edward Clare should be put into this place of honour. She did this from a benevolent desire to soothe his wounded feeling, suspecting that there might be some soreness in his mind at this first meeting with her in her new character, and knowing that vanity made the larger half of this young man's sensibility. Edward had rewarded her by talking remarkably well. He was fresh from London, and well posted in all that is most interesting in the butterfly life of a London season. He told them all about the pictures of the year, let fly some sharp arrows of ridicule against the new school of painting, described the belle of the season, and let his hearers into the secret of her popularity.
"The curious part of the story," he said in conclusion, "is that nobody ever considered the lady pretty till she burst all at once upon society as the one perfect creature that the world had seen since the Venus was dug up at Milo. She never was thought so in her own world. No one was more surprised than her own family when she was elected Queen of Beauty, unless it was herself. Her mother never suspected it. At school she was considered rather plain than otherwise. They say she was married off early because she was the dowdy of the family, and now she cannot take her drive in the park without all London craning its neck and straining its eyes to get a look at her. When she goes into society, the women stand upon chairs to stare at her over other people's shoulders. I suppose they want to find out how it's done. This kind of popularity may seem very pleasant in the abstract, but I think it's rather hard upon the lady."
"Why hard upon her?" inquired John Treverton.
"Because there's no salary goes with the situation. The belle of a season ought to get something to lighten the expenses of her year of office, like the Lord Mayor. See what is expected of her. Every eye is upon her. Every woman in London looks to her as a model of taste and elegance, and eagerly strives to dress after her. How is she to put a limit upon her milliner's bill, when she knows that all the society journals are lying in wait to describe her last gown, to eulogize her newest bonnet, to write an epigram upon her parasol, to be ecstatic about her boots? Can she ride in a hired carriage? No. Can she be absent from Goodwood, or missing at Cowes? No. She must die standing. I say that since she furnishes the public with interest and amusement, much better than the Lord Mayor does, by the way, she ought to get a handsome allowance out of the public purse." When he had exhausted pictures and reigning beauties and the winner of the Ledger, Edward began to talk about crime. "People in London have a knack of wearing a subject to tatters," he said. "I thought neither the newspapers nor the public would ever get tired of talking about the Chicot murder." "The Chicot murder? Ah, that was the ballet dancer, was it not?" inquired Lady Barker, who was so interested in this vivacious young man on her right hand that she had hardly given due attention to Mr. Treverton, who was on her left. "I remember feeling rather interested in that mystery. A diabolical murder, certainly. And how stupid the police must have been not to find the murderer. Or how clever the murderer to sink his identity so completely as to give the police the slip," suggested Edward. "Oh, but he must have got away to the colonies, or somewhere, surely," cried Lady Barker. "There are so many vessels leaving England nowadays. You don't imagine for a moment that the murderer of that wretched woman remained in England?" "I think it highly probable that he did, discreetly hidden under some outer shell of intense respectability."
"I suppose you think it was the husband," put in Sir Joshua Parker, from his place at Laura's right hand. "I don't see any ground for doubt," replied Edward. "If the husband was not guilty, why should he disappear the moment the crime was discovered?" "He may have had reasons of his own for wishing to get away, reasons unconnected with the mode and manner of his wife's death," hazarded John Treverton. "What reasons could he have had strong enough to induce him to run the risk of being thought a murderer?" asked Edward incredulously. "No innocent man would place himself in such a position as that." "Not knowingly," said John, "but this man may have acted on impulse, without reckoning the consequences of his act." "To admit that would be to consider him a fool," retorted Edward, "and from all I have heard of the fellow, he belonged to the other half of humanity." "You mean that he was a knave?" "I mean that he was a fellow who knew the ropes. He was not the sort of man to find his wife's throat cut and to make a bolt, leaving every newspaper in London free to brand him as a coward and a murderer," said Edward decisively. John Treverton pursued the subject no further. Lady Parker, who sat at his left, had just begun to question him about a late importation of Jersey cows, in which she was deeply interested, whereupon he favoured her with a detailed account of their graces and merits. Laura happened to look up at Edward Clare as he finished speaking, and the expression of his countenance startled and shocked her. Never had she seen so keen a look of malice in any living face. Only in the face of Judas in an old Italian picture had she ever beheld such craft and such venom, and that malignant look, brief as a flash of lightning, glanced at her unconscious husband, whose face was gravely courteous as he bent his handsome head a little to tell Lady Parker about the Jersey cows. "Good heavens!" thought Laura, with a sense of absolute fear. "Is it possible that this young man can be so bitter against my husband because I loved him best? What could the love be like that could engender such malice?" Later in the evening, when Edward came and hung over the ottoman where Laura was sitting, she turned from him with an involuntary movement of disgust. "Have I offended you?" he asked in a low voice. "Yes. I saw a look in your face at dinner that told me you dislike my husband." "Do you expect me to love him very dearly at first? You must at least give me time to get accustomed to the idea that he is your husband. Time cures most wounds. Give me time, Laura, and do not judge me too hardly. I possess the poet's curse, a mind more sensitive than the minds of ordinary men, dowered with the love of love, the hate of hate, the scorn of scorn." "I hope you will leave your dowry outside when you come across this threshold," said Laura, with a smile that was more contemptuous than relenting. "I can accept friendship from no one who does not like my husband." "Then I will struggle with the original man within me, and try to like John Treverton. Believe me, Laura, I want to be your friend, in honest and unequivocal friendship." "That is the kind of friendship I expect from your father's son," said Laura, in a gentler tone. She was too happy, too secure in her own happiness to be unforgiving. She reasoned with herself, arguing against instinct and conviction, and told herself that Edward Clare's malevolent look had meant less than it seemed to mean. Edward looked on, and saw John Treverton play his part as host and master in a manner that he was compelled to admit was irreproachable. The new squire showed none of the pride in himself and his surroundings which might have been anticipated in a man unexpectedly raised to the possession of a large fortune. He did not brag of his wine, or his horses, his pictures, or his farm. He accepted his position as quietly, and filled it as naturally, as if he had been born heir to an entailed, unalienable estate. "Upon my word, they are a charming couple," said Sir Joshua Parker in his fat voice, "and an acquisition to our county families." Sir Joshua was very fond of talking about our county families, although his own establishment in that galaxy had been but recent, his father and grandfather having made their fortunes in the soap-boiling business amidst the slums of Lambeth. Lady Barker, the dowager, was of the vieille roche, having been a Trefusis and an heiress when she married the late General Sir Rodney Barker, K.C.B. After that one little flash of anger on the night of a dinner party, Edward Clare was all friendliness. Celia spent a large portion of her life at the manor house, where she was always welcome, and it seemed only natural that her brother Edward should drop in frequently, almost as he had done in the old days when Jasper Treverton was alive. There were so many reasons for his coming. The library at the manor house was much larger and better than the vicar's modest collection of old-fashioned books. The gardens were a delight to the young man's poetic soul. John Treverton showed no dislike to him. He appeared to consider the poet a poor creature, whose going or coming could make no difference. "I confess that I have a contempt for that kind of man," he told his wife candidly, "an effeminate, white-handed mortal, who sets up as a wit and a poet on the most limited stock in trade. All his best goods in his windows, and nothing but empty shelves inside the shop. But, of course, as long as you like him, Laura, he will be welcome here." "I like him for the sake of his father and mother, who are my oldest and best friends," answered Laura. "Which means in plain English that you only tolerate him," said John carelessly. "Well, he is harmless and sometimes amusing. Let him come." Edward came, and seemed at home and happy in the small family circle. He lounged beside the fire in the snug book-room, and joined in the easy, familiar talk when the autumn dusk was deepening, and Laura made tea at her pretty little table, with her husband by her side, while Celia, who had a fancy for eccentric positions and attitudes, sat on the hearth-rug. One November evening, about a month after the dinner party, the conversation happened to light upon the county magnates who had adorned that banquet. "Did anybody ever see such a funny little figure as Lady Barker, surmounted by that wig?" cried Celia. "I really think her dressmaker must be very clever to make any kind of gown that will hold together upon her. I don't complain of her being fat. A woman may weigh 16 stone and carry herself like a duchess. But Lady Barker is such an undecided figure. There's no consistency in her. When she sinks on a couch, one expects to see her collapse like a mold of jelly that hasn't cooled properly. Oh, Edward, you should see Mr. Treverton's portrait of her. The most delicious caricature." "Caricature!" echoed Edward. "Why, that is another new talent. If Treverton goes on in this way, we shall have to call him the Admirable Crichton. It was only last week that I found out he could paint, and now you say he is a caricaturist. What next?" "I believe you have come to the end of my small stock of accomplishments," said John Treverton, laughing. "I used once to amuse myself by an attempt to illustrate the absurdities of human nature in pen and ink. It pleased my brother officers, and helped to keep us alive sometimes in the dullness of country quarters." "Talking of caricature, by the way," said Edward lazily, as he slowly sipped his cup of tea, "did you ever see Folly as It Flies?" "The comic newspaper? Yes, often." "And then you must have noticed the things done by that fellow Chicot, the man who murdered his wife. They were extraordinarily clever, and out and away the best things I have ever seen since the days of Gavarni. Rather too French, perhaps, but remarkably good." "It was natural the style should be French, since the man was French." "I beg your pardon," said Edward. "He was as English as you or I." Celia had risen from the floor and lighted a pair of lamps on Laura's open davenport, near which Edward was sitting. She selected a sheet of paper from a heap of loose sheets lying there, and showed it to her brother, candle in hand. "Isn't that too lovely?" she asked. Edward examined the sketch with a critical air. "I don't want you to suppose I'm trying to flatter you," he said at last, "but upon my word, this little sketch is as good as anything of Chicot's, and very much in his style." "It is the only accomplishment of my husband's that I cannot praise," said Laura, with gentlest reproof, "for it cannot be exercised without unkindness to the subject of the caricature." "He that is robbed not wanting what is stolen, let him not know it, and he is not robbed," quoted Celia, who had resumed her lowly place at Laura's feet.
Shakespeare's ineffable wisdom found that out, and may not the same thing be said of caricature? If Lady Barker never knows what a lifelike portrait you've drawn of her, with half a dozen scratches of a Hindu pen, the faithfulness of the picture can't hurt her. But isn't it the usual course to show that kind of thing to all the lady's particular friends, till the knowledge of it percolates to the lady herself?" inquired Edward with his lazy sneer. "I'd rather cut off my right hand than make a harmless, good-natured old lady unhappy," said Laura, warmly. "Turn up your cuff, Mr. Treverton, and prepare your wrist for the chopper," cried Celia. "But really now, if Lady Barker's figure is like a dilapidated mould of jelly, she ought to know it. Did not one of those 7 old plagues of Greece, whose names nobody ever could remember, resolve all the wisdom of his life into that one precept, 'Know thyself'?" Celia rattled on gaily. Laura and Edward both joined in her careless talk. But John Treverton sat grave and silent, looking at the fire. This ends chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 23. In the meanwhile, the skies 'gan rumble soar. After that portrait of Lady Barker, John Treverton drew no more caricatures. It seemed as if he had laid aside the pen of the caricaturist in deference to his wife's dislike of that somewhat ill-natured art. But he had not abandoned the higher walks of art, for he had made himself a studio out of one of the spare bedrooms that looked northward, and was engaged on a portrait of his wife, an altogether fanciful and ideal picture, which he worked at for an hour or two daily with infinite delight. He had many pleasant labors and occupations at this period of his life. The farm, the hunting field, the business details of a large property, which he wished to conduct in an orderly manner, not hiding his talents in a napkin, but improving the estate, which Jasper Treverton had considerably increased during his long life, but upon which the old man had been somewhat loath to spend money. It was altogether a full and happy life which John Treverton led with his wife in this first year of their union, and it seemed to both that nothing was wanting to perfect their happiness. And yet, by and by, when there came the prospect of a child being born in the grave old house, which has so long been undisturbed by the patter of childish feet, the fulfillment of this sweet hope seemed the one thing needed to fill their cup of joy. While at the manor house all was bliss, life dawdled on comfortably enough at the vicarage, where the good, easy-tempered, hard-working vicar had begun to be reconciled to the idea that his only son was to be an idler all his life, until perchance the seemingly barren plant should some day put forth the glorious flower of genius. And then the father's patience, the mother's love, would be rewarded all at once for weary days of waiting and despondency. Edward had contrived to make himself particularly agreeable since his return to the family roof-tree. He was less cynical than of old, less apt to rail against fate for not having set his lines in pleasanter places. Even Celia was beguiled into the belief that her brother was completely cured of his attachment to Laura. "I suppose his passion was like that poor sentimental old Petrarch's," mused Celia, who had read about half a dozen sonnets of the illustrious Italians in the whole course of her life, "and he will go on spinning verses about the lady of his love for the next 20 years without feeling any the worse for his platonic affection. He seems to enjoy being at the manor house, and he and John Treverton get on very well together, considering how different they are in character." Edward made himself very comfortable in his rural home. He had tried London life and had grown heartily sick of it, and he was now less disposed than of old to grumble at the dullness of a Devonshire village. What though he saw the same stolid bovine faces every day? Were they not better and fairer to look at than the herd of strange faces, keen and sharpened as if the desire for gain was an absolute physical hunger,
that had passed him by in the smoke-tainted streets of London. These faces knew him. Here hats were touched as he passed by. People noticed whether he looked well or ill. Here at least he was somebody, an important figure in the sum of village life. His death would cause a sensation. His absence would make a blank. Edward did not care a straw about these simple villagers, but it pleased him that they should care for him. He settled himself down in his old home, the good substantial old vicarage, a roomy house with stone walls, high gables, and heavy chimney stacks, shut in from the road by a holly hedge of a century's growth, sheltered at the back by the steep slope of the moor, while its front windows faced undulating pastures and distant woods. Here Edward made himself a study, or den, where he could work at his magnum opus, and where his solitude was undisturbed by intrusion. It was understood that his labors in this sanctuary of genius were of the hardest. Here he gave up his soul to convulsive throes and struggles, as of Pythoness on her tripod. The chamber was at the end of a long passage, and had a lattice overlooking the moor. Here tobacco was not forbidden, although the vicar was no smoker, and had an old-fashioned detestation of cigars. Edward found a good deal of smoke necessary to relax the tension of his nerves during the manufacture of his poem. If the door was suddenly opened by Celia or Mrs. Clare, the poet was apt to be discovered reclining in his rocking-chair, with a cigar between his lips and his eyes fixed dreamily upon the topmost ridge of moorland. At such times he told his mother and sister he was doing his thinking. The scored and blotted manuscript on his writing-table testified to the severity of his labors, but the sharp-eyed Celia perceived that the work progressed but slowly. There was a good deal of meditation and cigar smoke necessary to its elaboration. Once or twice Edward had been discovered reading a French novel.
"One soon forgets a language if one doesn't read a thoroughly idiomatic work now and then," he said, explaining this seeming frivolity. He kept up his connection with the popular magazines, sending them as many trifles in the drawing-room style as they could expect from him, and by this means he contrived to be well-dressed and provided with pocket-money, without sponging on his father. "All I want is the run of my teeth for the next year or so, till I have made a name," he told his mother. "That's not much for an only son to ask of his father."
The vicar agreed that the demand was modest. He would have preferred a son of a more active and eager temperament, a son who would have taken to the church, or law, or medicine, or even soldiering. But it was not for him to complain if heaven had given him a genius instead of a commonplace plodder. It was the old story of the ugly duck, no doubt. By and by the snow-white wings would unfold themselves for a noble flight, and the admiring world would acknowledge the beauty of the swan. Mrs. Clare, who adored her only son, after the manner of weak-minded mothers, was delighted to have him at home, for good, as she said, delightedly. She made his den as luxurious as her small means would allow, put up bookshelves wherever he wanted them, covered his mantel-board with velvet, and draped it with point lace of her own working, bought him cigar-stands and ash-trays, tobacco jars and fusee boxes, blotting books, slippers, down pillows for his hours of lassitude, soft fluffy rugs to cover his feet when he sank on his snug little couch, prostrate after lengthened wrestling with an unpropitious muse. All that a doting mother can do to spoil a young man, Mrs. Clare did for her son, and it happened, unfortunately, that he was not made of that strong stuff which the sweet flatteries of love cannot corrupt. There were certain hours when the poet was approachable. At 5 o'clock on those evenings when the brother and sister were not at the manor-house, Celia used to bring him a cup of coffee and the small stock of gossip which she had been able to collect in the course of her frivolous day. She would seat herself on a hassock beside the fire, or even on the edge of the fender, and chatter gaily, while Edward lay back in his easy-chair, sipping his coffee and listening with an air of condescending indulgence. A good deal of Celia's talk was naturally about her friends at the manor-house. She got over her prejudice against John Treverton, and was even enthusiastic in her praise of him. He was quite too lovely. As a husband she declared him perfect. She wished that heaven had made her such a man. "I really think Laura is the luckiest girl in creation," she exclaimed. "Such a husband, such a house, such a stable, such gardens, such a rent roll. It is almost provoking to see her take everything so quietly. I believe she's grateful to Providence because she's dreadfully religious, you know. But her placidity almost enrages me. If I had half such good fortune, I should want to jump over the moon." "Laura is thoroughly good style, my dear. Well-bred people never want to jump over the moon," Edward remarked languidly. "Strictly fraternal," ejaculated Celia, with a shrug. "I am very glad to hear she's so happy," pursued Edward, with an air of ineffable good nature. "Thank heaven, I've got quite over my old weakness about her, and can contemplate her happiness without a twinge of jealousy. But at the same time I do rather wonder that she can be thoroughly happy with a man of whose antecedents she knows nothing." "How can you say that, Ted? She knows who he is and what he is. She knows that he was a lieutenant in a crack regiment and sold out because he'd run through his money." "Sold out just 7 years ago," interrupted Edward. "What has he been doing with himself in the meantime?" "Knocking about London." "That is a very vague phrase. 7 years! He must have earned his living somehow during the greater part of that time. The money he got for his commission would not last him long. He must have had his own particular circle of acquaintances during that interval. Why are none of them forthcoming? Why is he so silent about the experiences of those 7 years? Man is an egotistical animal, my dear Celia. Be sure that there's always something to be ashamed of when a man keeps silence about himself." "There is something rather odd about that, certainly," assented Celia in a musing tone. "John Treverton never talks of his past life, or at any rate of the time that has gone by since he left the army. I suppose he's been in London all the time, for he talks as if he were awfully disgusted with London life. If I were Laura, I should insist upon knowing all about it." "There can be no happiness between man and wife without perfect confidence," said Edward. "No enduring happiness, at least." "Poor dear Laura," sighed Celia. "I always said that it was an ill-omened marriage. But lately I have thought that I was going to turn out a false prophet." "Has she ever told you what took her husband away after their marriage?" "No. On that point she has been as silent as the grave. She told me once that he had been to Buenos Aires, called away on business. I've never been able to extort anything more out of her." "It must have been a curious kind of business which called a man away from his newly wedded wife," said Edward. Celia nodded significantly and looked at the fire. She loved Laura well, but she loved scandal better. Edward gave a short, impatient sigh, and turned his head fretfully upon the cushion which maternal hands had worked in softest wool. That movement, expressive of disgust with life in general, did not escape the sharp eyes of his sister. "Ted, dear, I'm afraid you have not left off being unhappy about Laura," she murmured sympathetically. "I am only unhappy about her when I think she's married to a scoundrel." "Oh, Ted, how can you say such a thing?" "Celia, a man who can give no account of 7 years of his life must be a scoundrel," Edward Clare said decisively. "Say nothing to alarm Laura, I beg you. I'm talking to you today as if you were a man and to be trusted. Wait and watch, as I shall." "Edward, how you frighten me! You make me feel as if we were living in one of those villages at the foot of Vesuvius, with a fiery mountain getting itself ready to explode and destroy us." "There will be an explosion some day, Celia. Depend upon it, an explosion that will blow up the manor house as surely as Kirk O'Field was blown up the night Darnley was slain." He said no more, though Celia did not willingly let the subject drop. Indeed, he was inclined to be angry with himself for having said so much, though he had not given his sister his confidence without a motive. He wanted to know all that could be known about John Treverton, and Celia was in a position to learn much that he could not discover for himself. "I really thought you were beginning to like Mr. Treverton," the girl said presently. "You and he seem to get on so well together." "I'm civil to him for Laura's sake. I would be guilty of a worse hypocrisy if I thought it would serve her interests." Edward sighed and gave his head another angry jerk upon the cushion. He wanted to do John Treverton deadly harm, and yet he knew that the worst he could do to his rival would bring about no good result to himself. There was nothing to be gained by it. The injury would be irrevocable, deadly, a blight upon name and fortune, perchance the gallows, a shame so deep that a loving wife would scarcely survive the blow. All this was in Edward Clare's mind as a not impossible revenge, and unhappily there was no smaller revenge possible. He felt himself possessed of a deadly power, but of no power to wound without slaying. He was like the cobra, whose poisonous fangs are provided with an ingenious mechanism which keeps them in reserve until the creature wants to use them. Two hinged teeth lie back against the roof of the snake's mouth. When he attacks his victim, the hinge moves, the fangs descend, the poison gland is pressed, and the deadly poison runs down a groove in the tooth and drops into the puncture prepared to receive it. Lop off the wounded limb ere the shadow on the dial has marked the passage of 20 seconds, or the venom will have done its work. Medicine has yet to discover the antidote that can save the life of the victim. This ends chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Cloven Foot by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 24. And purple light shone over all. Christmas was at hand, the first Christmas in Laura's married life, and to her happy fancy it seemed the most wonderful season that had ever been marked on the calendar of the ages. How could she and John Treverton be thankful enough for the blessings Providence had given them? How could they do enough to make other people happy? About a fortnight before the sacred festival, she carried Celia off to Chjapter in the pony carriage to buy a tremendous stock of blankets and flannel petticoats for the old women, and comfortable homespun coats for the rheumatic old men. "Have you any idea as to the amount you are spending, Laura?" asked the practical Celia. "No, dear, but I have one fixed idea, and that is that no one near Hazelhurst shall be cold and wretched this Christmas, if I can help it." "I'm afraid you are encouraging pauperism," said Celia. "No, Celia, I'm waging war against rheumatism." "I hope you don't expect gratitude." "I only expect the blankets to keep out Jack Frost. And now for the grocer's." She shook the reins gaily and drove on to the chief grocer of Chjapter, in whose plate-glass windows a pair of tall Japanese jars announced the superior character of the trade transacted inside. Here Mrs. Treverton ordered 100 parcels of plums, currants, sugar, spice, and candied peel, each parcel containing an ample supply for a family Christmas pudding. The shopman rejoiced as he booked the order, and was eloquent in his praise of our new fruit. From the grocer's they drove to the confectioner's, and there Laura ordered such a supply of plum cake and buns, muffins and tea cakes, all to be delivered at the manor house on Christmas Eve, that Celia began to be seriously alarmed for her friend's sanity. "Can you want with all that indigestible rubbish?" she exclaimed. "Are you going to open a pastry cook shop?" "No, dear. These things are for my juvenile party." "A juvenile party? Already? I can't understand your motive, unless it is to get your hand in for the future. Who are you going to have? All Lady Parker's nursery, of course, and Lady Barker's grandchildren, and Mrs. Pendarvis's 7 boys, the Briggses and the Dropmores, and the Seymours. You'll want dissolving views and a conjurer, And you might have tableaux vivants, as you don't seem to care how much money you waste. People expect so much at juvenile parties nowadays." "I think my guests will be quite happy without tableaux vivants, or even a conjurer." "I doubt it. Those little Barkers are intensely old for their age." "The little Barkers are not coming to my party." "And the Pendarvis boys give themselves as many airs as undergraduates after their first term." "But I have not invited the Pendarvis boys." "Then what children, in goodness' name, are to eat all those cakes?" cried Celia. "My party is for the children of the cottagers. All your father's infant school will be there." "Then all I can say is, I hope you have arranged for the ventilation of your rooms, for if you expect me to spend Christmas Eve in an atmosphere at all resembling that of our infant schoolroom, you're reckoning without your host." "I am not reckoning without a knowledge of Celia Clare's good nature. I shall expect you to help me with all your heart and soul. Even your brother might do something for us. He could give us a comic reading. Mrs. Brown at the play, or something of that kind." "Picture to yourself Algernon Swinburne reading Mrs. Brown to a herd of charity children," exclaimed Celia laughingly. "I assure you my brother Edward thinks himself quite as important a person as Mr. Swinburne. Would you have him lay aside his magnum opus to study Mrs. Brown at the play?" "I am sure he won't mind helping us," said Laura. "I shall have a Christmas tree loaded with gifts, a good many of them useful ones. I shall hire a magic lantern from London, and for the rest we can have all the old-fashioned games. Blind man's buff, oranges and lemons, thread my needle, all the noisiest, wildest romps we can think of. I'm going to have the servants' hall cleared out and decorated for the occasion, so there will be no fear of any of the dear old furniture coming to grief." "If poor old Mr. Treverton could come to life again and see such goings-on!" ejaculated Celia. "I'm sure he would be glad to know that his wealth was employed in making other people happy. Think of all those poor little children, Celia, who hardly know the meaning of the word pleasure, as rich people understand it." "All the happier for them," said Celia, philosophically. "The pleasures of the rich are dreadfully hollow, as sickly sweet and crumbly as a meringue from an inferior pastry cook, with the cream gone sour inside." "Well, Laura, you are a good soul, and I will do my very best to help you through your juvenile muddle. I wonder if 14,000 a year would make me benevolent. I'm afraid my expenses would increase at such a rate that I should have no margin for charity." Before Christmas Eve came, a shadow had fallen upon Laura's life, which made complete happiness impossible, even for one who was bent upon giving joy to others. John Treverton fell ill of a low fever. He was not dangerously ill. Mr. Morton, the local doctor, who had attended Jasper Treverton for 20 years, and who was a general practitioner of skill and experience, made very light of the malady. The patient had got a chill riding a tired horse a long way home through the rain after his last hunt, and the chill had resulted in slightly feverish symptoms, and Mr. Treverton was a little below par. That was all. The only remedies wanted were rest and good nursing, and for a man in John Treverton's position both were easy. "Ought I to put off my children's party?" Laura asked, anxiously, the day before Christmas Eve. "I should be very sorry to disappoint the poor little things, but—" Here her voice faltered. "If I thought John was going to be worse."
"My dear Mrs. Treverton, he's not going to be worse. In fact, he's rapidly mending. Didn't I tell you the pulse was stronger this morning? He will be well in a few days, I hope. But I shall keep him in his room to the end of the week, and I shall not allow him to take part in any Christmas festivities. As for your children's party, if you can prevent the noise of it reaching him, there's no reason in the world why it should be postponed."
"The servants' hall is quite on the other side of the house," said Laura. "I don't think the noise can possibly reach the next room." This conversation between Mrs. Treverton and the doctor had taken place in John Treverton's study, the panelled room adjoining his bedroom, the room in which he and Laura had first met.
"Then that's all you need care about," replied Mr. Morton.
Laura had been her husband's only nurse throughout his illness. She'd sat with him all day and watched him through the night, taking snatches of slumber at intervals on the comfortable old sofa at the foot of the big old-fashioned four-poster bed. In vain had John Treverton urged the danger of injury to her own health from the fatigue involved in this tender care of him. She told him she'd never felt better or stronger, and never enjoyed more refreshing sleep than on the roomy old sofa. They had been happy together, even in this time of anxiety. It was Laura's delight to read aloud to the invalid, to write his letters, to pour out his medicine, to minister to all the trivial wants of an illness that caused at its most only a sense of languor and helplessness. Her only regret with regard to the children's party was that for this one evening she must be for the most part absent from the sick-room. Instead of reading aloud to her husband, she must give her mind to blind man's buff, and all her energies to thread my needle. The winter twilight came gently down, bringing a light snow shower with it, and at 4 o'clock Laura was seated at the little Chippendale table by her husband's bed, drinking tea with him for the first time since the beginning of his illness. He'd been sitting up for a few hours in the middle of the day, and was now lying outside the bed, wrapped warmly in his long fur-bordered dressing-gown. He was intensely interested in the children's party, and asked Laura all about her arrangements for entertaining her guests. "I should think the great point was to give them enough to eat," he said meditatively. "The nearest approach to perfect happiness I ever beheld is a child eating something it considers nice. For the moment the mind of that infant is in a state of complete beatitude. It lives in the present, and the present only. Its little life is rounded into the narrow circle of now. Slowly, thoughtfully, it smacks its lips and gloats upon the savour it loves. Hardly an earthquake would disturb it from that deep and tranquil delight. With the last mouthful its gladness departs, and the child learns that earthly pleasure is fleeting. Let your children stuff themselves all the evening and stuff their pockets before they go home, Laura, and they will realize the perfection of bliss." "And tomorrow the poor little creatures would be ill and miserable. No, Jack, they shall enjoy themselves a little more rationally than you propose, and every one of them shall have something to take back to the person they love best at home, so that even a child's idea of enjoyment shall not be utterly selfish. But I shall be so sorry to be away from you all the evening, Jack." "And I shall be still more sorry to lose you, love. I shall try to sleep away the hours of your absence. Could you not give me a good dose of chloral now, Laura?" "Not for the world, dear. I have a horror of opiates, except in extreme cases. I shall contrive to be with you for an odd half-hour or two in the course of the evening. Celia is to be my lieutenant. Then I hope you will let her do a good deal of your work, and that I shall see the sweet face I love very often." "Who is coming besides the children?" "Only Mr. Sampson and his sister, and Edward Clare. Edward is going to read an Inglesby legend. I suggested Mrs. Brown at the play, but he would not hear of her. I am afraid the children won't understand Inglesby." "You and Celia must start all the laughter." "I don't think I could laugh while you are a prisoner here." "It has been a very short imprisonment, and your sweet society has made it very happy." This ends chapter 24.